That's why I didn't say anything. Trying to see if I pull up.
Technical difficulties always, every time. Now we're streaming live now. All right, we are officially streaming live. I'll have to clip it, but welcome into Blitzalytics live draft coverage day 2. From my
There we
office,
go.
from the living room, the kitchens, everywhere we're at. Thank you guys for everybody who tuned in yesterday for our day 1. Like I said, we got round 2, round 3, but right now we're going to be doing a little bit of pre-draft coverage and then transitioning once it all gets started. So we're going to be bringing you about another 4 or 5 hours of live coverage. We'll see how far we can get, but I'm excited. We have some highlights. We've got all kinds of different stuff that we're going to be bringing you guys, player comps. We've got our big board, which we can get into before, but we got to do a little bit of draft recap, gentlemen. Obviously, the biggest headline of the day yesterday, for mainstream media at least. I mean, we could talk about some of our favorites and some of our least favorite moves, but I mean, the Green Bay Packers just pissed Aaron Rodgers off. I like how Pat Mack put it. The one player in the entire draft that could have pissed them off, and they took it. The only guy on the entire board that would have pissed him off. I mean, minus them taking another quarterback right there. We all know that wasn't going to happen. What are you guys' thoughts on the Green Bay Packers pulling a Aaron Rodgers like move on Aaron Rodgers?
I absolutely love it. My affinity for not liking Aaron Rodgers. But for me, I think it's just safeguarding your future. I mean, you have a guy that's a value, in most drafts, you're not going to get him here. His upside's to the roof. We already talked about me and Jack's affinity for him here for his future success. And you're going to give him the Pat Mahomes treatment where you let him sit for at least a year behind an established starter. It's going to probably get you to the playoffs and not a deep playoff run. That transition time is what you want for a franchise. You don't want no lag. You don't want no years that you're not going to be in the playoff equation at least. And we all know the NFC North is a very hard division to play in and year out. And you just set yourself up for another 10 years. So I don't see no downside to this. I know Aaron Rodgers might be ticked off at it, but you know what? Put your big boy pants on and go throw up some good stats.
I mean, it is true though. He's got reason to be upset. They've never drafted a skilled offensive player in the first round up until Jordan Love, and then the only reason why they did that is to sooner or later replace Aaron Rodgers. But he hasn't been the healthiest as of late. He hasn't been like he had two solid years of playing, but I know he had an ankle injury. What was it, a year and a half ago, and then the year before that he was missed a majority of the season. He's getting old. He's not Tom Brady. Tom Brady still has got barely any wear and tear. He doesn't take hits. He rarely ever takes hits. Aaron Rodgers not so much. Aaron Rodgers had to play against the Chicago Bears defense twice a year, the Minnesota Vikings defense twice a year. I mean, that takes a toll on their body, and he's a mobile quarterback. So, I mean, if you're looking, there's reason for concern. Is Aaron Rodgers still Aaron Rodgers? Yeah. Is Aaron Rodgers who he was 4 years ago, 5 years ago, the Super Bowl winning Aaron Rodgers? No, he's not. So if you have that kind of potential, go get your guy. If that's your guy, that's my guy, that's Roy's guy. I know even Cody over there, who's busy looking up Twitter stuff right now, trying to get any inside information for us. He was hoping that would fall. He would have fallen to the Colts, and I'm sure the Colts would have probably moved back up if the Green Bay Packers didn't. So I think that's why they had to pull the trigger. I don't know if there was anybody that on offensively in terms of the wide receivers that were on the board that would have had major year one impact. I mean, a majority of wide receivers in their rookie season don't have year one impact. Debo is definitely an outlier. AJ Brown was definitely an outlier. And they have a few of those guys every year that kind of stand out. But typically it takes a wide receiver to, Cody always talks about on the fantasy football show that we've got, the fantasy hot seat, about the year three wide receivers and how big of an impact they have. Same thing goes with tight ends. They need a tight end. They weren't going to get one in the first round. I'm pretty sure. I wouldn't doubt that they have similar grades on the wide receivers they were going to get there as the wide receivers they can get in the second or third round. I think, what did they give up again? Was it a second?
Not sure, but I just don't understand why they had to trade up. I think you can soften the blow to Aaron Rodgers if you would have sat at 30 and he falls to you. But then you trade up for him.
Oh yeah, that's
Like
definitely
that's where I'm baffled. Like, because if you were to trade up, like I don't know, I can't remember if we were tossing up names when the trade happened, but like they could have got like a Patrick Queen because they need linebackers. Like, I mean, they were a game away from the Super Bowl last year, and I love Love as the prospect, but financially and what you got going on right now, Rodgers is only 35. You got the Saints going all in with a 41-year-old Drew Brees. You got the Bucks going in all in on a 42-year-old Tom Brady. Just doesn't make sense to me.
I think they
Yeah,
definitely could use. They could definitely use a Patrick Queen. It was a 4th-round pick, so that's
yeah,
it.
they
So
only
I mean,
flipped a 4th. So yeah.
if it's linebackers, I mean, obviously, I would have loved. Not that I would have loved to see Patrick Queen, but I think anybody in there would have appreciated seeing Patrick Queen go there because they needed it. They got torched. We could call it what it is and say they were a game away from the Super Bowl. But you know how far away they are from being a contender in the NFC in comparison to the Saints and in comparison to the 49ers and probably now my Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They're a ways away. And so you would like to see them. If I'm Aaron Rodgers, trust me, I'm mad too. I would have appreciated seeing either adding to the defense, adding to giving him a weapon, but they could still grab guys like that are going to make day one contributions in the 2nd and 3rd round.
Yeah, to me, the depth of this draft for the receivers, I think I'm fine with not taking one in the 1st round, especially when Jefferson went off the board to your NFC North foe. There's so much depth. I'd rather see them come back and get a guy like Van Jefferson or even Antonio Gandy Golden. Maybe they come up here in the 2nd with Chase Claypool. Maybe they're a team that maybe rises up to try to get a player like that. There's enough players here that they can find a wide receiver and even a linebacker. I think there's enough depth there that you can get a Zach Bond, maybe a Troy Dye type player to add to it.
Yeah, there's still a ton of talent on the board, and there's still a ton of guys that they could go get. I mean, if you're talking about wide receivers that are still available, you got T. Higgins, you got Michael Pittman, you got Denzel Mims, Laviska Shenault, Chase Claypool, KJ Hamler, my boy Devin Duvernay, Antonio Gandy Goldman, KJ Hill. There's quite Van Jefferson's way down there. I mean, there's quite a bit of people that could can make an impact. Mr. Joseph Yoon, what's going on?
Not much.
What was your takeaway? You got any takeaways? Any of the biggest surprises? We just got done kind of talking about the biggest headline of yesterday with the Green Bay Packers moving up, spending a 4th-round pick to go get a backup quarterback, which has to irritate Aaron Rodgers. Anything else that you took away from yesterday?
Probably the receivers falling the way they did.
That's it. If that's your analyst expert, I don't know if we can have you on this draft show there, but you got to be able to elaborate a little bit more than that. Come on now.
And the Titans stealing the show on draft night.
Isaiah Wilson stealing the show?
I don't know how far we can go on that one.
Yeah, his mom stole the show.
Oh, his mom stole the show. That was quite funny in terms of. We did see someone taking a shit on live television yesterday, and a mom bodied some poor young girlfriend who's just trying to console and like graduate her boyfriend, and she's like, "No, my TV time, get the hell out of here."
Yeah, and Jerry Jeudy is going to be a perfect weapon for Drew Lock, I believe, for the Broncos. So, yeah. Henry Ruggs going for Jeudy, that was kind of surprising, but I kind of expected it. But, yeah.
I wouldn't say I expected it. I thought Jerry Jeudy was going there. I've been saying the Jerry Jeudy, Kenneth Murray thing for a while. I kind of had a feeling that Kenneth Murray wasn't going to be their pick. They have enough guys on the linebacking core, and I thought maybe that they can go grab Brooks in like the late 2nd and come up from the 3rd round. That didn't happen. I was kind of surprised. I was surprised the Seahawks always take guys too early. They always do, whether it's their guys or what. But I was not impressed by that move one bit. But I mean, Brooks is a solid linebacker. So I'm not hating on the pick. I just think that they could have done a better job in terms of value drafting.
That screams Bruce Irvin 2.0 to me, what they're trying to do. But to have Patrick Queen go one pick later to the Ravens was kind of not a good look for the Seahawks.
Yeah, I agree. I think they could have gone elsewhere. I'm not so sure about Isaiah Wilson though, being a first round pick. That to me was kind of a reach. There's quite a few reaches overall. But we do have some debates or some topics to kind of go into. Do you guys want to talk about who do you think your best and worst fit? Let's start off with that. Or I guess we should finish this. What was the biggest positive surprise? We talked about the worst surprise, or we talked about one side of it. I don't know if you want to. Maybe me and Roy probably call it positive, but I think everybody else sees the Jordan Love as a negative. Anything else kind of flash off the screen for you guys yesterday? Cody?
For me, I definitely like I know some people didn't really agree with the compensation given up for how far they jumped up, but I really like that addition to Kenneth Murray with the Chargers defense, because he doesn't necessarily have to be the guy. He can allow him to develop and utilize his talents to his best abilities. Him and Derwin James on the same field, I was thinking about that today, just flying all over and making the tackles. They already got a great secondary. You got Joey Bosa and Melvin Ingram as bookend rushers. And then you got the young cat, Jerry Tillery, who's going to be in his second year, who was a first-round pick for them. They signed who's the guy for Linval Joseph. So, like, that Chargers defense is legit, like, even with the addition of Murray. So that's one of the things that stood out to me. I just can't wait to see how that plays out on the field. Barring, of course, it is the Chargers. They're going to stay healthy, of course.
For me, one of my most puzzling, like I wasn't quite sure what they were thinking, is the Saints. Me and Cody were just talking about trying to make sense here out of it. There's a report out today that Sean Payton, whenever he called him on after the draft, that he said, whenever you talk to reporters, don't tell them that you're a center, tell them you're just an offensive lineman. And that basically this was a motivational tactic for Larry Warford, who's on the last year of his deal at $7 million or so, and if they trade him during draft weekend, they can pick up over $8 million in cap space. So that might be a name you want to keep an eye out for throughout this day 2, maybe early day 3. Larry Warford might be on the move, and simply because Cesar Ruiz, he told him that you're not coming to be sitting on the bench, so you're probably going to be seeing him maybe play center. He told them both that Ruiz and McCoy both have the guard flexibility, so Warford might be on the move here, guys.
That makes a little bit more sense. Like I could actually see why they would do that. Now, I still think it's kind of, if you have somebody, again, it's a fit, and to me, Cesar Ruiz, he can play guard, but I think he's that perfect size and that perfect build for the center, that center position. I mean, he's not super lengthy, he's not some huge wide body guy. He's a great athlete. He's the perfect center build, and so I think you would want to keep him there. If not, there's other guys you would maybe want to go get, but I guess that makes a little more sense.
Yeah, and I'll throw another one out here. I actually really love what the Jaguars did last night, guys. They got at 9. They got C.J. Henderson, one of the best man coverage guys, and then they turned around and got Kayvon Chase on at 20, which is ridiculous depth, especially after Las Vegas passed him up to pick a 24-year-old 4'6" corner with stubby arms. They got probably the second best pass rusher in this draft.
Best moment of the night. Best moment of the night, guys.
Rob, brother,
hey,
how are you
he
feeling,
sounds
man?
like he's about dead, man. You all
You
right?
do not sound good.
Yeah, I feel about dead. So I got no camera. This is for the benefit of the people. But I just wanted to pop in and speak a little bit while I was awake today. You guys did awesome yesterday. My favorite moment by far was when Arnett got picked and Cody was just livid, beside himself. I loved it.
That's what I'm here for.
Oh, I heard that. I even heard that from my Raiders friends that called me this morning. Everybody's like, "Who's this Arnett guy? Is he really that bad? Is he that bad?" And I'm like, "Well, I had him at number 94 or 93 on my big board." I said, but I hadn't watched. Like, I hadn't written the scouting report. I just read a lot.
And like I was saying earlier, it's not like he's necessarily a bad player. He's solid. It's just he doesn't flash anything that says round 1 to me on the tape, and he's just a really good player. Then you look at his athletic profile, the fact he's only 24, he's got 30-inch arms, he ran a 4.56. It's not like he's going to track down Tyreek Hill or
I'll
even
tell you
Sammy
what.
Watkins.
I'll tell you what, with the way he snatched that phone, CeeDee Lamb was the best defender drafted last night, boys.
Oh man, yeah, she broke a rule on that one. Nope.
Yeah, it's
Snag.
Y'all saw that Trey Young was catching heat over that too, because that's his ex-old lady, right?
Really? I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm still playing catch up on like all the TV stuff today. Like,
she's in get that money mode, bro. She's got a thing for first round picks.
That's terrible.
We'll see how long that lasts, because if
what-
anybody could flash
yeah.
back to when Russell Wilson got drafted and that blonde girl screaming like she just got rich.
Oh yeah, right.
And then
Sierra came on and that was done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Sarah
that
don't
was,
need that. Sarah don't need that money.
that was before Russell Wilson signed that big contract. So
Yeah, but I mean that's what. Where did he go? What round?
Third round.
Third round, 85 overall.
Not even that.
That's why today's important. So translation from that,
Yeah.
you can get starters, you can get Hall of Fame players, you can get Super Bowl quarterbacks on day 2. So let's talk about who's available. Roy, you got anybody you want to mention?
Yeah, for me, it's definitely the running backs are going to be coming off fast and in a hurry. J.K. Dobbins is the first one I'm going to throw out. Can't throw out Jonathan Taylor. Can't do that. My first back.
Oh,
throw.
don't worry. We will.
J.K. Dobbins, DeAndre Swift is out there. Cam Akers. 4 names you're going to see right away. You got Denzel Mims still on the board. Maybe a T. Higgins. My man, Michael Pittman Jr. I love that dude. Van Jefferson. You got the tight ends that are going to maybe make an appearance here at the end of the second round, early third. Troutman, Okwe Boonham, maybe even a Harrison Bryant. Chase Claypool, the freak athlete we seen at the Combine. It took over all the conversations. He's going to be in the conversation here early. Ben Barch, me and Jack's guy. Ezra Cleveland, Niang, Josh Jones. There's so many high-quality prospects here, guys, that we have Epinesa, Bradley, and Nye.
Yeah, and if I could hop in, you guys know I love the secondary, and I did our top 5s this year. Look at the secondary. My number 2 corner on my big board, Christian Fulton. You got a guy like Trayvon Diggs, Jalen Johnson, Cam Dancer, Bryce Hall. But we don't have a safety. I mean, if you want to count, if somebody wants to make an argument for Simmons, I can understand it. But we didn't have a safety come off the board last night.
No.
Nope.
So you got McKinney, Delpit, Duggar, Jeremy Chin, Ashton Davis, Antoine Winfield Jr. Like, this second round, I cannot wait to see how this all comes off the board, because people will get quality starters day 1.
I think we're
I
going
want
to
to know why
see.
you got all those names left, and the Chiefs chose to stick it to me, so I got to eat a bar of soap. Said no running backs in the first round. Here they go.
They just want to clean you from the inside out, Rob, so
Yeah.
make sure you're not sick.
I am a man of my
insult
word, though.
to
So you
Andrew
guys,
last night to find out that you lost a soap bar bet that like he even had proof on record of it. I was like, oh man.
I'm a man of my
He's
word. So
sick.
as soon as I'm feeling better, guys, expect
Oh,
a video of me
man.
biting the soap. It's coming.
Be
What
the one
brand?
that actually puts this into motion. I appreciate that.
Hey, you know,
Sure, I'm
man
sure,
up, right?
Yeah.
Don't make the bet if you can't pay it off. So
Exactly.
A lot of people
And-
that made soap bar bets are no longer with us. They'd rather leave than actually bite the bar of soap. So.
for our
They
fans
did it.
out there,
They-
I did try to get this like sponsored. I emailed Colgate Palmolive about sponsoring Soap Bar Bet, and they recommended against doing it. So I feel like I should put that out there that Colgate
Oh,
Palmolive does
man.
not support this.
Well, what's that soap ad that's always on YouTube?
Yeah,
it's
I
all
need
natural.
to get Sasquatch. Yeah,
Yeah,
running
we'll
with
get
the
you a bar of
Sasquatch.
that stuff.
There we go. Sasquatch, if you're listening, you sponsor us. I'll bite your soap. I don't care. Irish Spring, if you're listening, I'm down.
I
Oh,
don't.
that's-
I don't
that's
really
some
buy-
rough.
Hey,
It's like they talk. There's all kinds of those chemicals in there. I don't need you,
You know
using the
what?
chemicals.
I wish I
I
had
don't-
been
I
smart
don't know
enough
who
to
this-
steal the soap from that hotel we were at in Indy, Jack. That would have been a lot easier.
I don't know who this source. I don't really trust necessarily the source, but he's verified. I'm just gonna throw this out here because Roy
Step out
keeps
1
on
second.
hating on Roy keeps on hating on my boy Jonathan Taylor. Well, your payback for not taking Taylor is Jaguars Insider says Jacksonville would likely accept the 49th for Leonard Fournette and the 72nd pick.
No
So
way.
Yeah.
No way. No way. Let me just back this up. I don't want Leonard Fournette or Jonathan Taylor on my team. I'm going to draft Jalen Hurts, and he's going to be my running back before either one.
Hey, Jags, if you're listening, I'll give you Jared Goff. Just straight up, a player we don't want, a player you don't want. It's a fair deal.
Gonna trade Jay Gruden for him.
I'd take Gruden for Goff. I'd take a sock full of nickels for Jared Goff.
Cody, don't trust that source. That's Andrew Filipponi. He's one of the local radio guys here. He don't know nothing.
Okay.
He don't know nothing. All he likes is hot takes. I had to go check to make sure. I'm like, who's this source? Is it somebody I know?
No. That's why I didn't buy into it. Any other time, this is one that I would not post in random chat on our Slack or say to you, but because you've been talking so much shit on my boy, I had to bring it up.
So I saw a great. I came in right at the end of you guys talking about Jordan Love, and I put this in our Slack random channel because I thought it was beautifully worded. It says Love, Jordan, which is how he'll be listed in the book, right? Is literally what Aaron Rodgers won't do for a brother.
I saw the same tweet last night. I saw the same similar tweet to that last night. They're like, "Don't worry, guys. Aaron Rodgers will treat Jordan Love like his brother."
Oh, that's funny.
It's gonna be so great. We were just talking before we got on here. We just seen the end of an era in New England, and now probably within the next 2 or 3 years, we're gonna see the end of Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. And my boy Jordan Love is gonna be the next franchise quarterback there, carving up defenses. It's gonna be epic. Can't wait to it. Can't wait to
sound like a Packers fan.
That's what they're gonna do. Tampa Bay is just gonna ride Tom Brady out till Aaron Rodgers is available.
Yep. Bruce Arians gonna stick it in for another 3 years because Aaron Rodgers. Let's just keep doing this.
I'll just coach Hall of Fame quarterbacks till the day I die.
Yep, I can do this.
Yeah, is Breeze the last one-team quarterback now?
That's a good question. No, Roethlisberger's going nowhere.
Yeah. I mean, because I think most of us here agree that we don't think Hill's going to be the guy. And
Mahomes will never go anywhere.
Well, yeah, that's why they're just always going to have a veteran. I mean, I'm not saying like Mahomes is. I'm not trying to argue like a system quarterback type thing, but they're just going to always have a veteran quarterback. Like, who was it last year that came in for him and won like a game or two?
Chad Henne or
was it Henne or I think it was Matt Moore. Yeah.
Who was coaching high school football?
Right. Well, I think like when you have like a stud like that, it's just like, you know what, get a veteran guy that if something happens to him, he might not do what Mahomes is doing or whoever the guy in front of him is, but he'll come in and he'll give us a chance to win because we got the talent around him. So like I don't think like a team like that needs a quarterback, but yeah, as far as going to Joseph's question, if anybody was going to draft a backup, Breeze, you can talk about Roethlisberger's one. You can even talk about my Colts because after this year, Colts don't have no quarterbacks on contract heading into next season.
I'm just saying it right now. The Steelers are not drafting a quarterback this year. Like I get what everybody's saying with Jalen Hurts. They were really happy after Rudolph came back of his injury, and he put up that I think it was a half before he got injured, and then we had Duck come back in. They wanted to see that progress, and I'm telling you, I told you guys in the Slack channel, if they take a quarterback this year, not even Jalen Hurts, I will eat a bar of soap.
I know who Hurts might go to, though, and we're on this conversation. Another quarterback name that's getting older with injury history is Matthew Stafford. Apparently, they met. Obviously, we all know Lions coached at the Senior Bowl this year, so they got to know Jalen during that time. And then when Jalen did his pro day, Bob Quinn had a in-depth one-on-one interview with him on his pro day.
I don't know why, but I feel Fromm is a Detroit Lion target.
Oh,
but
that's
I like the Steelers. I can't see him take. I'm with Roy. I can't see you taking a quarterback. You are that close with your third string quarterback. You're probably only got a small window of championship years left. I think you sell out to go in all in right here.
Yeah, we're on the same track as Jack and his Bucks. We're adding pieces to around Ben, even if it's to the detriment of his elbow doesn't hold up, then we're going to be playing with Rudolph, and then we're going to be probably within the top 15 picks next year.
And still, Jameis is out there.
Yeah, Jameis is there.
And I would be grinning ear to ear if we sign him right before training camp, because I think that would be a great fit, great guy to bring in and let our offensive system just really work with him.
I would certainly rather them go after Jameis than waste a draft pick on a quarterback in this draft.
Absolutely. Yeah, because they have need. I mean, we need a running back. James Conner cannot stay healthy. We need another safety because Terrell Edmonds, he can't be. They like having a dime backer that has safety capabilities like a Mark Barron. We got rid of Mark Barron. Terrell Edmonds isn't big enough to do that. So we have needs there. We need offensive line. A lot of our offensive linemen are getting older. There's so many other needs we can take. We even have a need at receiver because Juju's up after this year, and he didn't have the greatest season last year. So I'm really thinking they go out and get Michael Pittman if he's still on the board at 49 here.
This
And
is
Hurts
interesting.
is going to be a cowboy, man. It is happening. Hurts is a cowboy.
I don't buy into this too much, but it's definitely plausible. If Aaron Rodgers, going back to that conversation, if Aaron Rodgers wanted to go the Brett Favre route, not to the Vikings, but Michael Wilbon, who has Chicago connections, says, I'm going to tell you something that now you're going to think is preposterous. Aaron Rodgers is going to be in a Bears uniform sometime in the next couple of years. That's going to happen.
Oh, my goodness. Hey, if it happens to Favre with Minnesota purple on, I guess it could happen with the Chicago C on the side.
But he probably would have to go. He'd have to do the Brett route. Like he'd have to, go to another team,
right?
Send some picks, retire, and then make his way to the NFC North team.
And somewhere Lions people are like, well, what about us? We'll take a leftover real quick.
So, is there who do we think are we the Bengals trading out guys, or if they pick somebody, who do we think's the first pick tonight?
Yeah, let's run down through a couple here, like maybe the first 5 picks in the second round. Cody, that's a good topic to throw out there. For me, Cincinnati is Josh Jones. I think that's the guy they're going to target. They had Jonah Williams last year at tackle they drafted. I'm not a fan of the human turnstile Bobby Hart, not Kevin Hart's older brother, but just the turnstile Bobby Hart. They need a tackle really bad. And I mean, if you got Joe Burrow, you got to keep him upright. So I'm thinking it's Josh Jones right away.
And I like that call with Jones. They definitely should invest in the offensive line today and even through day 3. My sneaker pick, I guess, for them is they could address some of the weaknesses on their defense. I would keep an eye on like Zach Bond. I would not be surprised if he came off the board. But it was reported earlier, which I didn't really agree with the first name, but apparently Denzel Mims is a name to watch for, and Ross Blacklock.
I'd say that. I'd say the Mims the smokescreen.
I
think so too, because there's so many receivers still on the board. I think that's waiting for somebody to try to overpay.
Yeah, I mean, he's the one guy that I think somebody might try to come up for, so I can see that. But they have a need at tackle. They have a need at interior line. They desperately need an edge rusher. They don't really have anybody at that position right now. So I could see a Zach Bond. I could see
Gross Matos
for sure.
Marlon Davidson.
AJ
Epinesa. Something. Bears and Giants are making calls about a trade up quickly tonight. So I think, and the Bengals are listening to offers.
Let's see. What are the Bears? Bears need O-line. Safety, I mean, that's the thing, is they could use one of these safeties. They could use another corner. Mm-hmm. They could use an offensive tackle. I don't think they're moving up for a quarterback, but you never know.
I don't think after getting Foles. I think Foles is their guy. Tight end might be another one. Maybe they're going up to get Claypool after cutting Trey Burton. They cut him.
The Colts, right?
Right.
Yep.
But they gave all that money to Jimmy Graham.
True, but Jimmy Graham, I don't think he's gonna be there more than 1 year.
I think give all that money to him and then move up for a tight end, though. You know what I mean? Like, it's a real Bears thing to do after their off season of just have a metric truckload of money. You're washed up and old. Sure, take a buttload of money.
It made absolutely no sense. But I think Xavier McKinney would be a perfect fit in the Bears defense.
They do like their Alabama safeties, Eddie Jackson.
Yep.
Who's their receiving core as of right now?
Allen Robinson and Anthony Miller.
Robinson plays 8 games a year.
Yeah, I love Allen Robinson when he's healthy.
He played last year. He actually gave Blitzalytics a shout out, remember? So you back up off that, Rob. proven that he was
I'm just saying.
24.8% of that team's offensive efficiency.
You
Just
crossed
saying,
the
you
line,
got-
boy.
You've got two mediocre quarterbacks there. You need to get them as much help as possible, and Jimmy
And-
Graham ain't the answer.
They
How-
might need a running back later on, but
I was just
Nah.
thinking that, Joseph.
David Montgomery, Tariq, they're fine.
They're
Give
fine
me
at running
receiver
back.
over
That's-
those two.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot they got David Montgomery. He kind of fell off into an abyss last year.
They could maybe, I could see that maybe going for a T. Higgins because they already have an Allen Robinson. Allen Robinson.
LaVisca Chenault.
I don't know if they know. I think they're
Oh.
good on wide receivers. I mean, they got Robinson, Anthony Miller, Cordell Patterson. They got Javon Wims, who I like. They got Riley Ridley. They spent the 4th-round pick on him last year. They definitely need help at the guard position. I don't know if Rashad Coward's going to be an answer. I know they signed Jermaine Ifedi.
How about
I'm looking at the roster right
how
now.
about Mr. Robert Hunt would be a nice addition because then he could play guard or tackle. He could play it slide in at right guard, or if Bobby Massey, who I'm never been a fan of, he's only below average at best. He could play either or for him right off the bat. It's going to be interesting. I think they would have to go corner just because outside of Fuller, they don't have much. They signed
Ugh,
the former
your
Steeler
boy.
Artie Burns.
Ugh.
He's
Have fun with that.
constantly he definitely has the right last name, already been burned. And
burnt hood.
this guy, I'm just saying, they need a corner bad, and you got Jalen Johnson still there, Christian Fulton. That's right there, the meat and the potatoes of where
I
you
don't
could
know if
add
they're
to
moving
it.
up that far. I mean, who
It's
else?
like
Are the
15.
Colts? All right, well, so they're sitting at, they have the 11th pick in the 2nd round, pick 43 overall, the Chicago Bears.
Yep.
And then you've got the Colts who have the 44 and the 34. So I'll ask Cody, I mean, where do you think they're going to go with that pick? It all has to do with who. It all has to do with what other people need. That means they're gonna try and jump these guys.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's been reported all day that the Colts are interested in trading back. It shouldn't come to a surprise. Balor's not afraid to trade back. He's done it all the time. He even said before this draft that he wants more draft picks, and the Colts are only sitting at 7 picks. So I expect to be trade back, but this is something that happened last year. That was the whole report coming into the day, and then we end up sticking there and drafting Rocky Stint. If we do stick there, I think T. Higgins, I would love him. I've been clamoring for the Colts to get him since back in the fall. So, like, we need a bigger body receiver, 50-50 type of guy. So I could see receiver the Colts sit there.
Would you say Higgins over Mims?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Higgins is my wide
Because
receiver.
Mims is a similar receiver, at least in frame and build to Ty.
No way.
Somewhat.
He's 6'3",
No way.
Sorry. I'm
Yeah.
No.
Mims
Sorry,
is a big boy with
let me
a
think
huge
that.
catch
Let me
radius.
rephrase that. Sorry. Misinformation. Sorry. Not Mims. I'm thinking somebody else. Anyways, let me rephrase that. T. Higgins is better than Mims. I like him way more than I do like Mims. And then he is like a 70-30, not a 50-50 guy.
I'm taking Denzel Mims to the bank. I think his upside's through the roof. I think it's higher than T. Higgins. T. Higgins to me plays soft outside of jump ball situations, whereas Mims, he got more deep speed than what Higgins has. He can blow the coverage out the wazoo and just throw it up and let him go get it. I'll take that with Rivers throwing the ball. Give me it.
Rivers does love his big body wide receivers, but we did mock, I think, T. Higgins similar, or our player comp to him was Mike Williams. So I could see that. I think that's a good pairing.
What if they traded the first pick? I mean, would Claypool last until their second pick? Could they trade the first pick, get more assets, and then find a Chase Claypool?
I think you're going to see. We love Claypool, but I don't think he goes until the back end of the second at the earliest.
Which is their 49, right? Is their second of the round?
44.
44.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought the only team I could see maybe grabbing him before the 44th is Jacksonville, because they've been needing a tight end, another playmaker like that. They have Chark, Westbrook, D.D. Westbrook's there, but that kind of big body, they've been having a missing hole at tight end for a long time. That'd be an interesting fit with Jacksonville.
Saints are interested in moving up in the second round.
I just want to see Chase Claypool as a Saint. I want to watch the world burn.
You want to see Jack's house burn?
I haven't bought it yet. Hold on.
Just want to watch
Can't
it.
burn my house until at least I buy it. But man, we'll see. We'll see. Then you got Detroit. I mean, they just went and grabbed themselves a cornerback. So I mean, let's see. What do the Lions need? Interior edge. You think they grab one of these D tackles that's still on there?
Who were we talking about? Sorry, I misheard
Lions.
you.
Lions.
Lions got the third pick in the second.
Marlon
Maybe,
Davidson.
I also wouldn't be surprised if we see a Swift or a Jonathan Taylor off the board.
That would be. I could see Patricia liking a big time back like that with Kerryon Johnson struggling to be healthy. I just think the versatility of Davidson, I think he would go gaga over it. Be able to add that to the front. You have Trey Flowers on one side, Davidson on the other. They signed Danny Shelton in free agency.
Have you guys
Jamie
looked at it
Collins.
as a tier yet? Like who's available and who's left on an upper tier still compared to we've now got a talent drop off here and how people are going to move up in the second to get to that?
Well, I mean, we can go to our big board if Jack has it available here. We can go through who's left on our big board. That
Like Trayvon Diggs and Fulton,
I
are they
have-
both
do
on
I
the
have
same
available?
tier, or are we talking a talent drop off between them?
It just depends on the scheme. I mean, I would prefer Fulton over him, but you can make the argument to me. So I've always thought it was Akuda, and then it was like the second tier of guys for like from 2 to 7 or maybe 8.
They were all jumbled up there. I mean, you have Jalen Johnson, Igbenogany. You've seen how the Dolphins valued him just for upside rather than right now ability because they have 2 stud corners as it is.
Where do the Bills pick? I'm always a fan of family playing together.
The Bills pick the 54th pick. The 54th pick.
They're a ways back there.
Yeah, because they traded their first rounder and they made the playoffs. So Trayvon Diggs would look nice in Buffalo colors, though.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I do like. I've been saying this. I love family members playing. That's why I think AB to the Ravens. Like that would be a deadly combo. I know they're talking about it.
Right, because if you're family, you can put hands on family. You know what I mean? Like Hollywood could slap the shit out of Antonio. Just slap him with $100 bills, and he won't get offended, right?
Pretty much. But yeah, I would put it on there. Like again, it would be one of those contracts to where you're gonna state, hey, like we're not gonna pay you if you ain't here, and the only way you're gonna be here is if you act right. But I do think like the idea of AB playing with Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson's already came out and said he wants to play with them. That would be good. But I do have the big board up as we speak right now. Obviously, we have Xavier McKinney at 17. We've got Christian Fulton at 21. Grant Delpit 22, AJ Epinesa at 23. All 4 of those guys are falling way farther down than any of us expected. You got Marlon Davis, or you got the running backs, Taylor at 27, Dobbins at 28, Marlon Davidson at 29. One of our favorites, all of our favorites really. Yedder Gross-Matos at 30. You've got Antoine Winfield Jr. at 31. You've got Jeremy Chin at 32. So there's quite a few guys still left on the board for our top 32, and if we want to transition to the second tier, 33 through 64, you've got guys like Bradley Anai, you've got guys like Chase Claypool, Zach Bond, Kyle Duggar, Ben Barch, DeAndre Swift, Adam Trotman, who's our number 1 tight end, unless you want to consider Chase Claypool a tight end, T. Higgins, Ross Blaylock, Josh Jones, Justin Matabuke, Denzel Mims, Julian Akawara, who to me and Cody both love and think if he can stay healthy is going to be a stud.
Imagine if he went to the Lions. That's where his brother is. I'm looking at the Lions roster.
Hey, there you go. There you go.
I like it.
You didn't talk about brothers earlier.
Yeah, Laviska Shenault. At 52, we have Trevon Diggs, so maybe he can slip all that way. I find that hard to believe with there's only two of the top tier corners of the 2 of the corners left. You also have Jalen Johnson at 57. Ashton Davis at 53. Again, I've been a little lower on him because he's such a raw athlete, but he's got a ton of intangibles. The ball skills are just not there. He left quite a few interceptions. He's able to jump the route because of the agility, but he can't necessarily come down with it. I think he left like 3 pick sixes on the field last year, not even just interceptions. You got Uche at 54, Ezra Cleveland at 55, Cam Akers at 56. I think we could definitely see him, in the third round later tonight coming off the board, just because we still have three for sure running backs ahead of him.
Don't say that, because the Rams could do. I feel like the Rams are going to do something stupid, and he'll be our pick ahead of other. Like, I don't know why.
I know you're down on your Rams, man, but hey, did you see they did open up $7 million worth of cap space today?
Oh, you open up more and just give his ass away.
Well, it's because they restructured Goff's contract. So
yeah, I know they could have gave him away for nothing. But I just feel like that's something the Rams will do, like pull the trigger on a running back far too early.
Our boys that stick to football, they mocked Jonathan Taylor falling all the way down to the Rams. So maybe you'll get your Gurley replacement. You never know.
I'd be all right.
So, and then to round out that, we've got Malik Harris at 61. We've got Cam Dantzler at 62. And then, I don't have my glasses, so I need to put this up.
Neville Gallimore at 60.
Yeah, Neville Gallimore.
I don't got much longer I can be on here.
This big on the screen.
It is. It's tiny.
It's tiny.
I don't got much longer I can be on here, so I want to make sure I get a couple of questions out. Being that me and Cody are the fantasy guys, I tend to care more about the skill position players later on in the draft. Obviously, you got a buttload of receivers still left. Are we going to see teams move up in the second, or are you guys seeing them dropping more and more and moving into like the running backs, linebackers, the rest of the linemen, stuff like that?
I think we're actually going to see all the excitement we thought yesterday happen today, with how much high-end quality talent is here, with the amount of receivers, cornerbacks. You got the tight ends, the running backs. I think we're going to see the trades that we thought we were clamoring for last night. I think we're going to see it in the second round right here. We're going to have fireworks right off the bat.
Yeah.
Today could get crazy because like you're talking about not only all of the talent in the second round, and there's still plenty of players out there that could be traded tonight.
Yeah.
Trent Williams. There's some connection with the Vikings there.
And the Ngakoue stuff is so
exactly.
You have to get something. You have to get that done.
Oh, and especially now that they landed Chase on, like they have a backup plan, but also too, like they kind of lose leverage at that point because it's like
you're not going to keep him, you're not going to play him. What are you going to do?
Like, what are you going to do? You're going to line up not that this is a bad thing. I guess you could be creative with it, but it's like, are you going to have Allen, Chase on, and Ngakoue out there as just DNs, like 3 DNs on the front? So it's like, I don't know. I feel like a GM with enough cap space can take advantage of this situation and maybe.
Who's got cap space and multiple picks in the second round? Because that's got to be a target team for Ngakoue, right?
It would have to be. Let's look here quick. You still got the Browns, the Lions, Eagles.
Browns make sense. They got $40 million in cap space.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then him opposite Myles Garrett. Good luck. Good luck.
The Dolphins even would probably have enough cap space.
They have a major need there too.
Yes.
Yeah, Dolphins. They could actually make up for their inefficient first round.
Yeah, their lackluster first round. Yeah.
The Giants have about $17 million right now.
So I mean, you've got a handful of teams. It's only a handful of teams they can talk to. They got to get it done, and it's got to be tonight. Because you're just every day the price is just plummeting.
Well, both of them, both Ngakoue and Williams is the same thing. I mean, yeah, at least Washington haven't taken a left tackle yet, but he's not coming back. Trent Williams is not playing another snap for Washington. So if you can get a second round pick here because you don't have one in the second round here, because that's who Indianapolis has their pick, you got to make that deal. If Cleveland's willing to trade for him, or not Cleveland anymore because they took Will, excuse me. A team will trade for him here. You got to make it happen as soon as you can.
Well, one thing though I would watch too is not necessarily the cap space because they don't have it now, and it's a team that's been connected with them. The Vikings have the second most picks left in this draft. They have 12 picks. They could package Anthony Harris
That's true.
And some picks and trade him, create the cap space, get a guy like Trent Williams. They can kick Reef inside, or they can cut him and save like I think $8 million, and then they can go get like an Antoine Winfield, Nash Davis, a Jeremy Chin. Like there's plenty of safety talent here.
And being that they have 2 third-rounders, that maybe they'd be willing with Harris and a third-rounder rather than a second-round pick like they've been posturing for. That would definitely
be a nice little combo though, Harris and Landon Collins.
Yes,
that defense, that Redskins defense would get good quick.
Yeah,
since I'm not a scout like you guys, I had one question. Early on in draft season, Delpit was mocked as a first rounder in about like 90% of mocks I saw. He's still on the board. Nobody's talking about him at all. Like, what's the deal? How far does he fall? Why did he fall? And is there a spot that you want him at that's better than the rest?
His 2019 was just completely lackluster in comparison to his 2018. And we heard he played with a core injury, right, Roy? So, I mean, that's definitely something that makes it hard, especially the core in terms of tackling. So maybe that's why we've seen, a complete drop-off in tackling effort. He just wasn't trying. He was trying to stay a coverage guy this year and not get hurt, make sure he can make it to the draft. But in doing that, it hurt his stock completely. I still think he's going in the second round. I don't think he completely falls off the board at all. But, he's going to go probably 20-plus picks where we expected him to go maybe at the beginning of this scouting season. Looking at it now, I mean, he's still an ultra talented in coverage, and he's a hell of an athlete. So,
if you're getting the 2018 version of Delpit, I don't see how he's still on the board. For me, I took him in our mock, and that's who I think should take him here at 39. They could put him back in the deep third and be Brian Flores' version of Devin McCourty, be the ball hawk, be the last line of defense like he had in New England. Miami needs a ball hawk. Their starting safeties are Adrian Colbert and Eric Rowe. That's not starting caliber right now.
Yeah, but at 39 in our mock, you got Trent Williams right there.
I did.
So you think they'd pull that trigger?
I would definitely welcome it. I'm sure Tua would probably welcome it as well, because Austin Jackson is probably going to get him killed year one if Tua's in there to start. So if you could let Jackson play right tackle and Trent Williams play left, that would be a smart move.
I feel I'm right there with you guys. You know it would suck, and I know Brady's gone and everything, but it's such a thing where the Patriots take him at 37, and then he's an All-Pro, and he's thriving at the next level. But before this starts, I just pulled up our YouTube to see if we had any questions come in. The Los Santos State Troopers ask, how do you feel about the Jedrick Wills pick?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I think that was one of the most valuable picks. I know we didn't talk about our superlatives for round one, but we can squeak those in real quick. But I think that might have been the most one of the most, probably top 5 at least, most impactful year one picks, because what he's going to be able to do from a standpoint of pass blocking and run blocking is going to help that offense tremendously. Not only that pick helped everybody on that offense. That pick helped in Njoku. That pick helped Baker. That pick helped Kareem Hunt. That pick helped Nick Chubb. That pick definitely helped OBJ. I think probably more than anybody else. I think we're going to see a big resurgence in Odell Beckham Jr. this year, strictly because Baker's going to now have time to throw. He's going to now have time to go through his reads and actually get him the ball instead of just trying to force it as a first read option.
Yeah, to me, this just screams an Andrew Berry pick. We touched upon it last night. Andrew Berry was with Philadelphia in the prime years of Jason Peters. Who is the biggest comp of Jedrick Wills? Jason Peters, because of his athleticism. But Wills has more attitude in the run blocking department. You had a running back in Nick Chubb that was the league leader in rushing yards, and then you still have a secondary back in Kareem Hunt, and they had some very exotic run packages as it was. You went out and signed a bookend in Jack Conklin, and you're probably going to leave it right tackle. His forte is run blocking. You have a guy like Wills that's athletic and is a mauler in the running game. You just established attitude and dominance at the line of scrimmage. It's going to be fun, and the people who are going to benefit is Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt. Nick Chubb might go for like 1,800 yards rushing with some of these guys on the edge.
It would not surprise me if Cleveland led the league in rushing next season. Like, I would not be shocked if at the end of the season they were leading rushers.
Absolutely.
With those two guys, especially having Kareem Hunt the entire season. I mean, that's another thing is I don't know if Nick Chubb's going to have a better year this year than he did a year prior, but I know he's going to have a damn good one.
Either one of those guys can crack a 70-yard run like it ain't nothing.
Yeah.
Well,
And that's scary.
And don't even, sleep on the rest of the O-line. Joel Bitonio is a Pro Bowl caliber guard, and J.C. Treader, since he came from Green Bay, has been one of the more consistent centers in the league. So there's not many holes now. The biggest flaw was the tackle position, and they just shored up both sides of it. Like you said, Jack, the receiver's going to have more time from play action. The running game is going to improve, and they signed Austin Hooper, and they have Njoku for 2 bookends at tight end. Where are you going to stop Cleveland if Mayfield has his head on right? You've
got to convince them to swing helmets at the other team. It's the only way to stop the Cleveland Browns.
And with the second round starting, it has been reported that the Bengals will stay on the clock and make the selection.
I am excited. Hey, Jack, I got to get out of here in just a second, but I want to stick around while you announce the giveaway.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was your idea. You want me to take it over, or you want to?
Yeah, I want you to take it over, man. I don't got video or nothing. You got one of them lying around?
Oh yeah, give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds, gentlemen.
What do we want to do here, guys? Do you want to do one like once an hour?
That's whatever, man. Just give some away. We got them.
Does that sound good, Jack? Like once an hour, we'll give away a T-shirt.
I walked away, and they're sitting right here. All right, guys. So we've got these lovely Blitzalytics shirts right here. We're gonna be giving them away. Throw a comment in the Blitzalytics either Twitter feed on this post and or the YouTube channel. And if you guys send us some comments or some questions, we'll pick a handful of questions, maybe 5 of them, and send out some T-shirts. We'll have to get into your guys' DM somehow or something like that. But give us a hashtag Blitzalytics and a Twitter question, a YouTube question, and we'll throw out some free shirts tonight for anybody who sends us some good questions.
They're really comfy too, and they look awesome.
Yeah, I guess I could have just went like this too, huh?
Yeah, there you go.
I got mine on. I decided not to be.
Can I win one? Am I eligible to win one? Because I would like one.
You get one, Cody. We got to send you one. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's a different story for a different day. So who do we think is going to be this pick? I'm calling it.
JJ.
I'm saying Zach Bond.
Josh Jones.
I'm going with that. And on that note, I'm going to wish you guys a wonderful evening. I'll tune in as long as I can. I got to get some rest. Wish you guys the best. Love you guys. Have a good one.
Feel better, big bro.
We'll make you proud.
Absolutely, man. Y'all take it easy.
See you in the comments.
Yes, sir.
Man, I'm thinking it's going to be Gross Matos or Epinesa.
Ooh, that'd be a good pick for him, especially with Dunlap getting up in age.
Yeah,
Dunlap have him and Hubbard line up as bookends.
Mm-hmm. And that's a good three-part bull or pass rush right there on third downs.
Plus, they signed DJ Reader.
Yeah,
so they
got
have
that big boy in the middle.
They have Reader and Atkins in the middle now. Yeah. And I've always been a Carl Lawson fan. He just never was able to stay healthy.
Do you think it's Gross Matos or do you think it's Epinesa then? I think Gross Matos is almost like the Dunlap clone. I think that's who we comp them to, right?
I believe so. That's who I'll have to go back and look quick. Yep, Carlos Dunlap. Yeah, that would be a nice pick because I believe Dunlap's 31 now. So defensive linemen usually don't age too well in their mid-30s, except for Calais Campbell, who keeps getting better with age.
Yeah, that fine wine, some bitch. God, I love Calais Campbell.
Yes, I do.
One of my favorites, man.
And the way he talks, he has that such deep voice. You're like, what?
Dude, it scares you just from even from on the other side of the TV.
He's like 6'8", 365, and you're like, that's a large man right there. And then he talks, you're like, okay. He sounds like he could definitely take my lunch money.
All right. I'm interested to see this. I'm ready to get started. Gentlemen, what do you guys got? What do you got for drinks? What do you guys got for snacks? What are you doing for this draft day? What are we drinking on? Huh?
You're gonna be proud. I am using a Bucks Coolie right now. But
yeah, but what's in that koozie?
You're gonna make fun of me if I tell you, so I don't want to tell you.
Oh, You can join
White Claw.
You can go join PFF drinking them White Claws, son.
White Claw.
They ain't White Claw though.
Yeah, same thing.
better.
It's a spritzer.
Who cares? At the end of the day, it's 5% alcohol.
I'm going with the all natural H2O, high quality H2O. And then we're washing it down with a nice, even though it's not an advertisement, Mountain Dew, Baja Blast, zero sugar.
Roy just makes me the alcoholic of Blitz.
Don't you worry. Don't worry. I'm right here joining you, brother. I got you. So I have my water. Got my coffee cup. I'm going to try and not put that logo up. But yeah, I got my coffee cup. And I literally, because I was fading, I was yawning, I literally have an actual French press.
Boys, this is pretty funny. Just realizing the Packers quarterbacks are A-Rod and J-Lo.
Oh, jeez.
I just saw that tweet. That's hilarious.
I see there's some reporting that the Texans are maybe interested on our boy Adam Troutman.
Oh yeah, that'd be nice for them to actually finally. But why would you want Well, wouldn't Chase Claypool be a better pick in that offense? Especially they got all these speedster, smaller wide receivers.
You'd think. I don't know, but Adam Troutman, man, I'm telling you, he plays above the rim. He's physical.
I'm not hating on Troutman at all, but I'm just saying if you're gonna go get yourself a tight end, you might as well go get a
physical freak.
A Claypool, a freak. Yeah.
Go get a freak.
Go get yourself a Calvin Johnson clone. Physically,
Speaking of the Bengals pick, our boy Matt Miller just tweeted, "Give Burrow T. Higgins," and all I put the little edit star. I go Rivers. I love Matt, but I just don't like. Let's just say they draft a wide receiver. Like they still have John Ross on contract, but they'll probably not give his 5th-year extension this year. They just gave what's his name, Boyd. I guess he's more of a slot guy. An extension. AJ Green's on the franchise tag. I mean, do they move AJ Green? I mean, let's talk about that. If they do go wide receiver, that would be what? 4 wide receivers that are either 1st or 2nd round picks.
The best thing you could do is give him AJ Green. You give Burrow AJ Green. I think that was probably a part of the deal of Burrow not wanting to go elsewhere. In my personal opinion.
Yeah, I don't see Green going anywhere because we all know the affinity for Cincinnati, whether good or bad, they hold on to their veteran players. They've always had that ability. They don't lose some big-time players with their franchise faces. They might even keep them 3 or 4 years past their prime just to say that they've always been a Bengal. I don't think Green's going anywhere. But I could see them adding another piece here just to give Burrow another weapon because John Ross, I'm not convinced he's going to be able to stay healthy at all. There was also talk, not long ago about maybe trying him at running back and cornerback, just try to use that speed. But
so we got a question, if we got time.
Yeah.
A couple things I'll say. Our Nick, who has the question for us, said Mims greater than Higgins. Our boy Pat's saying AJ Green to the Patriots, please and thank you. Sorry, you got Pat. You don't have money to spend on him. But let's go to Nick's question, which I agree, Nick. He goes, when do you guys think Xavier McKinney is going to come off the board? Surprised he's made it this far. We're with you, Nick. He's my personal safety one when we did our top 5 prospect video. I'm surprised he's on the board, and I want to hear where you guys think he could come off.
Jack, do you have a team before I jump in here?
Go for it. I'm trying to figure that. I'm still trying to figure that out myself. I mean, like I said, we talked about the Bears, but they're kind of a ways down.
I see the Carolina Panthers as seeing a fit since they went away from not taking Simmons in an athletic profile. They only have Trey Boston basically as a starter at safety. McKinney could play that strong safety and also come down the box with his versatility, play some linebacker reps since they lost Luke Kuechly. Solid all-around player. You got a solid player in Derek Brown. Now maybe you go out and get a chess piece that can start off as a strong safety and then drop down in sub-package work.
I would say too. I just pulled up the draft order, just to make sure I got maybe a good fit. I mean, watch the Patriots. They're at 37. The Giants. I think he would complement Jabril Peppers, different styles of safeties.
Mm-hmm.
That's something to watch. The Dolphins, I thought they could take him in the first round. Texans defense needs as much talent as they can get. Maybe the Browns. I don't think he falls outside the first 10 picks.
No,
I just don't see it.
I don't see it either, Cody. I definitely agree there that I think 42 would be like the farthest they fall, because I think Jacksonville could even take him.
I think Jacksonville would be salivating at the idea of taking him and having him. That's just putting stud pieces back into that secondary and replacing the talent with the quickness. If they could literally rebound in 1 year from losing that much talent, Calais Campbell, Jalen Ramsey, AJ Boye. I mean, they could do that if they were able to grab these two guys between C.J. Henderson, a McKinney, and a Caleb Von Chason. I mean, it's reinvigorating young talent. I'm not saying it's the same thing, but it's doing
restocking the shelf.
Yeah, stocking the shelf, and then what are you going to be able to do with the amount of cap space you just acquired by getting rid of those guys? So
I just can't.
What's up?
I just can't wait for this first pick to get in here so we can get rolling, guys. We got
I'm ready as well.
Is it 8 minutes now we have now between picks tonight, or is it still again 10?
I'm not honestly 5. I'm not 100% positive.
No, it's already still they're over 5 minutes right now, Jack. I think it might be 8 or 10.
Let's see.
Because they're at 5:44 left on the clock for the Cincinnati Bengals right now.
I thought it dropped after the first round.
I thought it did too. Maybe it's into the third. It does sound like Minnesota Vikings are showing interest in maybe trying to trade up here.
We shall see. All right, let's get this up the live just in case. Nope, don't want to hear that annoying voice, so that's for damn sure.
Rance says 7 minutes.
7. All right, at least that's better. I know last night, like I said, I was getting a little tired. Let's see. I mean, I'm trying to think some of these other places. Again, I just don't see McKinney falling maybe past. I think maybe Del Pitt is probably the better pick for the Dolphins, but I don't see him fat. I don't think McKinney makes it past 39.
Maybe Atlanta would be the farthest they fall, being Keanu Neal's on his last year of his deal. They could use some secondary help, but they also have KZ and Ricardo Allen. It's an interesting one. I'm surprised as all get out that McKinney was even there, because, like you said, he had the versatility the same way as Simmons. He played so many snaps as sub-package linebacker, nickel corner, free safety, strong safety.
Yeah, let me find those numbers really quick. Keep it going.
I apologize, guys. My screen's froze a little bit, and you guys can see that I've got a mic all stop background.
The best fullback to ever play in the NFL.
Hall of Fame fullback, by the way, who should already be in the Hall of Fame. It's disgusting that he's not. I'm going to make that case right now. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on with my screen. That's kind of weird. Work.
Yeah, here it is, Roy.
Yeah.
Xavier McKinney snaps by alignment. At safety, he had 300. This is just this past year. He had 393 snaps at safety, 166 at cornerback, 120 at inside linebacker, 113 at outside linebacker, at 95 tackles, 4 forced fumbles, 3 interceptions, and 3 sacks.
I have the pick, Cody.
All right, let's go.
With the 33rd pick in the NFL draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select T. Higgins, Clemson.
Oh, my boy.
Wow,
Yep.
He was right.
T. Higgins with Joe Burrow, A.J. Green, John Ross, and Tyler Boyd. Welcome to Cincy and the reinvigorated Bengals right now.
Dude,
that's gonna be
that offense. Joe Mixon.
That's gonna be sick. Just saying, sick
AFC
offense.
North's
right
going to be different this year.
It's gonna be tough for my Steelers. The Ravens are always tough, and the Bengals, they had a little bit of a lull here, but Joe Cole playing against my Steelers, it's gonna be a little different ball game now.
Guys, I do not know what's going on with my screen. It's completely frozen. I can't touch anything. A little worried right now.
Do we have to reset or something?
I might have to. I mean, our live stream's still going, but they're literally looking at Windows right now.
Let's say, do what you got to do, Jack.
All right, I think I'm gonna have to. This sucks.
We'll be right back,
I feel like
everybody.
it's a button that I pushed or something. I don't know. I just can't.
I was gonna say mine does that every once in a while. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find something for you here.
Yeah,
Man,
but
they took my boy.
that's a star-studded cast now. I mean, again though, with as many people have been hurt, on that wide receiving core, might have to. But we're gonna be right back. I'm gonna have to do a quick quick reset, guys. I apologize. Oops. I think we're back. Let's see.
Yep.
Shit.
Michael Pittman.
Yeah, that's my boy. I wanted him to go to Pittsburgh. Now he went to Indy. Philip Rivers gonna love him.
So do you think you did Michael Pittman Jr. with a dot?
What's that? Yeah.
think-
I can go back and switch it real quick.
Oh, no. It just pulled up. It just pulled up.
Okay.
We're back. All right, we're live. We apologize, guys. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Computer froze. Technical difficulties in the name of Blitz. We apologize. Sooner or later, we'll get this right again. Our guru is down for the count, as you guys heard earlier. So we know how to scout. I don't normally work this stuff. This isn't my forte. This isn't my expertise. But if you guys didn't see, we almost missed a pick. We're getting it in right now. Mr. Michael Pittman got drafted by Cody's
Indianapolis
Colts. How do you
Colts.
feel about that?
I mean, I'm not upset. He was I want to say, I don't have my big board up in front of me. Wide receiver 11, I believe. But I get it because, like I was talking about with the want of T. Higgins, he offers that big body type of style of wide receiver, which the Colts we've desperately needed. They signed Funches last year. It didn't work out. I would have loved Higgins, but I like Michael Pittman. He's got the NFL lineage because of his father playing before him. So he knows what it has to take to be a pro. And like I was joking, I think before you got on, Jack, I go, who would have known 2 months ago I would have been standing 2 feet in front of my future Colt wide receiver I think you were doing the interview with him. So, and speaking of that interview, he seemed like a humble kid. He was composed. So, I like it. I mean, let's go.
It's a big body wide receiver. That's who you guys need. I like it. Again, I'm a bigger fan of him than I am of Mims. So,
yeah, his catch strength in combat situations above the rim is some of the best in the draft. It's comparable to T. Higgins, and I think he's a little more fluid than what Higgins is in and out of his breaks. So you might be happier that they got Pittman than they did Higgins.
Yeah, so we had Higgins was 43 on our big board, and then if you go all the way to next one, we had Pittman was 68. So I mean, you're the value. I don't know if the value is there, but when we see this run, I think we might see a big run on wide receivers now, which I'm okay with. It's only gonna help a few of our situations. I'm sorry, Roy, that those guys aren't gonna be there for you.
Well, I have the pick here for 35.
Oh, bring it.
35. The Detroit Lions are selecting DeAndre Swift.
Wow.
DeAndre Swift, the jitterbug.
I called running back.
The jitterbug in open space. I'm not so sure it's going to be able to translate to the NFL level. Can catch some passes, be a dynamic player in that aspect as well. But he had some huge rushing lanes to be running through with Kindley and Wilson and Thomas there at Georgia. But he did put up some really good production. He has a nice burst, some decent power. His visions can sometimes mislead him at times and run him into the back of his lineman. But good all-around back here, and Detroit needs it because Kerryon Johnson cannot seem to stay healthy.
And they make sense. I mean, if you want to talk about like the thunder and lightning aspect, I mean, if Johnson can stay healthy, if you can get the 1-2 punch of Johnson and DeAndre Swift, you can have a little weapon there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think the person that's probably the happiest about that pick is probably Matt Stafford, because he takes a lot of the load off of him. Just being able to, dump the ball off to him on a screen and watch him go 60, 70 yards. Again, he wasn't my favorite, but he is the most electrifying running back in the draft, probably. I would say maybe Gibson is, you can throw that name out there. But I would say likely he is the most electrifying guy. I mean, one of the most shiftiest running backs we've seen since, Shady McCoy, since, maybe a Reggie Bush type. Again, it doesn't always translate. That's the one thing. So I think his college career is not going to live up to par, in comparison, or vice versa, to his pro career. But he's a beast. I mean, there's no way around it. And Georgia produces running backs like Ohio State produces cornerbacks. It's just the truth.
And I wouldn't be
Absolutely.
surprised with his shiftiness and his one-cut ability if he actually has a great career on that Detroit turf, with it being an indoor field.
Yeah, that fit in that system really works well. I mean, you look at some of the backs like New England had that really excel in a system in a one cut and getting upfield. So I could definitely see that being a system that really plays to his strengths.
Let's see who's coming off the board next. We had a bunch of stuff. I did not. Honestly, I'm just gonna be straight up. I did not see that coming.
DeAndre Swift, yeah, that one's kind of interesting.
I called it, so I saw it.
I want to throw it out to you there, Cody. You might have to repost the Michael Pittman one. I just went and deleted the dot because it came up no.
I think it's fine. I think it's pulling up still.
Okay. All right, we have the 36th pick here. Go ahead, Cody, if you have it. 36th pick is the New York Giants select Xavier McKinney, safety, Alabama.
Brought it up.
So,
let's go.
Our boy Alexander, I'm sure, is happy with this pick and the versatility that he possesses. He's a playmaker. He's a sure tackler. He might not have the greatest speed, but he's a solid all-around player that they're going to be able to utilize. And this seems like a Joe Judge type of pick, a guy that can wear many hats on that defense.
And these picks are flying in.
Yeah, I
People
like
know
this.
who they
It's getting a
want.
lot faster. I think we're gonna be like two picks. We're gonna be like 2 or 3 picks ahead of freaking ESPN here in a second. I do like this. I think this is the guy they were hoping that Peppers could be. This is what McKinney's going to be for sure. But then you have both of those in the secondary. Be able to get them. They're both kind of box safeties that can do a little bit of both. They have the athleticism to play across the, across in either safety position. I'm excited. They're adding pieces to this defense. Matt Rule knows what he's doing.
And when we talked about him earlier, I talked about I think he can complement Jabril Peppers. And when we did our top 5 safety video on him, I talked about how just coming from a Nick Saban coaching to defensive backs, like he's gonna come in and be pro ready. I don't think he's gonna have a problem understanding the defense. So I think this is a major win for New York.
And this is kind of what we were talking about, Joe Judge having them relationships at Alabama. Like we were trying to make the connection with Jedrick Wills. They liked how they're coached down there. You make a great point, Cody. This is a guy that's going to be a day one starter in that defense. Now the question, we have New England on the clock. Are they going to make a pick, or are we going to see them trade out here?
I think they got to make a pick sooner or later, right?
They have 5 picks today, so it's like they got to at least make their first pick.
Hey, Jack, just want to throw it to you here. It might be Joseph wants back in.
He's in.
Okay.
Hello, Dan.
What's up, Joseph?
Yeah, not much.
Picks are going off the board already.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot's going down. Hoodie, you got a thought for who the Patriots might take on this next pick?
Ooh. I feel like it could be, like I said, a Grant Delpit. I feel like it's going to be like maybe a Etor Gross-Matos, maybe a Zach Bond. I feel like Kyle Van Noy role since he went down to Miami. Why do I have a gut feeling that they're going to draft Jalen Hurts and it's going to cause a lot of talk?
Make it happen. It happen.
God, I mean, I'm sure that everybody's listening is not a Patriots fan, and they're all on board with us just shitting on the Patriots this whole show. We'll try not to, but come on, pull the trigger, do it. No, I think I don't know. I think one of these two defenders or their defensive ends could go. Zach Vaughn. I mean, the fact that Zach Vaughn's so versatile mean, you know that they love versatility on either side of the ball, but especially with their DN linebacker types that can do a little bit of everything. He's a good fit. I'm trying to think. I mean, they could use it. They could grab a safety.
I'm going Marlon Davidson here. I think that's who they should go with. Versatility and a big body like that.
Most versatile. Soon, somebody's got to take him. Like, are we the only ones that see this?
I guess maybe people are afraid to use them in a wide variety.
Maybe a low-key target for them would be Chin, maybe.
I do like it. They don't need safeties just yet, but they could use a third one. I mean, they have 2 caliber starting safeties in Chung and McCourty, but I could see it.
But they're both over 30.
Yeah, they're old, but
yeah,
he likes to get rid of them early.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he re-signed. He re-signed them.
Okay, we have the pick, and it is a safety for the New England Patriots. Kyle Duggar from Lenoir-Rhine.
Oh. Nice. Our boy Duggar's the second safety off the board. I thought Chin would have gone in front of him.
That's a big-time get for New England. It's going to be a hard thumper. I won't go and throw out the comparison to Rodney Harrison, but probably one of the biggest forces there. And they might play him a lot in linebacker here, similar to the way they use Hightower, because Hightower plays in line and then in middle line. They're going to let Chin be safety and linebacker, maybe in sub packages here. Love that pick for New England, even though I can't believe I said I love New England in one sentence. But
we know what you meant.
You love them, you
Steelers.
Steelers.
We got to interview Duggar and at the Senior Bowl. I mean, stand-up character, loves to play football, and is very passionate about the game. So that's what you want to see. Small school prospect, highlight reel. He can be thrown in at return situations as well. Like he had he had a return every season.
He's got the school record where he's done it twice in a game, and you took the words out of my mouth. I didn't even think about that when we were talking safety and how much Bill Belichick loves special teams, and the fact that he can be a safety and at least provide special teams value this year. It makes sense now that the pick just went down.
I think that would have been McKinney if he would have been on the board. I do
believe that.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I think being that the Joe Judge kind of outsniped him to his guy there, he went with a guy, maybe a 1B connection here. But with that aging secondary, I could definitely see this guy taking over Patrick Chung, because Patrick Chung played a similar role, strong safety, then played some box in sub packages, can match up one-on-one with tight ends. Duggar's going to be that guy. The one thing with Duggar you got to pay attention, though, is I believe he'll be a 24-year-old rookie. So the jumping competition's there. I love the kid. Jack said we interview him. He's real humble. He's motivated to show that, it doesn't matter where you come from, you're going to be a playmaker. And you watch his tape, he's a playmaker.
Yeah, me and Roy have alluded to this several times, and from podcasts to the shows. The one position that translates on film from small school to the NFL is safety. If they're a rangy safety in a small school, they're likely going to be a rangy safety in the NFL. If they're going to be able to come down and play in the box, it's a one position where you're basically playing yourself, and you can read quarterbacks easier, I'm sure. And I'm sure, the coverage schemes are a little bit more, or not as sophisticated, but still, when you watch Jeremy Chin play, literally he flashes across the screen. He's laying guys out. It's form tackles. It's hard hitting. It's aggression. It's reading the quarterback. It's jumping routes. All that stuff technically translates from any level. So if he's doing it in one, he could likely do it in the other. I like it from Duggar to Chin. I mean, both of those guys are going to translate day one.
So I have the next pick here, boys.
Bring it.
We had the Panthers selecting Yetur Gross-Matos, the defensive end from Penn State.
Damn.
Him and Derek Brown.
And Derek Brown.
And Brian Burns.
Knock it off. Tell them they need to knock it off. I got a 45-year-old quarterback, 43-year-old quarterback. They need to chill.
Hey, and Matt Roll loves his freaky athletes. What is he, 6'6", 6'5", 267?
Great length.
Yeah, great length. He can play 4-3 DN. That's an excellent fit. Bookends now. I think he's a little more refined than what Burns is. Burns is the guy who can stand up or get down as a pass rusher. Kawan Short, Derek Brown. Yeah, you're making things fun out in Carolina, Matt Roll. Keep it coming.
Yeah, I think that defensive front just got really good. I mean, they got some questions after obviously they need to address the linebacker corps with the retirement of Luke Kuechly. I'm not really worried about their secondary. They need help there and the cornerbacks and the safeties, but I mean, shoot, they're going to get after the quarterback and stuff the run.
All right, so we have Miami on the clock here, boys. Where do we think they're going to go? We think a Delpit maybe happens, a Jeremy Chin. We see maybe, where do we think they're, maybe another tackle, being that their tackle situation is really desperate. They took Austin Jackson, but what do we think? They need a right tackle as well.
I do not know. I am pulling up Blitzalytics scouting reports right now, just throwing these guys out there. We do have a 6.7 grade, but that grade is currently being challenged from J.D. Bagley. But length, strength, 6'5", 266 out of Penn State. I do love me some Yair Gross-Matos. I mean, the length alone and the length and agility alone is just outstanding. But if we are going to transition back, I would say, I don't know. Not sure what this next pick is.
We have a question from Nick. He's saying, not saying he knows better than Belichick, but Duggar over Winfield. Well, he was. In my rankings, I'll go ahead and address it. I did the top 5 safety video. I had Duggar at 3, Antoine Winfield at 4, very close 4, and I think it just comes down to who knows what Winfield's medical grade is coming through with those 2 years out. I mean, and like we talked about special teams values. Go ahead.
The size isn't ideal for Winfield either, so.
And the injury questions with Winfield missing basically 2 full seasons, outside of 4 games. That's some serious injury questions, and I'm not sure the Patriots are that willing to take a chance in the second round, being they traded back.
That can't be real. Apparently, Bill Belichick, they tuned in to him. He wasn't even at his desk, and his dog was just sitting in his chair. This can't be real.
Well, he's probably out back. I mean, it seemed like it's funny. It looked like
he's out there. Belichick's over there just taking a midnight dump when he's taking Duggar.
Taking a Duggar.
They should have the draft virtually every couple years or so. This is fun.
I don't know. From everybody I talked to, they said this was the most boring draft that they've been a part of.
Yeah.
Dolphins pick is in, so let's see who it is. I don't know. I feel like they can go a variety of ways, but like you talk about,
Marlon
they need another tackle.
Marlon Davidson.
Yeah, it needs to be Marlon Davidson. I'd say tackle even.
Josh
I think
Jones.
that should be
Josh Jones?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Josh Jones. Oh, man, that would be a good bookend for Tua.
Yeah, go get 2 of them. I mean, they're going to have to develop. Let Fitz take the punishment for 1 more year behind those guys while they develop. Redshirt Tua, at least half a season redshirt Tua, especially because of the likelihood of a shortened season. I could really see that.
I think Carolina, though, is knocking this out of the park with Brown and Yair Gross-Matos. Yeah, that was a value
pick right there.
I got it right here. I like it because it's versatility. It's Roy's boy, Robert Hunt.
Robert Hunt.
All right.
That's a nice pick.
To the interior.
Interior or right tackle, if you need be. It depends on what you're needing to ask him. He played a passable right tackle, almost like a Wirfs. Wirfs has a bigger athletic profile, but
brings some nastiness.
You could bring that. Yeah, you put him at right tackle. Yeah, you're going to be creating some rush lanes, because they took Michael Dieter last year in the 3rd round for guard, and then they went out and signed Eric Flowers, who I know we all beat up on him for playing tackle where he was drafted. He played really good last season for the Redskins at left guard. So right tackle, Robert Hunt, you just got some nasty, and then you took the upside at left tackle. Yeah, that's building it the right way, Mr. Flores and Greer. That's a nice pick there.
I would say you keep him in an interior, though. I mean, there's still plenty of guys. There's still plenty of guys that are going to be on the board if they can come back and grab another right tackle. They already have a starting caliber tackle. I mean, I know he's not much to talk about, but his ability to get up into the second level is outstanding. His contact or his blocking angles, the way he can cut guys off in the second. I mean, he's mean. He plays nasty. I love this pick.
That to me embodies Brian Flores's personality. He wants to establish, especially with the signing of Jordan Howard, you're going to get some power football being run there down in Miami.
This might be the first pick I actually agree with.
And you just got to protect Tua.
Now we have the Cardinals on the pick. I believe it's the Cardinals.
It should be the Texans.
It is the Texans. Sorry,
because of the DeAndre trade.
Right. Now it's the Texans. Do we see them maybe go out and get a receiver here to help, put some size in here? Maybe Denzel Mims stay in Texas from Baylor.
Jonathan Taylor.
Ooh.
I don't want to see him in there, but they need a running back.
Not Jonathan Taylor. They just traded for DJ. Why would they go get another one? They don't.
Oh yeah. I forget about that. I forget he's on that.
It's a very forgettable draft.
Christian Fulton, one of these safeties.
The way the defensive line has taken some hit with DJ Reader, maybe a Marlon Davidson.
This guy, we're going to toss the name out here, but this guy burned me last night when I got my pick wrong, so I'm not going to say it until I see another source, but talk about interior of the line. They lost DJ Reed, a Ross Blacklock, it's sounding like. I'm not confirming it because this guy burned me last night. So
that makes sense, though, because they got Omenahu last year, who might be able to step in at DN opposite Watt, have Blaylock come in as a lateral type one technique nose tackle. Upfield penetrating style. That's what he does best, is scraping the line of scrimmage, going laterally, and he has the burst, the rock linemen back on their feet.
At TCU, so you're sure that those scouts got plenty of in-person, experience at scouting them. I could definitely see that. Could also see, Epinesa wouldn't be a bad one there.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you could slide, because I like Epinesa because you can slide him all over the line, and it's kind of a little badass combination.
And Watt, especially if Watt can train him to use to turn that power and use the leverage that with the length.
It's true. All right, I'm seeing. I'm triple sourcing it right now. It is Blacklock, so we can go ahead and get in that conversation to the Texans.
Yeah, Russ Blacklock made our top 5 series at the interior defensive line. He's a fun player. The only issue for me that I had with him was his injury concerns. He popped his Achilles tendon, but he has an explosive first step. He can get down the field laterally against the formation. He has fast hands, and he has really nimbleness with his feet. He's hard to contain, and he has relentless effort. I loved his effort the whole time. He didn't let many plays, backside pursuit. And the dude ran a sub 540, so he's athletic.
Yeah, for a big man, he's super athletic. If it's moving east-west, if it's going, into the backfield, he can get up there, especially that first step. A lot of times he didn't just win with power. He was able to skate by guys right through and shooting gaps. I like the pick. Maybe they can get back to having that stout D line. They've got guys in the secondary. I've never been excited about their secondary. Even when my dude Honey Badger was there, they've always kind of had lackluster cornerbacks. But if they can get back to a stout defensive front, it'll only help that secondary get better.
Yeah, and I think he doesn't necessarily have to be the guy with J.J. Watt being there, and I do like Omenahu. I'm still surprised he fell to the 5th round last year. But I think he can do that. His gap shooting ability. I talked about this when Roy did his top 5 video. With him, you guys kind of already brought it up. With him, he can get crushed down. He can get blocked easily. But I'll say this as a Colts fan with Quentin Nelson, bring on Blacklock across from him.
And for me,
that's
now,
a mismatch for sure.
We have Cleveland on the clock. Okay, boys, this is where I think we see Grant Delpit go away. If they're not going to go out and get Anthony Harris, their starting safety combo right now is Andrew Sendejo and Carl Joseph. They need a ball hawk. They have affinity for LSU Tigers. I think Grant Delpit's the pick here for Cleveland.
They do have it.
Yeah, if they don't have no backdoor potential deal for Anthony Harris, they got to go safety. One of them. I agree. Delpit should be the guy.
We have a
You got the
trade.
pick?
We have a
Ooh.
trade. Indianapolis Colts trade up to the Cleveland Browns.
Let's go. What are we doing?
Yep, Indianapolis Colts.
Probably they just want a receiver, so probably defense.
I would say either it's got to maybe be a safety. We need safety depth. There's rumors about apparently it's teams calling about him. I don't agree with it. Millie Cooker.
Could it be Christian Fulton here or one of the corners?
Yeah, I love Fulton. Oh, give me
what I
Fulton all day.
Christian Fulton.
Xavier Rhodes is only on a 1-year deal.
Yep.
We saw what he looked like last year. We need another outside corner to go with Yasin. I mean, it's hard for me to pick because I do feel like we're kind of a somewhat deep team outside of receiver, which we addressed already. I would not be surprised. Glowinski, he's got about a year left on his deal. His play was down last year. I would not be surprised at a guard pick here just for depth.
The deal here, the details is that you gave up a 5th rounder to swap this pick.
That ain't nothing.
You gave up pick 44 and pick 160 for the 41st pick.
I've never been hit and refresh so hard in my life. Oh, I know who we trade.
Don't break
Because
the
if Chris
computer
Ballard,
again.
well, no, if Chris Ballard is trading up, he's got a guy he wants, and it hits. And for example, last year, Karhi Willis out of Michigan State, and he provides some valuable snaps, which made Clayton Gethers expendable this past year.
Do you see an edge rusher maybe here, Cody?
Ooh, who would be my top? Ooh, and I, dude, don't make me go change my underwear.
Bradley and I with Justin Houston.
Dude, I didn't. That makes sense because I talked about it. Who did our top 5? Was it?
I got the pick. It's your boy, Cody. Your boy went to Indy.
What one?
Jonathan Taylor.
Let's go. Let's go.
No.
Let's go.
Jonathan Taylor to the Indianapolis.
Let's go. Dude, put the ring on us. I'm about to size my ring up. I think this is my ring finger right here.
Oh, Mariam? What is this? Size your ring. You can talk about
behind the line.
I'm just saying, let's double check to make sure it's confirmed, but I just seen it here by a pretty reliable source.
I've seen it all over.
I was going to say, Jonathan Taylor, what a perfect fit for you. It gets him away from my Steelers, and it goes to your Colts.
With the line, too. With
the scout line.
I'm just saying this, though. I'm going to believe in Jonathan Taylor behind the Colts offense.
Oh, no. You don't get to do that. No.
The Colts.
No. Nope.
You're going to get 1,200 yards easily out of him in year 1.
Yeah, running up behind
but
Nelson.
You might only get it. You only get it for 2 years before he blows his knee out. I'm just going to say.
Come on, Roy.
Put that juju on us?
You're going to do that?
You're
going to do that? Well, then, if you want to do that, then we'll see if your quarterback even can toss a tennis ball in 6 months.
You got a point there. Hey, Roy, Jameis Winston's going to be your next quarterback. You just watch.
Hey, I'm fine with that. When he wins an MVP in Pittsburgh, let's go, boys. Let's go.
Okay.
It's
going to be Jalen Hurts. Now it's definitely going to be Jalen Hurts. You're going to put that juju on him, it's going to be Jalen Hurts.
Hey.
I cannot wait for pick 49. I cannot wait for pick 49 because if we're delivering content like this right now, wait till Roy has Hurts on his team.
I am gonna literally. Like I told you before, there'll be a live coverage of me taking a grumpy out front of Heinz Field. if John...
It's not a grumpy, isn't it? What was the thing you guys did on the pick six? The guy,
the dump truck.
Yeah, the dump trunk. That's what you're about to do.
Hey, good on you though. I'm glad your boy went.
I like it.
I love it.
He was gonna fall down to the Bucks. I really was, but if there was a second team, I could be happy with him going to. It's the Colts. I don't know if I could reinsert them back into my Super Bowl favorites like I had them last year when there was Andrew Luck on the team, but I'm happy for you, Cody. Even though you try to put all that negative towards my team, you know, it's okay.
It's just me, man.
I'm happy. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, I'm beyond excited. I mean, it's a perfect fit.
Though. It's a hell of a one,
and Hines. I keep on saying Hines is going to have a good year too. Now, this could make Jordan Wilkins expendable at this point. I would not be. I mean, he's a backup, very solid backup running back. I would not mind trying to day 3 pick for him. or try and trade him for a day 3 pick. But let's see what happens.
Hey,
I'm beyond excited.
This is Indianapolis Los Angeles 2.0. Melvin Gordon, and then you got Naheem Hines and the Austin Eckler role. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
Like, you don't need, with Marlon Mack, you don't need Taylor to come out of the backfield. Like, you have a third down back in Mack, and that's not his expertise, but he can do it a little bit better. But then Jonathan Taylor can pass block, though. I mean, so you've got you can interchange those two. You can have them both in the backfield at the same time.
Jacksonville Jaguars select Laviska Shenault Jr., wide receiver from Colorado.
Ooh, I like that. That's a good fit too. Why is it that we're not giving? Do you guys remember in like years prior how we're hating on picks? Like, is it just that there's too many good prospects to even hate on this year? Like, it's kind of hard to mess up when there's so much good talent, or is it? What is it? I don't know.
I think it's the depth of this class, Jack, that we see that much real high quality prospects. Like we said, this second round, these players here might make more Pro Bowls than the first round guys, in year one, because of the amount of quality depth that's in this class. This pick right here, I love Laviska Shenault. If he's healthy, he's one of the most unique talents on offense that we have in this draft. And he's a complete opposite any skill set, any receiver they have. And you can even put him at running back on third downs. So this is going to be a fun experiment with Gardner Minshew, tossing him the ball in whatever way they're going to be having him, where it's running back, receiver, anything. The dude is an alpha with his mentality when the ball is in the air. He's got enough speed. I don't care what the 40 time says. He can run past people and jump over people. He's built like Saquon Barkley if you look at his profile.
Yeah.
The dude is just ridiculous, and I love that fit with Jacksonville, maybe getting some creativity here.
God, we're going to end up with J.K. Dobbins. I got my least favorite tackle, and we got my least favorite running back. God damn it.
This second round is going pretty fast, though.
I hope you guys get Antonio Gibson. I love that guy.
That would be awesome.
I would like Gibson over Dobbins. Like I said, I want Cam Akers in the third. I don't know if he'll make it all the way back to us in the third round, though.
That's who I think the Steelers might be targeting, Jack.
Akers?
I think they might get him at 49. Yeah.
It's not bad.
There's talk around here in Pittsburgh that's one of the guys they have an affinity for. And last night, I think it was Jerry Dulac was saying, receiver-wise, it was Shenault or KJ Hamler for the Steelers. But we shall see.
Yep.
I can't even give. I can't even think about it because I'm just imagining.
Hey,
Jonathan Taylor running behind Quentin Nelson on a pole block that we've seen Nelson do multiple times throughout his career already.
And it's like he's got
on that turf too. He's got the 4.39 on that turf. Woo boy, watch out!
Hey guys, remember when Ezra Cleveland was a thing?
He still is.
He still is. He's just not there.
He's just always been a second round thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, we still have Josh Jones on there too.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, where do the Bears go now at this pick?
Oh, I'm still saying corner, Christian Fulton.
I could see that.
Christian Fulton, Jalen Johnson, one of them guys need to be going here to Chicago. I'm
going to say.
Yeah, Jonathan Taylor's family is really happy on TV now.
I'm just saying we need to get Cody a jersey of Mr. Taylor.
Oh, I've been on the off jersey train, but
let's all chip in for a Taylor jersey for him.
Yeah. We need to get him one instead.
Everybody's been calling me. So you getting the Brady jersey? You getting the Gronkowski jersey? I'm like, I think I'm past the jersey stage. I just don't know. Especially guys that you don't know they're going to be there for long term. Like if you have a jersey that you only get to wear for 4 years, it just doesn't feel right. Like I don't know what to do with my Jameis jersey. I'm not going to burn it, but
you just change the nameplate. You change the nameplate.
Change the nameplate.
Yeah, change the nameplate. All right, let's see here. Come on, Chicago. Let's see what you got.
I thought about taking and just putting a 0 and then interceptions. That be 3-0.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
that's a cool play on it.
Yeah,
there you go.
I might have to frame that one. I don't know.
There you go.
Is there a 30 on the Buccaneers?
No, I'm saying I was gonna add a 0 to number 3, Jameis.
For 30 for 30. It's okay, Jack. He might be on my
Brady.
Steelers this
I'm
season.
like happy. I'm sitting here just like, thank God I don't have to worry about that no more. My heart couldn't take it, dude. Like literally, it was beating out of my chest. Like I was going to have a panic attack, an anxiety attack. Like I was gonna lose my shit watching Jameis for one more year. I'm rooting for him though. I'm rooting for him as the Steelers' next quarterback. It's gonna be awesome.
I'm fine with that. Let's make it happen. I like the upside in our offense with him. He's very similar to Big Ben.
He
He's
is.
willing
I
to
mean, literally,
take chances. He's
It'd
like
be,
exact.
It would be
No
hilarious
way.
if he-
I'm waiting. It's the guy that burned me, but I can't believe they did it. The Bears did address the tight end position. It sounded like.
Are they
Claypool
taking
or
Komet?
Trotman?
Komet.
Yeah, that's the word. That's the rumor right now. I'm waiting to
Oh,
confirm
my
it, boys.
goodness.
I'm waiting for confirmation. I think I'm about to get it. I'm about to this now. This guy's been hitting. Yep.
Yep.
They have wow. And the guy that just confirmed it for me, that's been hitting for me, says they now have 10 tight ends on the roster. What are the Bears doing?
They do. They have Jimmy Graham.
He's my tight
Adam
end one.
Shaheen.
I like him. I mean, I like him more than you, Roy, but I just don't understand them picking a tight end.
He's your tight end 1?
Ugh.
Ugh,
Yeah.
Who?
He runs like he's in like 4 feet.
It's like his inline blocking. I'm sorry.
I see. I don't like his inline blocking. He shows little effort to me whatsoever. Like his ability to finish, guys can shed him quite easily. He doesn't know how. He doesn't play to his size. Like
No.
the only way he plays to his size is if they throw up jump balls. That's the only way. And I'm sorry, this guy is not going to be. He's not going to cut it for me. If you want a red zone target, fine. But in the open field, he can't separate. He looks like a bumbling fool out there trying to get in and out of his breaks. I don't like his pass blocking techniques need a lot of refinement. Run blocking in line, he doesn't show the power of what his frame is.
No, he relies on his size. Like he literally just relies on the fact that he is Cole Clement and that he is this big. But yeah, you never see him drive somebody off a line of scrimmage. You see him maybe turn him a little bit, but it's nothing like what you should expect from somebody that big. He's not that athletic. That's the thing, is like, show me a linebacker that can't cover him in man coverage. There isn't a linebacker coming out in this draft class that can't cover him one-on-one.
To me, he's a mirror image of one of the 10 that they already have, or 9 that are other than him on roster. Adam Shaheen, who they took in the second round in 2017, isn't able to separate, not a great blocker. I do not like that pick whatsoever. I can see maybe, he does have a baseball background. He never was able to fully commit to his skill set throughout the duration at Notre Dame, and maybe that's what people are banking on his upside, being able to focus a lot just on football. But nah, give me Adam Troutman over him every day of the week.
Well, I mean, I understand your concerns. I just thought he's a solid tight end, but don't make no sense for the Bears.
And shout out to our boy John Stocco, used to be with Blitz here. He's just freaking out on Twitter now. He goes, "Why are we paying Jimmy Graham?"
And a no trade clause. They can't even trade Jimmy.
Yeah, they can't even get rid of him.
So I'll throw him up on the screen
Is
real quick.
that a common thing in football? No trade clauses? I know that's a thing in hockey.
Very few have them.
I mean, when you're a quarterback,
You gotta
not
be
when
special.
you're a.
You gotta be special to be putting in a no trade clause. Like
Yeah.
that's just bad. But Cole Clement coming out, I mean, 6'6", 262. Like he had a broken collarbone back in 2019, missed multiple games because of that. Again, I just do not see it. His athletic profile, he's got a 6'3", in terms of his athletic ability. Change of direction is a 5.8. It's slow. His deep speed, he's slow. Like, there is nothing really to like about it. Like, I mean, his route running is awful. His separation, even here, I think is exaggerated. I'm not a big fan at all. His blocking is only a 6'4", It's just, there's nothing to like about it.
I'm reading certain things about a certain LSU defensive back onto a certain shade of orange in Ohio.
I'm telling you, that's a perfect fit for them.
Yeah.
They need a ball hawk in the deep secondary.
The Bears have 10 tight ends. I can't get over that. What are you gonna run? What kind of personnel are you doing? 10 tight ends.
No receivers, 4 tight ends.
Oh man, there's sometimes you're just like, how do these people get these jobs? Like, I'm sorry.
At least he's better than Adam Gase. That's the low bar clear, but
Oh my.
No, it's not the coach I have an issue with. It's Ryan Pace.
yeah.
Ooh. This is a juicy topic.
Ooh.
According to an NBC reporter from Washington, Julie Donaldson, she is saying 49ers are believed to have an interest in a trade for Trent Williams.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Then what happens to Staley?
Yeah, what happens to Staley? Is he retired?
I pulled up his contract when I was doing my mock draft because I had him picking Austin Jackson, and that's been a thing they've been talking about, keeping McGlinchey on the right side. He's got an out after this year, but I think they would go a youth movement. So I don't know, maybe that's kind of a dirty move if they trade Staley at this point of his career. He's been there since 07.
Nah, there's no way. I don't think there's any way they trade Staley because he's too intertwined into the front office.
Can Staley play right?
No, not with McGlinchey there.
No,
you're not getting rid of McGlinchey.
I think that's got to be BS. You're talking about trading for another 30-year-old. I mean, what are they going to trade though? They have no draft capital. They don't have a pick till the 5th round.
Goodwin.
Not even close.
That's a penny. That's a penny.
You know that Stephen A. You know that Stephen A. Smith stare meme I've been sharing? That's me when you say Marquise Goodwin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck with.
I love our boy Marcus Grant. What he just threw out on Twitter. Bears going to be running 14 personnel this year.
14 personnel.
Attaboy, Marcus. We love you.
Get him.
Dude, yeah, I'm beyond happy for Indianapolis right now. When you think about it,
we have the pick
in
here.
Finally.
Yep, the Cleveland Browns are selecting Grant Delpit, safety from LSU.
Good.
Finally, took long enough.
They needed that pick. Like I said, we already highlighted Andrew Sendejo and Carl Joseph. Is their starting safeties right now. They need that ball hawk. They have an affinity for LSU Tigers. This guy, if you're getting the 2018 version, you just got a first round, 10, 12 picks into the second round. He was held back because of injuries this year. He was my number one safety on my board, simply because I'm taking that upside, saying it was the injuries that held him back. I think he can get there. That Cleveland defense, you just got a playmaker on your back half, and that's what you'll need. Carl Joseph's more of a hard hitter. Let him play strong, and let Delpit just sit back here in the deep third and ball hawk.
And that's the thing with him too. He was my second safety when we did our on my big board on our top 5 video. And not only can be a ball hawk and be a deep safety, but he does offer the versatility where he can be lined up all over within the defense. Mm-hmm. And I mean, you talk about a guy that before this past season, like you talked about, Roy, had to deal with injuries. There's been some questions about his physicality, but it's more than willing there. And you're talking about a guy that he kind of just took the Greedy Williams fall, right? Yeah. Like a guy that entered the year with top 15. I mean, he was talked about top 10 before this year, and he's going in the middle of the second to the Browns. So Browns, I like what they're doing so far in this draft.
Didn't Greedy wear 7 last year too, or the year before?
I'm not sure if he was a 7 guy. I cannot remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I can't either.
Yeah, the last thing I think about is numbers. Just think about the Bucks right now.
Yeah, what do you think here, Jack? What do we think? We got the Bucks. You thinking Dobbins?
Probably. I don't know. I'd be okay with any of these safeties, but
how about Ben Barch at right guard?
That's what I'm saying, baby. That's kind of where I'm going. Let's just shore up that offensive line. Who cares? That's the thing is like we had quite a few young guys in the secondary last year, but they showed a lot of promise. Towards the end of the season, we went from I think 31st in the first 8 games in terms of overall defense and especially passing defense. And we finished off in the second half at number 5 or top 5. I like our secondary. I love Jamal Dean. I don't think we need
the Bucks.
What's that?
I got the pick for the Bucks.
You better not be wrong. I'll kick you out of this chat real quick.
It's Pewter Report.
Ooh.
So
Okay.
it's
all right.
Antoine Winfield Jr.
All right. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, that's the big get.
Playmaker.
I'm
Playmaker.
happy.
You guys
As
need
long as he can stay healthy,
secondary
I'm
help.
happy. I'm glad they didn't go JK because I just it's not that I despise JK. It's just yeah, maybe I do a little bit. I don't know. The injury concerns just really I was not for it. Now
Yeah, I
it's
like
gonna
that
be-
fit, man. They get a versatile guy. It's a ball hawk. That secondary is in a desperate need for a
Mhm.
playmaker, and he's
Yes,
the playmaker.
a ball hawking playmaker. Like that's the one thing is we've got like 3 or 4 strong safeties. We need a good rangy safety, and I think he does that. He's a ball hawk when everybody else on our in the back end of our secondary can tackle and can hit. But we still have Justin Evans who's coming back this year. I think if you're able to pair him and Justin Evans, that could be a very, very stout back end of the defense. I think that's where we were weak was the back end. I mean, Carlton Davis is now our third wide or cornerback. We have Sean Murphy Bunting. You have Jamal Dean. Jamal Dean proved to be a good number 1 corner, and that wasn't expected of him last year.
He's a Julio Jones eraser because they can match up size-wise. I love this pick for Tampa. The instincts and playmaking ability, plus his ability to drop down in the nickel even in some situations against slot guys.
Yep.
I love it. His instincts, his tackling ability too. But the key word he said is if he can stay healthy. Maybe these are outliers. These are outliers of the 2 seasons, but real quality athletic and playmaking talent there. You just added to the Tampa Bay defense. It's going to try to get the ball back into Brady's hands.
And he doesn't have to be a guy necessarily either. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
he can take advantage of that really good defensive front in front of him. And he's got Devin White and Levante David flying all over making tackles. So he can sit back and just make plays, which he can do.
And that's the thing is Jeremy Chin would have just been another strong safety for us for the most part. Not that he isn't rangy, not that he couldn't play the free safety role, but he's not going to somebody who you want moving up into the slot and playing the nickel. Like this adds a lot of versatility. I like it. I'm glad we went that. I'm just glad we went with one of these safeties and not JK because JK would have just been overreaching. But now where do you guys think J.K. Dobbins does go?
Pittsburgh Steelers.
Pittsburgh Steelers. Are you going to be comfortable with that?
I'm going to be grinning ear to ear. They love their Buckeyes. So 3 down back, pass catching ability. Yeah, sign me up for it. Because I definitely think we're on the train here to a running back. I think they're really not comfortable with Mr. James Conner. Looks like Cody, we might have had another problem with that last scouting report.
Yeah. I'm fixing it. I think it's because
I got rid of the period.
Yeah. Well, when I typed it in, I typed the period and it brought it up. But then when I posted it,
yeah, I think it's when you social share it, that's when it has an issue with the period.
Mm-hmm.
So we apologize.
The Broncos pick is in.
it should be fine now.
Who do you got?
KJ Himmler.
Good, get him. I'm glad that he went before the Steelers pick.
Getting wide receivers off the board, Roy.
Yeah,
that Broncos. I mean,
Jerry Jeudy and that.
Hamler.
Yeah, man.
Judy the route runner.
That
over
offense,
top guy.
bro.
Cortland Sutton to be the possession wide receiver.
Hey, it's time. Drew Lock, you perform, or you move on.
Yeah, literally, you have no excuse now. You've got running backs. You've got running
tight
backs
end.
galore.
Noah Fant.
I gotta give Elway just a little credit because he's actually getting pieces that make his quarterback his strengths flourish here. You got vertical assets here with a big body, speed, and then you got to run after the catch in Judy. So I like the pick.
Yeah, that's nice. They literally have one of the most well-rounded offenses in the league now. Again, there's no excuse. I think it's one or done, because if not, then they're going to be one of the few quarterbacks or a few teams looking for a quarterback next season. I think he's going to be on a short leash or a 1 year leash. I wouldn't say a short leash. That's a long leash for most, sophomore quarterbacks in the NFL. But I think most of us were not very high on Drew Lock last year, but that's not to say he does not have arm talent. He's got the arm talent.
He likes throwing the deep ball. That's what he's good at. His accuracy isn't consistent. But if you give him enough targets to run down the field and get separation, he's going to do all right.
The AFC West is going to be like 40 points a game, every game.
It really is. Have any of them?
AFC West is going to be the Big 12 of the NFL.
Yeah.
All offense.
Seriously, all offense, minus that one pick that none of us really agree with.
Yeah, all offense.
What's just to go back to that that CAH pick at 32 last night. What's your after soaking in, letting that marinate? How many yards we think combined yards from scrimmage do you think Clyde Edwards-Helaire is going to have in that offense? Because that offense has got pieces, so he might have to share it a little bit. So I still feel good about Taylor being the leading in yards from scrimmage, but if they make him the feature back, then
probably
I would
900.
almost want to switch my pick.
I would say less than 1,000, probably 900, 850, 900.
I'm going 1,200 combined, pass, receiving and running.
I like that. I would say that's almost a safe number.
Yeah, 1,200. Yeah, I'm saying it's like 8 and 4. 8 running, 4 receiving. But I think he can get double-digit touchdowns in the first year.
Do you think he plays special teams as a returner?
Yep, I think he might be their kick returner. So we have the Falcons on the board right now, boys. Where do we think they're going to go?
They took a corner in the probably tackle.
Think a tackle? What about a linebacker, maybe an interior guy beside Jones because they lost Devondre Campbell?
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe a receiver.
Because they don't need any more freaking receivers.
Bradley and I
can
edge
see
rusher,
they need interior,
Josh
they need
Touche.
edge, they need linebacker. I can see.
Zach Bond could fit both those three.
Zach Bond would be.
Because he can play both roles too.
Yep. Rob asked, and you guys can put on this. Sorry, I haven't got a chance to go over to YouTube. He asked about Bucks and everything, but he asked me, but you guys can put into it. He goes, "Who's landed the best situation for a fantasy footballer so far?" I don't know if he talks about second round.
Taylor.
Yeah,
Taylor
I
sure.
can't help but think
Clyde
about that.
Edwards-Helaire.
I would say I'm saying that because he's definitely the best running back day one to move in there. And none of those guys can run in between the tackles. We've seen that. Like, those are all kind of the scat back-ish types. They're receiving backs for the most part. I would say it's definitely between Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Taylor. I don't think any of these wide receivers are going to be top 10 wide receivers this year. I almost guarantee that either of those guys have a chance to be top 10 running backs day one.
So who's going to be Offensive Rookie of the Year?
Taylor.
I'm sorry. Behind that offensive line, that is just so scary.
I think it's going to be Burrow.
I think that's a good point too, because he's got a bunch of weapons.
Burrow with Green and Higgins.
You're saying that from because he's a quarterback, and for sure he'll probably win it. I'm not saying he's not going to win it, but in terms of most valuable, who's going to put up the most stats for their position, who's going to be the best fantasy rookie of all? You wouldn't take Burrow isn't going to be a top 10 fantasy option, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
So, but Taylor and CEH could definitely be top 10 fantasy options, especially where they went.
Yeah, I think both of them guys are going to be in the conversation for the most value pick out of the draft so far. Because Taylor, I'm going to give you, like I said, he went to the perfect situation in Indy.
Yeah.
I don't think the durability is going to be there. That's my biggest worry with him. Durability, I don't think it's going to be there, but he's also going to have huge rushing lanes.
He missed a quarter. He hasn't even missed a quarter. He missed
I'm not saying right now.
I'm not worried about durability issues, and if he makes Rivers finally get to the Super Bowl and win a ring, I could care less.
Yeah.
I'm just gets hurt.
I'm just saying I don't think you're going to see him outside of 4 years.
Hey, my hot take is we're getting a Bucks-Colts Super Bowl this year.
I can get on board with that.
In Tampa.
On half of that, I can get on half of that board, but it's
You
gonna
have to
be-
come down, Jack. If that happens.
Bro, I'm coming down for the Super Bowl. We're getting them credentials. I'm
Oh,
coming
here
down.
we go. Wow. This makes sense because they're connected with the interior defensive line. I really like
Roy's
this
boy.
move. Yeah,
Roy.
Marlon Davidson.
Marlon Davidson.
Ah, Falcons.
Okay, I can see it.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, that defense
Damn it,
with
damn
Grady
it,
Jarrett,
damn it.
that Dante Fowler, yeah, that's going to be a fun front because they
Damn
like
it.
they like mixing and matching.
We love
between
to-
standing
we
up
like-
and putting down.
And we like to give our boy
Joe.
Joe
Good pick.
crap.
Good
But
pick,
the-
dude.
the-
That was
the-
a
the- the
stellar
Fal-
pick.
The Falcons can be good if they hit on everything.
Yeah,
The-
and AJ Terrell was a solid pick last night, especially for that scheme.
They
now
just couldn't
with
find it.
Davidson,
I think
Right.
they could have took him later in the draft, but I just don't think that anybody wanted to trade back. I think it was the same
No.
thing with the Raiders. Just nobody was willing to move up. Like there's
Yeah.
so much talent in this year's draft, and then the unknowns and the unknown unknowns and the known unknown. You know, like that saying, how that saying goes. Like without the medicals, without all this, nobody's moving up to take risks unless they are
Yeah.
super in love with a player. And Marlon Davidson is like one of
yeah.
my favorite players in this entire draft.
Me-
So congrats, Joe.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to talk shit on that one. I'm not going to find a way to talk shit. I'm not even talking shit about AJ Terrell because I think that was just a good, solid pick. It wasn't. You guys didn't move up. I honestly think this is better off because you wouldn't have Marlon Davidson right now if you moved up to go get CJ Henderson. So I would rather, if it's my team, I'd rather have AJ Terrell and Marlon Davidson than just CJ Henderson.
and guys, a month ago, 2 months ago, who would have thought that we were announcing Marlon Davidson getting drafted before AJ Epinesa?
Right.
Not
He's
many,
taking
Not
a
many-
major
not many
tumble.
people would have said
Not
that.
many people.
Do
And
you
then
think they'll play him on the edge?
Oh, definitely. I think they'll definitely play him on the edge. He might be interior at first, beside Grady Jarrett, and then on the pass rushing downs, I think he'll be out there, standing up or right
Just
out
straight
there.
bodying Tristan
Yep.
Wirfs. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, not
Yeah,
bodying.
he'll
I'm
be
sorry.
their,
Bending the edge on Tristan Wirfs.
I'm
He'll
hearing
be their
reports.
Pounder
Dak
can do
Crawford, I
that.
think.
I'm hearing reports right now that Christian Fulton's dropping because of the drug history and him trying to falsify
Well,
the test. Yep.
What
it
was
sounds
that?
like
What
it's-
exactly did he do? Did he dilute? Like,
he admitted to smoking
used somebody's
marijuana.
piss.
Yep, and then he had somebody else, do the test for him, and they caught it. He was suspended for 2 full seasons while he was at LSU.
yeah, I knew.
So,
I knew that. I
he
didn't know if
lied
he like
about
tried
it.
to dilute it like afterwards or something like that. I didn't know that he actually
No.
used somebody else's. That is kind of bad, but
The Jets, according to the rap
that's a
sheet,
young dumb kid's move. I'm
Right.
not going to knock him too much.
Well,
for
they
that.
said
According to the
like
rap-
while he was
yeah.
suspended, he was he did really well in class, and he tried
Yeah,
to make amends.
That's
for
I
it,
heard. I
so.
heard he's been stand up
Right.
ever since. Again, that's like I just think that's a young. That happened when he was 19, 18.
The
like 17, 18,
Seahawks
some-
have traded up in front of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
rap sheet. Yeah. Said that.
Who were they taking?
Josh Jones.
Epinesa?
I'm saying Josh Jones.
Let's go crazy and get Denzel Mims.
Maybe. But
I
wow,
would
Mims
say-
and DK Metcalf. Oh my goodness.
Claypool and Metcalf.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Mhm.
There you go. There you might got
Uh-huh.
something.
Uh-huh.
There you go,
Think about
son.
the run blocking between those two.
Oh wow. That's
Right?
I wouldn't be surprised if my Steelers trade back, guys, just saying, because I think they
need
really wanted a
picks.
receiver. Yeah, we might trade back here at a couple people with Josh Jones
Wait,
still on the board
how do the
and Ezra
Seahawks mess
Cleveland.
this up? Because they do way better in the second and third rounds, but let's just say that this is another first round pick and they're gonna mess it up. How would
Maybe.
they mess it up?
Maybe they
take
pick
Dobbins.
Jeremy Chin.
Dobbins, Jeremy.
They take Dobbins just for the penny memes.
Oh,
They
let's
take
see.
if they really mess it up, it'd be like drafting a backup quarterback like Jake Fromm or
They're
Hurts
taking
right now.
Jalen Hurts before him.
No.
Let's make it
Russell
happen.
Wilson hasn't even sniffed at the
That's
at an
okay.
injury. Like he stayed healthy
Diggs,
basically this
maybe?
entire time.
They've been
Maybe-
listening to our broadcast. They don't want to hear you guys make fun of me with the Steelers taking.
Maybe they take Diggs. Maybe.
Oh, that makes sense. You'd fit his size. and
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
Defense.
Playing that off man cover 3.
Yeah, that would be scary at
Boom
free
2.0.
safety. Ooh boy.
think I got it here, boys. Seahawks are interesting. Taking Darrell Taylor.
Ooh,
Okay.
outside linebacker from Tennessee.
Yep.
He has some heavy hands. He's got a lot of pass rushing moves. It's just he had some injury questions. He had a stress fracture on his leg. He didn't get to perform at the combine. He got flagged for it. But this is a Seahawks pick with the off the field issues because he's had, I believe it was twice he was suspended while he was at Tennessee. One was for kicking Trey Smith in the head. So he's a very Frank Clark-esque type issue with some off the field concerns. But if he's right, he's got some heavy hands and a wide variety of pass rushing moves. So they must have been convinced the Steelers were going to be taking a linebacker there.
So are they trying to recreate Wagner and KJ Wright duo?
No, I see this more as a pass rushing threat in that Leo position. I think that's going to be the guy they're looking for here, like Bruce Irvin in his prime when they first go around.
Yeah, he's got tons of high side, and I agree with you. I think he's going to be more of a rush pass rusher. They drafted Jordan Brooks to fill the linebacker role yesterday. So he's going to be more on the edge. Like you said, Frank Clark, he's got questions, but if he hits his ceiling, he's got it. I just felt like there was more polished guys on the board with no off the field issues. As far as the edge rushers, he finished outside my top 10 on my personal big board for edge rushers.
Does this solidify Clowney is basically gone at this point?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see them taking him back. And I just don't see the cap space whenever they went out and signed a couple other guys too, like Irvin. Was it Mayawa they signed?
Yeah.
And they have some other young guys. I really liked Rasheem Green when he came out too from USC. So I don't see with that pick, it pretty much signed, sealed, delivered. He's not coming back. I think Clowney's best bet to get some sort of pay and maybe a 1-year deal would be to sign with Cleveland, play opposite Myles Garrett, because they still have so much cap space. I could see that being one fit for him.
And they don't have to trade a high pick for him in comparison to Dockway.
Exactly.
And plus, with him not getting his payday that he wanted, you could maybe get not only on a discount, but maybe for like a 1 to 2 year contract, so you can try to get a payday again with Clowney.
The Steelers take it in.
Oh man,
Claypool.
Yeah, let's go, son.
I like it. I love it.
Big-bodied and freak athleticism. I don't care if he's a tight end or a receiver. Let Big Ben throw the ball up down the field.
I love
Let's
it.
do this.
This is a hell of a pick. This is a perfect pick for Big Ben.
This is Plexico Burris 2.0. Let's do it.
That's a way better.
He would be tight end 1 for me right off the bat.
Plexico Burris was like this skinny.
I know, but I'm
Claypool
saying
was like this big.
Man,
oh my
let's
God.
do this.
That is
let's
awesome.
do this.
That is
all right.
And he's got special team value and everything.
That's Mike Tomlin pick right there. Hey, I'm happy like you, Cody, with our picks so far.
Yeah,
that was nice. That was nice.
The Bears are up at 50.
Hey,
again. Yeah,
that is just going to be so awesome to see. That was the one missing link we had in our wide receiver core, that we didn't have a bigger body guy who could go up and get the ball. I'm figuring they came down to either him or Mims, but I'm glad they gave with the versatility of Claypool.
And what, you guys got Ebron, right?
Yeah, Ebron and Vance McDonald we wound up keeping too.
That's nasty. Yeah, so then I'm sure Tomlin will be able to kind of scheme up. I mean, Tomlin's not the offensive guy, but he's creative enough. You've seen what he's done with other guys. I mean, Paul Amalu and anybody else that they've had on that defense that can play multiple roles.
They just needed that guy in our offense. Like, they didn't have the big body. Like Martavis Bryant, he's going to have this kind of same effect with Bryant having the speed and the vertical ability, same way as Claypool, to bully people down the field. Yeah, I'm huge fan of that pick. Huge fan. Let's go.
Rob says, I agree. He loves Chase Claypool.
You're talking about fantasy value? Let's do it.
That was I like that pick. That was... Seriously, he might be a fantasy option this year. Not that far from school either. I mean, that's just Solid pick.
Help
all
the
around.
running
That may be
game,
my
he
favorite.
blocks, special teams. Yeah.
Maybe my favorite pick of this second round so far.
I don't know. Jonathan Taylor for my boy Cody.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
that's
right
such
there,
synergy.
1A, 1B with those two.
Yeah.
Especially from a production standpoint, because I don't know where's T. Higgins gonna fit in, where's Michael Pittman gonna fit in, DeAndre Swift, where's he's gonna be a 1A, 1B. He's probably gonna dominate that backfield. Let's be honest. But still,
yeah. He's probably
Yep.
I would honestly lean towards him just because Marlon Mack will still get snaps, Hines will still get snaps, but yeah, I mean, hey, our teams are hitting it today. That's all I'll say. Antoine Winfield, Jonathan Taylor, Chase Claypool. Titans haven't picked Joseph, so that means your team will hit.
Injury history bugs me. That's all I'll say. Like I love Winfield, I really do, but I'm not gonna celebrate that yet until I know I got perfect value. Same thing with like the worst last night. Like I like it, I don't love it. It's a solid pick. It's not a pick that gets me super excited. Give me Gibson or give me Akers in the third, and I'll be jumping around for sure.
Hey, all I want yet is Saywu to the Steelers later on here in the fourth. Day 3, that's what I want. Let's make it happen. So we have Chicago back on the clock. Do we see him go for Adam Troutman now or another tight end?
Bryson Hopkins?
Maybe.
Hey.
Do we go for 11? We're going for 15 personnel.
I gotta run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Unacceptable. You've lost your bathroom privileges.
That's what you're supposed to have a bottle for. Come on now.
Yes. Come on.
No, I didn't know you guys are pulling that shady stuff. All right, I'll be right back.
Just kidding.
What makes me
commercial break? We've got one. We have one of those. We're allowed to do
that. Let's do that, Jack. Right. While they're on the clock, right?
We're gonna head to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back, guys.
Did we get the Bears pick?
Not yet.
Oh, I think I just got it. Wow, good ad. I like that. They needed cornerback Jalen Johnson.
Okay. I watched a ton of him being Pac-12. Yeah, he's tall and he has bum shoulders, though. I don't know how he's going to hold up that physically with those.
Yeah, I just think he comes in with a high floor and he has a chance to be a playmaker. He's only my quarterback 7. I would prefer Diggs or Fulton way over him, but I know some people in the NFL are very high on him.
He's taller too, so I can see why he doesn't.
He'd be actually like you just talk about his bigger size. It actually makes sense to line him up across from Kendall Fuller. So it actually makes sense. He'll lead because what's his name? Prince Akamura, I believe.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's a good solid pick for them.
Yeah. I mean, obviously you got to be concerned. He's rehabbing his shoulder right now. He tore his labrum, but with the whole pandemic thing, you just got to hope because he's not getting the proper rehab. But I listened to an interview. He spoke about it, so I like to pick for him. If they address the position of need, I just would have preferred a Trayvon Diggs or a Christian Fulton over him.
Yeah. It's surprising how Fulton's fallen so far.
Yeah, I guess what Roy talked about earlier is off-field concerns are weighing in heavy, and I think somebody's going to get a steal just like last year. Somebody did with the Browns got Brady Williams, yeah.
I actually love the Jalen Johnson pick.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but CH is going to wear number 25. Jamal Charles' old number, so...
Yeah, we talked about that either before we hopped on. That was interesting.
Yeah. But the Johnson pick is, I have a Pac-12 friend of mine who writes for Oregon website. He did not like Utah's defense at all. So.
He didn't like Utah's defense at all?
Well, I don't know what he's looking at.
Yeah.
I was thinking because everybody saw the Pac-12 championship game where Oregon just beat them up. That
Watch the rest of the season. Watch the rest of the season. They're one of the most dominant defenses.
Let's catch up on some picks that we missed with our few-minute little break. Who we missed so far, gentlemen?
Bears take Jalen Johnson.
Big, lanky corner, can press. He's a good tackler. Like Joseph was saying, he had some injury questions with his shoulder, but upside is there. He's going to be a quality cornerback for Chicago, what they needed outside of Fuller.
Yeah, you'd rather see him go get that labrum fixed now than wait than Abrams did last year.
Yeah.
Or Tippins way back in the day.
Yeah, I watched him quite a bit, living in Utah, just down the street from Utah.
The next pick is in. It is Trevon Diggs to the Dallas Cowboys.
Ooh.
Nice.
Oh,
Cowboys are making a good run.
Dallas
I do
Cowboys
like that.
replace Byron Jones with another physical, long, lanky cornerback that can step in day one and be a starter right there. I really like that pick for Dallas, especially with getting CD
really
at one and now get this. Yeah,
I really like that, and I think I already got a run on our boy Rob. I already got they got Gurley's replacement. And it's Jack's favorite running back. He was hoping was going to fall to the Bucks in the third.
Akers?
Cam Akers.
That's a good pick.
Oh, that hurts. That is a dagger in the chest right there.
Yeah.
Oh man, that hurts.
People say he's a bit better than Dalvin, but maybe, I don't know.
Well, he didn't have the
He's got a high
line
ceiling.
that Dalvin had,
Yeah,
so it's kind of hard to say that. We don't know that this is the one. He's a hell of a pass blocker. He's probably arguably the most well-rounded back. If you would have put him in that LSU offense, who knows who we'd be talking about if it was CEH or if it was Cam Akers. I highly doubt that Clyde Edwards-Helaire would have been able to have the same production because I just don't think he's as shifty. What he was able to do, some of the highlights that I posted, when doing his scouting report, I loved him. He can turn chicken shit into chicken soup, in a quickness, and he was given no help on that offense, period, much less the offensive line. That offensive line was turnstiles from the left tackle to the right tackle. So the fact that he was able to get 1,200 yards in a season behind that offensive line just speaks wonders of what he can do. He
deserves a medal.
He can put his shoulder down. He's a receiving back. He's a good blocking back. There's no lack of effort in that department. He's between the tackles. He's outside the tackles. He's explosive. He's one cut. He's shifty. The only thing that you can maybe knock on him is the fact that he had to play behind a shitty offensive line for so long that you're really hoping that he doesn't have those bad tendencies of just trying to break the home run every time, because that's what he had to do. Like, if it wasn't for him, there really was no offense to come from Florida State.
Yeah. Absolutely. He had to do everything with nothing. But this, I don't know, guys. They took Henderson last year, who I was a real big fan of. You think this is maybe a little bit of a luxury pick when they have some other needs? Maybe a linebacker,
A
pass
little
rusher, maybe even a corner?
I'm right there. I'm right there with you. Like I like it what Akers could offer, but I'm right there with you too. Like I like what
think,
Henderson can, and
yeah.
I think Malcolm Brown is pretty solid too.
Yeah,
this
think
is a
that's what I
team that
mean.
needs a
panicked a
lot
little
of.
bit.
They've got holes everywhere. I mean,
Yeah, I think the Rams panicked a little bit seeing the run on running backs and wide receivers we've been having.
I would have expected them to go Dobbins over Akers. I thought for sure, and this is no knock to Akers. I just thought that the consensus opinion that I had a differing opinion. So I'm glad at least one franchise agreed with me that Akers could easily be one of these top 4 guys if he was given the opportunity to be. He just wasn't given that opportunity.
I just sorry. I'm about to go on a Damon Arnett rant. Sorry, Rob. Like, what are you
Go
doing
for
here?
it. Drop them
You got you got Malcolm Brown. You got Darrell Henderson, and then look at this running back class. You can get a Darrington Evans. You can get an Antonio Gibson. You can get a Zach Moss. You could, if you want to go deeper, like DJ Dallas. Roy, you talked him up the other day on the podcast. Hey, I'm a fan of him. On a day 3 pick. So there's some depth here if you want to address the position. There's probably some free agents I can't even think of you can go sign if you need a third running back. Like you need offensive line help. I just don't know what they're doing. Like, and I was such a big fan of what they were doing literally 2 years ago. Like,
I just don't understand. Like I said, Christian Fulton would have made more sense here.
Yeah,
opposite Jalen Ramsey. Like I get Troy Hill's okay. You sign
insurance if you don't get the deal done.
Right. You got a guy like that. Even, John Johnson's only a year away from free agency. Maybe go get Jeremy Chin and let him play sub-package linebacker. Because right now you just had a guy that was similar sized and Corey Littleton leave for Las Vegas. You need a linebacker. Micah Kaiser, I'm not sold you're going to be.
Just got rid of Clay Matthews. Zach Bond is like a Clay Matthews clone almost. You know, why not take him? He can play the edge. He can play linebacker, inside, outside. Like there's a lot that you can do with him. This was a luxury pick, and I think a waste. I honestly think this is a wasted pick. I'd love to see. Do we have Rob commenting?
I looked at the YouTube comments. He might be either sleeping because of his sickness or dealing with the girls right now. So he's probably going to wake up angry, I feel like.
I think the Rams are just...
We've talked about him quite a bit, so I'm sure he's going to be at least happy that like he took somebody that we were happy about, but...
It's just one of those picks we've experienced in this draft class where we love the player but hate the fit.
Yeah.
Nick A, you're going to fit right on in with this crowd. He says, I love Diggs, hate that he'll be going to Dallas.
Yeah, let's go back to that because I found the Rams pick and I thought that was definitely a worthwhile topic. But, man, I really do love the addition to Diggs for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I said this. I talked to my brother this morning who is a hardcore Cowboys fan. And I said, man, with the amount of cornerbacks that are still on the board from Fulton to Diggs, they could easily fall back and you still get one of those. And that's who my brother wanted. He's like, I would have took Fulton. I would have took Diggs right there. They still get that guy in the second round. We're talking about first-round talents. Like I know the Bucs just posted calling Winfield a first-round talent they got in the second. Well, I think every one of these guys that we're talking about right now, or a majority of these guys that just went, are considered first-round talents.
My goodness.
Sorry to interrupt.
Whoa.
The Eagles,
Philadelphia Eagles.
What?
Jalen Hurts.
No way.
Jalen Hurts, multiple outlets. Jalen Hurts to the Philadelphia Eagles.
So you're gonna pay Carson
way.
Wentz all that money and then not trust him to the point where you go take a quarterback in the second? That is stupid.
Is Hurts back?
Man, talk about some NFC teams that are didn't talk about quarterbacks. Have fun answering questions. Like,
oh wow, that
man. Here's the thing: you guys really don't like Hurts. I've kind of got turned on to him in the process just because I could see him as an athlete. I could see him as a backup. I could see him as a win guy. Maybe you hit with him and he's a Dak Prescott because I think his ceiling is a Dak Prescott.
But what does this say to Carson Wentz?
You're right. That's what I'm saying. Like this is another Jordan Love's.
You just went
You guys
from
talk. I'm bringing up Carson Wentz's contract situation right
you
now.
just went from making Carson Wentz extremely happy with taking Jalen Reagor, getting some speed and a vertical ability to take advantage of his arm, and now you're going to make him question what you're even doing. Like,
yeah, the only way you can justify this is that they're going to develop him and trade him later on, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah, this is just to interrupt before, then I'll go let you guys take a control and I'll get a report up for us. Let's talk about his contract. Okay, this year you're not moving him. You can't even save any cap money. His dead money is $62 million. So let's go next year. His dead money is $43.8 million.
You're not getting rid of
came
that.
cap
No,
savings.
no way.
His dead money in 2022 is 24.5, and 22 he only saved $6 million. His logical out is in 2023 where you're saving $19 million, but his dead money hit is still 15.2.
Well, I don't think they're drafting it. They're not drafting him to be the replacement. They're drafting him to make sure they have a quality backup. Look at, they won a Super Bowl with a backup. They want a quality backup. They don't trust him to be healthy. It's proven he can't stay healthy. He hasn't this entire time. But
maybe it's a develop and trade situation. Maybe
you don't take that in the second round when you have a quarterback on that high of a contract. You don't take a quarterback to develop. I don't, unless there's something screaming with an injury problem here that they're not confident that he's going to be able to play through. That's the only reason I see you going. Like, I don't care how much of a leadership qualities he has. You guys know my feelings on Jalen Hurts. I wouldn't have picked him until late day 3, and I would have been more comfortable taking him as an undrafted free agent. There's no way I'm selecting him.
Unless Wentz has Daquan Bowers' knees, I don't see why or how they made this pick.
Oh, wow.
I'm dumbfounded.
That is a shocker of the draft for sure.
And that's even worse than Love going in the first.
Whoa. You want to get bounced in this chat room there, buddy?
Yeah.
That
was one of the best picks.
That was one of the best picks in this entire draft. We just happen to dislike Aaron Rodgers, so that's kind of how I feel about that. But seriously, this is the biggest head scratcher. This is a bigger head scratcher than Akers. This is a bigger scratcher than Damian Arnett. This is an awful, awful pick. And I like the guy. I honestly, he won me over. I'm rooting for him. But like, how do you root for him? Because Carson Wentz is a stellar quarterback when healthy.
Well, and just to add to in our comments section, Nick, he's saying, especially when you guys got like maybe Eason or James Morgan,
our boy Anthony
Gordon, like you can get like in the next round or on day 3. There's quality backup quarterbacks in this class that you can develop.
Bro,
I like what Twitter said. Eagles pick might break the internet. Gonna shut it down.
I think it just did.
Twitter just got broken.
Gordon's just such a better prospect. I'm sorry, just like from an arm talent standpoint, he's just better. Period.
And you know what? If you took him in the 3rd round in Philadelphia, Carson Wentz has no qualms.
No,
he fits that system. He can develop behind him, and you're not going to have a quarterback controversy. You put Jalen Hurts here, and I don't think he's an NFL caliber quarterback, but you're putting him in here. What's the conversation going to be? Enhance it times 10 because you're in Philadelphia.
Jeremy Chin doesn't have day 1, impact on that defense.
Absolutely, he does.
What the fuck are they doing? Like, let me get all Cody on everybody. What the fuck are you doing? That is terrible. Pat wants to come in and make some comments.
Yeah, that's fine. We need more analysts, the better. We've been hoping. Blitz Team, if you're listening to this,
yeah, come on in. Pat, how happy are you that he's not a New England Patriot?
What's up?
I said, how happy are you that Jalen Hurts is not a New England Patriot?
I am happy because, well, mostly because I don't want to quarterback until much later. But hey, any non-Jalen Hurts quarterback is good. So
even he knows. Oh,
I don't have the hatred that Roy does.
It's not a hatred. Like, that's a difference. It's It's a dislike of the skills more so than it's a hatred of the player. Like I said, in interviewing the man, like, I fell in love with the guy. Trust me, in the interview process at the Senior Bowl, you know who I thought was a complete prick and a you-know-what? That was Justin Herbert. I thought Justin Herbert thought that he was cooler than shit. Jalen Hurts was willing to talk to you. Herbert thought that Herbert needed a bodyguard. Like, I'm sorry, but Jalen Hurts was the most popular player in Mobile, Alabama. I mean, he literally was being mobbed by people, but was nice enough to talk to locals, was nice enough to sign autographs for kids. Like, Hurts is a stand-up character. Herbert was too cool for school, like, and I didn't like that at all. That he thought he needed a bodyguard and he needed people to get away from him. He couldn't do interviews, with whoever that wasn't NFL Network and shit like that.
Yeah,
I get it. Whatever. You're
Nick,
missing out on your
the
top
guy,
pick.
good quality commenter. And we got a couple comments. Our boy Rance even said, "What is Philly doing?" But Nick, who's been with us since last night, he goes, "What is worse, Hurts at 53 with Wentz or Tebow at 25 when Denver did have a need?"
I'm gonna say Hurts because Tebow went and won a playoff freaking game. Hurts ain't winning
don't
no
remind
playoff
me.
games. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
No.
cut the deep.
You're killing me, Smalls. I about threw my TV out in the yard that day.
Oh, I bet to get beat by Tebow, nothing hurts worse.
I'm like, it's a post. Oh my goodness, they just let Tebow beat us in a playoff game. Hey, but,
Roy still hates Demarius Thomas to this day.
but no, I agree.
That was the overtime, right?
Yeah. Yes, it was like the first play from scrimmage. It was like a 78-yard touchdown.
Here we go with the Bills. AJ Epinesa.
Yeah,
I love that fit.
Oh,
I
Bills
love that
just keep
fit.
on getting
that
good.
Is a
Darn it.
perfect fit. Talk about that's a Trent Murphy clone right there.
Hey, put him beside Ed Oliver. Yeah. Go
Scary.
eat, son. Go son.
Eat, get some. I love that pick.
People hate Epinesa for his athleticism, but his RS scores, his lateral agility and explosion scores are off the charts. I don't know what's going on
super
there.
strong.
Yeah.
He's just so advanced in his hand fighting too. That and his moves,
Yeah.
I'm taking it. I don't care if he can bend. He's going to be a base 4-3 defensive end. It's going to be able to clog up the rushing lanes with his length, and then might slide it inside. But he can eat beside Ed Oliver.
No, he was one of the better run defenders on the entire defensive line out of anybody we scouted. He can stack and shed better than anybody. He knows how to use his length. Like you said, his hand technique, his ability to shed and win the hand fighting battle is bar none, arguably the best, minus a Chase Young in this draft class. He doesn't need to bend. He doesn't need to go to get around. He doesn't need to gap shoot because he's going the shortest the shortest distance to the quarterback is straight at him, and that's what he does best. So look what he did to Austin Jackson.
Yeah.
Just saying. Just saying. Throwing that out there. Nick A, if you're
he
listening,
went against
boss,
NFL linemen every day in practice. So, I mean.
You've definitely earned yourself a T-shirt, brother. Hit us up if you're on Twitter. Hit us up in the direct message, the DMs. Send us your address, and we'll make sure. It might take a little bit with this COVID situation and shipping, but we'll make sure you get a T-shirt, boss. I appreciate you tuning in for the
Nick,
last 2 nights.
You've been awesome, dude. Keep the questions and comments coming, and we'll keep throwing out there. And that's for anybody else that's out there listening. Keep commenting, throwing the questions. Maybe we'll be giving out some more T-shirts here shortly.
All right, real quick, let's go to our big board and see. We got 2. If we go to our initial top 32 and from day 1, the only people we got left on that big board is JK and Jeremy Chin. If we go to the 32 through 64, we've still got Bradley and I. We've still got Zach Bond. We still got our boy Ben Barch. Trotman's out there.
I think unfortunately, I think we're not going to see Barch go in second round, and that's going to be awful because his upside's through the roof, and I think he's going to be one of the steals here. If he goes into the third round, you're getting, in my opinion, a day 1 starter at right tackle at minimum. And if you're not comfortable there, you're sliding him in the guard, and he's going to play there for the next decade.
I agree. 100% agree. I just don't understand why they didn't see that. Like, the one-on-one drills are what's most impressive. And, like, somebody like Matt Pert got owned in one-on-one drills. But, again, he was facing, the perfect match to beat him. And Uche and Bradley Adnai kind of got eaten alive in terms of, the bend because he's so tall and so lengthy. That's another guy that I kind of do love in terms of raw intangibles. I like him as much as Austin Jackson, from a raw intangibles athleticism trait. But Ben Barch, his footwork, his polished hands, everything he did said that he came from SEC product. Like, it was that impressive. So
Yeah, definitely.
I cannot
We
believe
have
he's still on the board. I'm surprised, but I understand it. I really like what the Bills did. I think now AJ Epinesa, they got a first round talent in the second round. So you basically you went and got Diggs and AJ Epinesa with your first 2 picks. Basically, you had cap space to spend. They had to put it towards something. I think it's great moves. I think the Bills are definitely the front runner at this point.
I think Cody needs back in there, Jack in. He got booted. There he is.
Hey.
So
Looks like
the
Baltimore Ravens. Yeah, go ahead.
Ravens, I think, took Dobbins.
J.K. Dobbins to the Baltimore Ravens.
Damn.
That offense is scary.
I mean, he's very similar to Mark Ingram. I've heard people comp him to Mark Ingram.
That's just scary depth, though. They already had Gus Edwards, and they took Justice Hill last year. Mark Ingram and J.K. Dobbins, yeah.
And Lamar to Hollywood over the top, man.
They're building. This will probably be Ingram's last year with Baltimore. Just saying. Yeah. And then after that, you're not going to miss a beat. J.K. Dobbins in that offense.
As long as he stays healthy.
So it looks like we only have one player now left with our top 32 big board guys. It's Jeremy Chin.
Jeremy Chin. Where is he going?
Last one on the board. Let's see.
Let's not overlook JK. Like, JK is a beast, super explosive. Reminds me a lot of, obviously he played at Ohio State, so he's instantly going to translate to a Zeke Elliott type. He does remind me of that. I think he's a little bit more explosive, but there has been multiple lower extremity injuries that concern you, and that happens with explosive athletes like that. Can he be one of the best running backs in this draft class? For sure. There's a lot of people that had, in terms of on film, the highlight reel was as good, if not better, than any of these running backs in the draft class this year. There's just reasons for concern. His pass blocking is good. He's a very well-rounded, but I don't think he's great in one area outside of just being able to take it, a small game to a big game. But his top speed isn't Jonathan Taylor's.
Mm-mm.
His pass blocking isn't the best in this draft class. His catching and receiving out of the backfield isn't the best in this draft class. I think he is one of those. He's explosive, but he's a jack of all trades, master of none type.
I do think, though, his pass catching ability is way better than Jonathan Taylor, and his vision's better than Jonathan Taylor. But for me, I just like his well-rounded ability. You touched upon it, Jack. This is a perfect fit for Baltimore. It's a luxury pick at this point because of the Gus Edwards, the Mark Ingram, and the Justice Hill on the roster. But with this big of a value sitting at 55, why would you not snarf him up and just sit him there? Mark Ingram is 31 at this point, if I'm not mistaken. So he could be wearing down at any point. Mid-season, you're going to get a guy who can step in. So we have who we got up next here? We got the Miami Dolphins on the clock.
Sorry about that, guys. I got kicked somehow.
I didn't realize.
What's that?
So I didn't like your take.
You didn't like my take?
I didn't like your take. I just booed you. That's why I'm trying to kick you. If you're saying something dumb, I'm just gonna kick you out. I'm the Z master now.
Yeah, that is definitely a luxury pick. Dobbins to the Ravens. I mean, go get a wide receiver or something else, but we'll see.
I think that Jeremy Chin or Zach Bond. I mean, Zach Bond would have been a luxury pick because they just went and got Patrick Queen. But then that goes from weakness to strength of the linebacking core.
Or like an edge rusher, like a Nye or somebody, because they're talking about that Judon, even though he's franchise day, he's on the trade block.
Yeah, I'm very shocked that Bradley and Nye's not off the board yet. I think me and Cody thought he would have been early round 2, late round 1 if somebody really liked him like we do. The way he dominated the Senior Bowl, I mean, he just literally, from the hand fighting, the speed to power, he's a complete package. The production was there. 10+. I mean, he led the Pac-12 in sacks. He dominated these guys, these tackles. he dominated not just Austin Jackson. He dominated every tackle that was put in front of him at the Senior Bowl. From the guys in the North squad to the guys in the South squad, there was nobody that could block him. So maybe they're thinking that, just because he's just this workout warrior that, his and the technique is already pretty much sound, that he can only get so much better, that he has a low ceiling, high floor kind of player. But to me, this is as that one guy says, this is blasphemy.
Oh man, Miami's on the clock now with another one of their picks. Where we think they're going, guys?
I would hope Bradley and I, maybe Julian Aquara.
I'm saying Josh Jones. He still is yet to be selected here.
Oh,
you need a tackle, Josh Jones,
man.
right here.
Him, Hunt, and then Austin Jackson. I could start getting behind that.
Josh Jones should definitely be the pick for Miami.
Yep.
But there's the defense, that D line can use some help. Could use an edge rusher. They need somebody to complement Christian Wilkinson in that interior. Just saying.
I'm sure they would have had interest in Dobbins too if he would have been there.
Oh, I bet. I bet you they were praying that he was gonna fall.
Yeah, I bet they were really hoping that was gonna be the pick.
Looking at wide receivers right now, Mims is still on there. Duvernay, Gandy Goldman, KJ Hill, Van Jefferson, but those wide receivers did go quick.
Yes, sir.
Looking at tight ends, they definitely don't need tight ends. I mean, they took Mike Gesicki just a couple years ago, but Trotman's still on the board. You got Harrison Bryant, Hunter Bryant, Albert O. You've got some pieces, Jared Pinkney on there. In terms of offensive tackles, you got Ezra Cleveland, you got Josh Jones, you got Lucas Niang. He could also be another guy that could go early.
Niang would be a perfect fit for him. Yeah. Niang would be that guy.
I believe we have a pick for Miami.
Let's hear it.
Raekwon Davis.
Ooh.
That's an interesting one.
It's a bit early,
looking for versatility, 4.3 and 3.4, massive size. You're looking for an interior guy. There's other more explosive, just Matabike, and others.
But... or Vil Gilmore way before I took Raekwon Davis.
He just takes up a lot of space.
He's a big boy.
I have Davis graded
if you're looking
as
to just take out space,
take
Leaky Fotu.
Yeah.
I think they want to try the base 3-4. He's a 5 tech. He can slide inside and be a D tackle and push the pocket with that length. And if he's motivated, he can get to another level. It's just he never seemed to be consistently motivated.
Yeah, his play fell off since 2017.
Right. Yeah.
So if you can get,
for me, he's always had better defensive linemen around him, and he's never flashed. Anytime I've watched Quinnen Williams, anytime you watched any of those guys, Ron Payne, he's never flashed to me.
Yeah.
He's been a part. I mean, he's reaped the benefits of being on that defensive front. But I think this is another. I'm sorry. I am not a fan of Miami's pick, and they're supposed to be dominating this draft. Anytime I've played them around in this mock scenarios, they had every opportunity to dominate the draft, and I think they are blowing it. I'm gonna be harsh. Sorry.
I can see what they're going for, though. Like I said, 3-4, that type. But there's just better players all around you could have picked. Yeah, that's what I mean. There's better player. I would have took a tackle there. You just took an injured quarterback. Take the tackle before. You could have got Davis in the third.
Jeremy Chinn's still sitting there.
Maybe Rob's guys will get him, like we were saying. Corey Littleton comp. Maybe L.A. Rams take Jeremy Chinn here.
What are you doing, Miami? I'm trying to root for you. I really am. It's so weird to see that new LA logo. I'm just like, every time I see it, I'm like, who is that? Like, I got to take a double take.
Oh, boy, guys. Los Angeles Rams. Rob, who do you want? If you're out there, shout us out on the comments. Who you want? We'll speak it in.
That dude hasn't said anything since the Cam Akers pick. He might be out.
Yeah.
He probably knew he was going to be disappointed. So he's like, I'm sleeping.
Josh Lisco.
I mean, there's a lot of talent out there. I just can't believe Christian Fulton's still out there. Jeremy Chin, Ashton Davis.
Has Mooney commented? I want to know. I want to hear from if there's any Eagles fans out there. I just want to hear this take. I'm pretty sure they're all drowning their sorrows right now.
I'm guaranteeing they're drowning their sorrows right now.
Interesting stat. Tom Brady has faced his new teammate Antoine Winfield Jr.'s father 7 times in his career.
Oh man.
Oh, dude. That's what's crazy. If, like, Tom Brady would have got to baby making early, he definitely could have pulled a LeBron James and been playing with, like, a child, like, at this point. But, I mean, his kids are all super young, but, like, I'm just saying. He could have been one of the few to have that opportunity. But that's nuts.
Come on, LA. Let's do Rob proud here.
Jeremy Chin? Jeremy Chin.
Let's see. Speak it into existence here, boys.
Ezra Cleveland.
I would have been, yeah, they should take a tackle. Zach Bond, Josh
Lucas
Jones,
Niang.
Ezra Cleveland, even Justin Munabuke.
Yeah.
Like, get back to that. What made that defense so good was having that dual threat interior pressure. How are they going to mess this up? Like Julian Akawara, Bradley Anae. Like, how do you mess this up? There's too many good prospects sitting here right now.
Take a Christian Fulton right here, opposite Ramsey.
I wouldn't be upset.
Man, I can't believe he's still on the board. It's crazy.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
TV
And
just went to
And they're
commercial.
okay, and they're good at taking
in like character risks.
characters. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I got it here, boys. Oh, I love it. I love the pick, but man, another position
Holy
they don't got to
crap.
address. Van Jefferson, but why?
Wow.
Another player I love. I just hate the pick.
Yeah, I like Jefferson. I believe he was the top route runner in this class. Well,
Yeah.
second best route runner behind Judy.
I'd actually it's very close between both of them because Van Jefferson, nobody was able to cover him down at the Senior Bowl. It was very Cooper Cup-esque down there when he was at Senior Bowl. Nobody was able to keep up with him that way. And I love the pick for him. Like you said, though, I don't know if I would have took that over a tackle right now or maybe some other defensive player.
Man, they must trust the development of their offensive line. It's just like Roy, you already know. Like I was sitting next to you the whole time, and I was basically, I don't even want to make this a family safe show, but I fell in love with Van Jefferson in Mobile.
Yep.
His power running ability. He's a great player. He's gonna work inside the slot, but they already got that guy in Cooper Kupp. They got Robert Woods. I like Josh Reynolds. Like they got weapons even in Higbee and their tight ends. Like they just drafted Akers. Like don't draft skill positions.
The only way that I can maybe read a tea leaf here is being that they are in such cap, issues. Maybe they're looking for Robert Woods on the block.
Yeah.
Because Robert Woods is in, I believe, his last year. He could get a lot of relief from that. I believe like $5 million or something like that in relief. Cody, I don't know if you had a chance to check it or not, but
yeah, I know I can pull it up really quick. But yeah, I know he's. I've heard his name floated around there.
Yeah, so maybe that's something they're looking at to get him some, salary cap relief. That they go out and trade a Robert Woods now since they got the pure route runner to take his place. That's about the only thing I can see here because there was other needs on this defense. A linebacker in my form and fashion would have been the pick. Zach Bond, even Malik Harrison, somebody like that.
Yeah, so they would only save about $3.8 million in cap space this year and have $4.3 million in dead money. But next year they would save $9 million and only have $1.1 million in dead money with Robert Woods.
That's about
yeah. To go back to Marlon Davis, and one of his quotes just came out from his presser, like post-selection presser. He said that when they pulled me out of the womb, I was destined for greatness.
That's not surprising whenever you got to talk to him down at the Senior Bowl. The guy had a gregarious personality. You can tell he joked around. He's going to be a fun one. He's going to be a fun one to track going forward. All right, where we got Minnesota here. We got Minnesota on the clock. Are
Yeah,
they going to
could
go?
get Christian Fulton. Imagine having Fulton, Hughes, and Gladney.
Fulton?
Or did they
Maybe
go safety?
Josh Jones, tackle?
Yeah, I thought they could select him in the first
Ezra
round.
Cleveland. Cleveland
Yeah.
was somebody they said that they were high on. And Josh Jones. They both were talking about they
shoot,
them.
I mean, they still have need at wide receiver. They could go get crazy and go get Denzel Mims with Thielen, and you have Justin Jefferson in the slot.
Could grab a 2 tight end set. They are paying Rudolph quite a bit of money this year.
They got Irv Smith last year in the second round.
Oh, that is true. That is true.
Yeah.
Yep.
Possibly Barch, maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know how much that fits.
Yeah.
Ooh, I didn't even think about that too. I think Cooper Kupp's contract's coming up soon. They might just not want to pay him, and he'll just go to New England.
Rounder.
No, they're gonna pay him over Robert. They'll can Robert Woods and pay him. He's already their number one wide receiver.
DJ just threw out his comp for Van Jefferson. It was Cooper Kupp.
Wasn't Kupp hurt like 2 years ago, or was it this past year? I can't remember.
It was 2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago. Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting pick for Minnesota. I'm thinking tackle here for them.
So you guys know, I don't know if you're looking at the highlight. I'm keeping up at least the player profile now. Split screening with the player profile.
I see you.
You see me?
Talent recognized talent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And our Joseph Yoon right here actually did the Van Jefferson. He snaked that scouting report from me. Not that I'm mad.
I know. Me too. I was like, all right, done with my cornerbacks when I caught up, and I was like, oh, somebody got my boy.
And it was well written, Joseph. Well written.
Yep. Athleticism 6'9". Let's see. Where did he route running?
Nice.
9.0. See, I get on board with that. Quickness off the line of scrimmage an 8. Separation an 8. Blocking a little weak in that. Hands, with the ball in his hands an 8 overall. I like it. For any of you new guys tuning in, we do have scouting reports on Blitzalytics.com for everybody. You can go to Blitzalytics.com/scouting or click the scouting tab on the upper left-hand corner of our website. We are the first company to fully integrate an analytical equation into a scouting report. So we have a weighted scouting metric that takes into consideration the most important traits per player instead of just taking the average of all the traits and combining it into one. We definitely feel like we have proven that we have the most accurate grading system when it comes to scouting and analytics.
It is it.
Yeah, pick Ezra Cleveland, Boise State offensive tackle.
Okay.
Good for them.
That's a quality ad.
He's got a high ceiling. He's athletic, and I posted this on my Twitter a couple weeks ago, and this is not my find. This is from the guys at Roto World, where his 20-yard shuttle time, it projects for him to be a long-time starter in the NFL. Not necessarily he's going to be a great player, but he should start the majority of his games.
The other thing with him is he has a wrestling background, so his balance is there. He's not going to be shaken a lot in pass protection. He was able to mirror, and I believe he dealt with a foot injury this past year. So he gutted it through there and still played high-quality football. This also is pretty much taking, I think, Minnesota out of the Trent Williams trade talks.
That is a shrinking market very quickly in this draft for him.
So is a county market.
Who knows? So, I mean, they could still do it. I mean, because Riley Reef still could create cap space if they don't want to kick him inside. And even though Brian O'Neill has been great as a right tackle, I still feel like O'Neill could kick inside. I mean, I think they could still be in play, but I do agree that the market's shrinking for Trent Williams.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we have the Jets up on the clock. Do they go get a pass catcher here, Denzel Mims? Or do they continually add to the offensive line here and try to keep Sam Darnold upright?
If I was them, I'd be pretty excited Denzel Mims has fallen this far.
I think they'd be grinning ear to
Yeah, I
ear to
think-
be
yeah.
taking Christian Fulton
Hmm.
because they need a corner
Oh,
bad.
they do. That's actually a very good point.
He was one
But
of the
man, they do need to get Darnold some weapons so they can properly evaluate him before his contract's coming up. I think I would probably go Mims.
yeah. I think I would go that way. Speed, length, catching radius, body control. You can add him to the other speedster and Perryman they got. You got a slot guy in Crowder. You already got him a left tackle.
Mm.
There's still so much talent on the draft board.
The Jets
man. This
pick is
just
in.
crazy. Who you got?
They have Mims.
Denzel Mims.
I feel like
Freak
they just
athlete.
they're always down for like B grade wide receivers. I can't
They're
remember the
swinging for the
last
fences.
I can't remember the last star wide receiver that they've had on that team.
Oh, I can name it. It was way back Wayne Corbett.
Yeah,
That's been a
before-
while.
Braylon
Before we go
Edwards.
into it, to go back to our really previous discussion, with the pick on Cleveland, the trade with Trent Williams and the Vikings is now off the table. They had extensive discussions with Washington, which never pulled the trigger on the deal. So it sounds like they were very close, but Washington's pussifying around pulling the trigger.
So yeah.
So who are they going to trade him to then? There's not many other suitors out there.
Cleveland.
You know what I mean? Trying to think of a team off the top of my head we could see Trent Williams going to. Maybe
Miami has a ton of cap space to play around with.
they do. Austin Jackson was just their pick. Maybe they slide him to right.
Or
Maybe-
just let him develop too, and not just give him like a 2-3 year contract.
So I'm just looking real quick here. Maybe a Denver. Garrett Bowles has been a bust. Keep Drew Lock upright.
The Chargers need a tackle too. Kick Balaga to the right side where he needs to go.
Yeah.
Mims
Either
does
way.
have a good athletic profile, though, if we're going to it. His scouting grade, 7.26, 7.1 in terms of overall athleticism, 7.0 without the ball, 7.25 with the ball in his hands. He's got, great hands. Yards after catch is decent. He's got length to his game, but does have a few injuries. Play with what? Yeah, he played with messed up thumb for the most of the year.
Thumb, and there was a foot injury he dealt with this past year. Oh, no, Mims. Yeah, sorry, I was talking about Ezra Cleveland. Yeah, Mims, that was last year. He only dropped, I
Yeah.
believe it was 2 passes, and he dealt with a broken hand the entire year, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Carson Wentz did tweet out a welcome to Jalen Hurts, so
Because he's a stand-up character.
he is.
He's saying, get your running back number. That was the follow-up tweet that was in the DMs.
Welcome to the team, Taysom Hill.
Yeah, you ain't getting the quarterback number, son.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Listen, I love the kid, like you said. When we sat down and heard him in his press conference at the Senior Bowl, it's not that I don't love the guy. The guy is upper echelon elite. It's just he's not an NFL quarterback. He's not that, guys, and I don't know unless Doug Peterson's the best quarterback, refiner in maybe the NFL. If he can get that out of him, he needs a pay raise.
Oh shit. And he might
Now
though.
we got
I
Bald-
mean, it's not to say that he couldn't have a sub package, or again, Carson Wentz gets hurt late in the season. I could easily see him sliding in and taking him on a little playoff run while running an RPO style offense. But a pro style offense, the same playbook that Carson Wentz runs with the elite arm strength that he has and the precision he has in between the 30 and 40 yard mark where they run, they are a deep threat type of offense. No way. It just doesn't
Nope.
work. He has to have a completely separate type of team or playbook. And when you look at if you watch the CD Lamb tape, if you watch his tape, it's just different. Like it's wide open wide receivers 90% of the time. It's easy to hit somebody when when they can slow down or speed up to get to the ball, it's going to look accurate, but it just isn't.
Right.
It's the Marcus Mariota Oregon syndrome, I'll say.
It's the same thing with Justin Herbert though too.
Yeah.
But Herbert's at least accurate because he throws the ball so hard that it's going to get there on time.
It's a howitzer every time.
It is like he's going to hit his guy in stride because he's throwing so freaking hard. They usually have to catch up to it. So, but I just don't think. I mean, he's going to have probably some pretty good year one production. But
so we have Baltimore on the clock here now. Do we see them go back for a pass rusher now?
I think it's Zach Bond, dude. They have to be
Bond
such a
or
steal.
Bradley and I.
That or Josh Uche.
Watch him get Fulton just to piss me off as a Titans fan.
Yeah, or Jeremy Chin. Go with
I don't
Earl
think they
Thomas.
need Fulton though. They've got plenty. They've got plenty of cornerbacks.
Yeah, Jimmy Smith they re-sign, Marlon Humphrey, even Anthony
Marcus
Everett's a nice
Peters.
guy. Amon
Marcus
Marshall.
Peters.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like that would be a luxury pick. I think defensive end, like outside linebacker, that sort of position, since they got Queen. Or maybe they go way off script and take Adam Troutman since they got rid of Hayden Hurst.
No.
Threaten to the
Did you see
Bears.
Other tight ends.
Yeah, did you see? Yeah, they already have good. They still have good tight ends, even without. They don't need it.
I'm just
Like,
saying,
you don't need it.
luxury,
Nobody
guys.
needs to like. This isn't like the Bucks aren't setting some new
Ooh,
trend.
we got to trade. We got to
We have a
trade.
trade.
Patriots.
New England Patriots. Woohoo!
If we don't take Bond, I'm leaving.
Boy, stand on your soapbox.
Bradley and I feel like this is gonna be a Fromm type thing.
Oh,
that'd be
no. Oh, no.
Bill right here far too long. I'm just terrified.
I'm here for it. I'm here for this content. I'm here for Pat Fukin live because From's in the second.
Jake Fromm and the Patriots. No, let it not happen. We've already seen somebody overdraft Jalen Hurts. Let's not see Fromm.
Here's the trade. Ravens trade 60 and 129. The Patriots are trading 71 to 98 to the Ravens. So
And
some
we
pick
take
swapping.
Joshua Uche.
Is that
Uche?
true? Uche?
Uche, yeah.
Yeah. Josh Uche, that's a quality pick.
He's got high talent,
Not
man.
bad.
He can
Yeah.
bend.
God.
That's it though.
Yeah.
Like, he is a pure speed rusher, and that is it. There's no versatility to that game.
Yeah, you better go back and check the tape for his coverage ability.
He can drop back, Jack.
He
Yeah, I'll
can.
drop
He's
him
got
back.
the athletic ability. I'm talking about just rushing the passer though. Like he's got no power to it. He doesn't have an inside move. He can bend the corner, and that's about it.
That's going to be their Kyle Van Noy replacement. That's the guy that's going to be.
I could see it.
That's what position he's going to go. You have Winovich to be your power rusher.
He was my edge 6, so it's a good ad. I would prefer an eye over him, but
yeah, that's
You
just
can-
what's bugging me.
Yeah.
well, you do realize I had this feeling with an eye. I know we're kind of getting off topic with Uche, and he deserves his praise because I like his ceiling that he offers. But I had this weird feeling with an eye. He was just going to get the your boy from last year's Chase Winovich treatment. Just kind of people just overlooking what's in front of him, and he was just going to drop to the third.
Uche graded out as a 6.82 for us because, again, he is limited. He did have some injury history, but the athletic traits are there. I mean, again, he is the best. I think he's the best bender in this draft.
Him and Caleb on Chason, yeah, they can both be. Like, if you go watch, I think it was his freshman tape when he went to Michigan. Some of that was impressive coming off the edge there at Michigan. He wasn't the biggest. Like he said, he's only about, 226, 230-ish. He doesn't have that bulk to be able to go down consistently and be an edge. I think he's going to be more of a, like I said, a Kyle Van Noy 4-3 outside linebacker, maybe come down pass rush in certain situations, or a Hassan Reddick, maybe another similar player.
All right, if we switch on over to our big board, 33 to 64, still got guys like Bradley and I, Zach Bond, Ben Barch. Looking down the list, Josh Jones is still out there. Akawara is out there. I mean, there's still some talent. Ashton Davis is out there. Uche was at 54. Ezra Cleveland's been taken off. Jalen Johnson's been taken off now. You still got Malik Harris out there. Still got Cam Dantzler out there. There's still quite a bit of talent, man. But this is what we expected. Like, not everybody can get drafted in the first round. Not everybody can get drafted in the second round. I'm not saying we had first round grades on each and every one of these guys, but early day 2, like early first round or early second round, on a majority of these guys that just happen to be ranked. Anybody who ranked from 30 to 60 is still like somebody we wouldn't have been shocked if they went at the end of the round 1.
Right. Yeah, that's what I said like earlier, Jack. This year more than any other, I can see a lot of these players maybe making the Pro Bowl just as much as what the first round because of the depth in this class.
Yeah,
So,
The pick is in for Tennessee.
Let's see. Where are they going?
Oh, I thought you knew it. Bill Belichick was not on camera again. This guy is such a turd, dude.
What do you want to see him on camera though?
Yeah, it's just
dog. I'd rather see a
hate
dog.
it.
No, good point. Good point.
Who cares?
About this one. I don't know about this Tennessee pick.
I think Bond's a great addition here.
Fulton.
Yeah, they need cornerback.
Yeah.
They need Fulton. You can let Adoree Jackson be your nickel then. You already have Vaccaro and Byard as your safeties. Malcolm Butler is your 1. You could let Fulton be your 2. You already went out and got your right tackle of the future in Isaiah Wilson. So I just makes too much sense here.
They grab Trotman, maybe?
That
Maybe.
makes sense.
Maybe.
They could.
They could get like a Jeremy Chin, maybe Ashton Davis.
We
got him.
Joseph?
Yes, sir. It's Fulton.
Christian Fulton.
Man, this team's
Jealous
making some
of it.
improvements.
I'm
That's
jealous
for
as a
sure.
Colts fan.
Yep. I'm
Christian.
happy about this pick.
Hey,
We
you're a
definitely-
Titans fan, so speak on it.
We definitely needed a cornerback because Malcolm Butler got hurt last year, and then he missed the rest of the season. Logan Ryan is a free agent currently, and Adoree Jackson is pretty much the only returning starter at this point. And then the back end of the depth chart is not good, I'll say. And then Fulton, he has some red flags off the field, but kids make mistakes all the time. I mean, it's not like he committed a heinous crime or anything. It's just a stupid mistake, and he's very physical at the point of attack, and he's taller, so I like that. And he more than held his own against Alabama, so that's pretty good.
He comes from a system that's going to equate real easily to Tennessee. They play a lot of man or press zone in that system. He's going to be able to come in day one basically and be in the starting equation, even if not. I don't see how they can't let him with that many snaps in the SEC against big time competition. This to me just screams Mike Vrabel, big time experience, day one starter. At this point, at 61, this is one of the steals in the draft.
Yeah, this might be the steal of the draft. I think me and Cody had him as our number 2 corner, right?
Yeah, I did.
He was my CB3.
I was talking to Cody.
So, yeah.
No,
Go for
it's
it,
fine.
I'm just messing with you.
No, it's fine. But yeah, he was my CB2 on top 5 video. And man, I just love his ceiling. I compared him to Darius Slay.
Yeah.
And I love what he can bring as a player. He's got the size, the athleticism. He needs to work on his timing. I don't know if it's the instincts or what he's doing. He can put himself in a bad position at times, but I don't understand why he fell this far. But I'll say this. As a Colts fan, I hate this pick because if he hits his ceiling, he can make life difficult for Indianapolis fans.
Yeah, again, this is a counter to drafting a wide receiver.
Yep.
So I like it. We have him as a 7.49 on the grade scale.
And it looks like our boy Rob must have woke up from his nap. He said, "Missed my Rams doing exactly what I said they would do."
Rob, it is too. Rob, you'll have to go back and look into it when you have time one of these days. But I went on a rant about your Rams taking a running back, and then I went on a rant about Jefferson, and it's not like we hate the players. It's just no need for it.
Yeah, there was no need for Akers or Jefferson. Like, you have other spots of need, and How bad is Jared Goff to not be able to make it work with two good wide receivers when you have glaring, gaping holes and throughout the rest of the team, offensive line, linebacking core, edge rusher, like go on and on and on and on. Like they need help. They need another number 2 corner. They could have used Christian Fulton for Christ's sakes. Like they could have gone a million other places. Sorry, Rob.
We have Green Bay on the clock right now.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Mike Variable's background is just saying now. It's just logo.
Is what?
It's just a team logo instead of all that mess that was on last night.
So the Green Bay Packers are now on the
Wow.
clock.
Wow, I got the pick too.
There
and
you go.
I don't even understand what they're really doing. And he's my RB7, I believe.
Oh boy, we're taking running backs now. All right.
AJ Dillon.
Oh
What?
my goodness. Wow. Hey, Jacob Patterson's gonna love this pick.
AJ Dillon is so slow. Like I like him as a power running back, but if you don't
ran a
think
good
that there's
thing.
not going to be linebackers they can catch up to him and take him
He
down.
ran
like,
what, a 4.4?
He
He tested the world.
the
but
only
it's
thing
just
I'm
like,
gonna
it
say
takes him a while to get going.
the only thing I'm gonna say about this is Matt LaFleur must see some Derrick Henry in him that we don't see, because I don't see it, but he was the offensive coordinator when Henry started to be used in Tennessee. So AJ Dillon, but I don't get a pick because I love Aaron Jones. He's been a high quality producer since they gave him the reins.
So they just
Like,
don't want
what
to.
are you
This is
doing?
saying that they don't want to pay him. That's exactly what this is saying.
AJ Dillon, he was my 17th ranked running back. 17th, guys.
Makes.
I would rather took Zach Moss.
I think I had him at 9 or 10. I think I had him at 10. Give me. I mean, give me Joshua Kelly. Give me somebody. Like, there's other power backs. There's other guys that it can. Yeah, give me Sewu way before this.
Yes, thank you. Sewu. Every day, I'll pound that table rather than having AJ Dillon here at 62. As much as I love the Jordan Love pick, what the heck are you doing, Brian Gutekunst?
Oh, just trying to piss Rodgers off. Like, what's a second player that we could take that'll piss Rodgers off the most? This was it. This had to have been it.
Not even a wide receiver.
Not a wide receiver. Like, not not a Devin Duvernay, not a KJ Hill. Like, let's just take a big old
Brian
pounder back.
Edwards even.
Yeah.
Antonio Gibson. You can at least line him up as a slot receiver and be an offensive weapon.
Yeah, like you have Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones was our MVP of the year in terms of our MVP metric. Like,
and
you don't need this.
For me, right now, look at their tight end depth chart. Yeah, you got Jay Sternberger. I'm not convinced he's a beanpole, guys. When you look at him bulk wise, he's not going to be able to stand up that way. You have Mercedes Lewis is what, 37? Robert Tonyan. Adam Troutman here would have even made sense.
Troutman would have been a hell of a pick. Then I would have been like, all right, there you go. Now you're getting back on track. But now this is just terrible.
Yeah, I don't understand that pick whatsoever.
Good old Green Bay. Again, they're just making it easier on my Bucks in the playoffs.
All right, Nick. I see you on YouTube. Aaron Rodgers should ask for a trade at this point.
I'm right there, Nick. Yeah. You interested? You want to come work for Blitz? Well, we got a spot for you here. Come on, man. You got some good takes.
That's why you said that, Roy. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I'm pulling up AJ Dillon's report right now, and you said something about Jacob will love him. I'm like, I'm assuming Jacob gave him high praise.
He gave him a 7.8 on the scale, and this is something he was supposed to bring all these grades down. He's a 6.8, not a 7.8, guys. I'm sorry. I'm letting you all know this right now. He did not match that grade right there. That grade right there, that's not it. So,
is there numbers on whether or not Rodgers requests to trade?
I think Matt LaFleur has blocked his number. I think Matt LaFleur blocked his number.
Yeah, I think there's numbers. It's called a contract.
No, I'm betting. We can bet on the chances.
Can you bet? Are you? Is there a Vegas odd on that yet? Probably not.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you could find a place to make that.
Maybe, I don't know. With no sports going on, there might be a legit.
I feel like Packers are not taking his calls right now, though.
No, he's ignoring that. Gunakus and LaFleur both are just like ignore, decline.
Who's this, Aaron? Beep.
Yep, we have Kansas City Chiefs on the clock right now, and the pick is in.
Yours. How?
I'm hearing it's our buddy Chin.
All right,
Oh, nice.
let's go. Chiefs are
Casey,
getting up
Casey
there,
out
man.
here winning with all of our favorite players.
Let's go. Ashton Moore, your team's going to be happy with Mr. Jeremy Chin on that defense.
Yeah,
You got a guy. You got a guy.
You know your Steelers are gonna have to see them if they have any chance at the playoffs. Like, why are you rooting?
Hey, I am a Patrick Mahomes fan, so
Who is it?
KC, Kyler, it's probably gonna be Chiefs number 2 for me. So, that is just an absolute sick addition. Now you can let Matthew play wherever you want or Chin wherever you want.
Yeah,
with
they can
Juan
both play
Thornhill
strong or free.
or nickel, and then you have Thornhill, if he's healthy, is one of the better ball hawking, deep third safeties of last year's draft from Virginia. I love that addition in that defense. Love it, Jeremy Chin. Plus, we know how bad they got gashed by tight ends even, and having little to no depth at linebacker along the interior. They had, who was it, Daniel Sorensen playing a linebacker for a good bit last year. This is an athletic way upgrade for the Kansas City Chiefs in that type of aspect.
Yeah, it's kind of, I love it. They got like 4 safeties now. I just didn't feel like they could address the cornerback room, but yeah, I get it. I get it.
I believe that's the last guy off the top 32 on the Blitz big board.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, this is a friend of mine that's a Bucs fan that I worked with in the past. I just saw him post this on Twitter. I just want to hear your thoughts on this. With the selection of AJ Dillon to the Packers, what would it take if the Bucs called up the Packers right now and tried to offer OJ Howard for a little Aaron Jones action?
Oh, that's
I don't know.
Please no.
I don't want to pay Aaron Jones.
That's terrifying.
I love Aaron Jones. That
Me
would
too.
be nasty.
Get expensive real quick though.
You got a 2-3 year window. 2 or 3 year window. Let's go for it.
The Panthers just traded with Seattle.
Look at Seattle, instead of trading back, going up twice in the second round. Is this for Josh Jones?
Could be.
We know they need some offensive line help. They always, or maybe is it Zach Bond? Another linebacker addition here, in addition to Jordan Brooks.
I would say it's Jones. Maybe even Barch.
Maybe.
You never know. Lucas Niang, they could definitely pull a trigger on Lucas Niang. They're a type of team that can use his skill set.
Okay, let me see.
Because Josh Jones is limited. They do play. They're a power run team, but they play some zone.
Yeah.
Like they ask their offensive line to be able to do everything.
Okay, I'd like to apologize, guys. I got fooled on the fake account for the Chiefs.
Oh!
Yeah, I have the Chiefs pick.
Willie Gay.
Oh,
Wow.
man.
They selected Willie Gay, the linebacker of Mississippi State.
Oh,
Joseph.
You're done, Joseph.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You got the Pat and you got the Cody treatment from last night.
Yeah.
Gotta double check that, big dog.
You need triple checking sources.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, Willie Gay though, this is an overdraft. This is an overdraft.
Massive overdraft.
Overdraft on a 40 time. I'm sorry, this guy was so high and stiff in pass defense. I do not even want him on the field on third downs. I wrote up his report for Blitz. He's great whenever he's going downhill and the play's right in front of him, but he's a hothead too. I even actually compared him to a Vontaze Burfict because of some of the egregious hits that he made and just total disregard for his teammates. So I'm just not a fan of this pick whatsoever outside of his tremendous straight line speed. His lateral speed isn't there.
Malik
So
Harris was still on the board. Akeem Gaither's like
Logan
Davis
Wilson.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Like
Did
if
we
you
just
want
see
one
a-
of those true in between the tackles type of stop the run guys, like they're known for in that defense, like I get it, but this is just the wrong one.
It was Carolina that moved up with Seattle instead of the other way around.
Ooh,
So,
hear that, John?
Or did they trade it to Seattle and then they traded it to Carolina?
I don't know what happened, but the Panthers on the clock right now.
Yeah, the Panthers
oh, man,
on the
you
clock.
you got us all confused, Joe. So you better start triple checking your sources, son.
Yeah.
Killing me,
All
Smalls.
I know is I
That's
just
actually
realized is there a record amount of just the juniors in this class? Like,
No.
I have like for real.
For names, you mean? Yeah, I think it was close.
Like I've never now that because we had that issue with Jedrick Wills, and I'm just like, man, I don't think I've ever seen a class where there's not necessarily former NFL players, but you know what I'm saying, just
The
former,
second, or the junior.
Yeah, that's why would you take? Yeah, I completely agree, Nick. How would you take Gay with Bond on the board? Bond could do exactly what William Gay Jr. can do, except he can also rush the passer. Why would you not add that piece? Asinine.
I have no
the fact
clue.
That is that the worst? Is that the worst thing to see? Is Zach Bond dropping this far?
Absolutely. I don't see what he's done wrong, except maybe his injuries that are bringing up question marks. I don't see it. Now we have Jeremy Chin going off the board. With the Carolina Panthers pick, they don't get the athletic specimen Isaiah Simmons. They get Jeremy Chin, the doppelganger, and the lightweight Isaiah Simmons.
They are adding pieces to that defense.
Scary. Woo.
That's scary.
You got Yetur Gross-Matos, Derek Brown. I'm liking what you're doing, Matt Roll. I loved you at Temple and Baylor, and you're making me a fan in Carolina right now. That's going to be a sick defense. He always was a defensive kind of guy.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah, Roy graded him as a 7.99, ultra athletic, flashes across the screen. I remember the morning we were doing our top fives, and he's like, "You need to check this guy out," and I did, and then I ended up just going down the rabbit hole of film and watching every play I could possibly find on this guy, especially him coming from a small school, Southern Illinois. You're not going to be able to find that much tape on him, but everything you could find, I think I watched 4 or 5 games plus a few highlight reels. It is outstanding. I mean, this guy hits hard. He can play in the box. He can play nickel. There's nothing he can't do from a physical standpoint. Just wait until he gets elite coaching. It's going to be This is going to be a insanely good defense.
You want to go watch some highlight closing quickness? Go watch the play where he comes from what was it, outside linebacker position on a delayed blitz. He absolutely decapitates a quarterback.
Oh man, his closing speed on that play was insane.
Yeah,
like he looked like a blur. He literally looked like the movie, like the Flash, going through that on that play. That was outstanding.
Yeah, that was the one play I'll never be able to get out of my mind. Coming from where he came from, he just obliterated people. Absolutely outstanding pick for Seattle, or not Seattle, Carolina here.
Would you take Chin or Duggar?
Chin over Duggar, and we were very high on Duggar after the Senior Bowl, but Chin is definitely the better of the two. Better athletic prowess, better closing speed, better ball hawk. I mean, the only thing you could say about Duggar is that he can play the return. That's one thing they didn't ask Jeremy Chin to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he was my safety 6. I see his high side. I just didn't see. I really like what he offers. There's just some games I didn't see complete dominance. I would like to see at his level of play, but he definitely has a high ceiling, and he definitely makes sense for a Matt Rule team that likes long and athletic guys.
Gentlemen, you want to go take a commercial break after this pick 32, or right now, since how we're going into the third round?
Sure, since we got the last selection here.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we'll be right back after a quick commercial break. That was 30. That was the last pick, right?
Yep, that
Yeah.
was the last
All
pick
right,
of the
we'll be
second
right
round.
back, guys. And we are back. Ugh. Most of us, at least. All right. What have we missed? Ooh, beautiful.
Either way. And I think it's a great pick to kick off the third round for the Bengals. And if you guys have anything to take over while I put, oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Redskins just got my boy.
Yep. I was just going to say it.
Wow.
Oh, a playmaker. You can line him up in the backfield. I think you should just line him up in the slot. I think he's got like they're showing right now. I'm looking at he can take the top off a defense.
Oh, wow.
You're talking about
Contact balance is outstanding.
Gibson?
Yeah.
Oh,
Playmaker.
man. The
Man,
Bucks are
that's
killing
a
me
really
right
good
now.
pick for them. That's a really good pick.
Oh, I mean, I just hate that he's going to the one thing that the one situation he could just not have a career though.
Yeah, they got enough backs. Guess they'll
He
probably use
doesn't
him
need to
more
be
as
a back.
receiver.
Yeah, I see. I think to me, this is him coming from Carolina, seeing how you can value a dual threat as a running back.
Oh yeah, I guarantee they're like, we're gonna use you as Christian McCaffrey, boy.
Yes, sir. Right
Mhm.
now, and
Yes,
and
sir.
either Kyle Allen or Haskins both are going to be all right. Alex Smith, even if he's a quarterback, there's your best friend for the next 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, this is who I was hoping we could get now to play that role. Now it's looking thin at running back for the rest of it. Not that it's looking thin, but I mean, you're talking about Zach Moss, you're talking about Saywu. These aren't necessarily guys that you want as your pass catching back. Man, that one cuts deep. That one cuts deep. That's who I was hoping we were gonna get.
Like the Colts obviously didn't have a chance for him, but I love him so much as a player and what he can bring and what he offers as a ceiling. I just hate that he's with the Redskins. I really do. Like I just feel like there's one situation that can allow him to bust. It's there. Like I would have loved to see.
But this is a different Redskins team. We
have
to understand
know,
that. But again, there's so many running backs. How many running backs do they have now on that roster?
They got Peterson, Darius Geis, Bryce Love. But maybe, like you said, maybe they see him more as a receiver than as a running back.
I wrote it up in the report. Like I know people think you can put him at running back. I just think don't pigeonhole him. Just let him line up at slot. He's not the greatest route runner, but let him just go everywhere and just get the ball in his hands. Have a certain amount of packages in place. You can utilize his talents, and I think he can have a huge career at the next level.
And I didn't get in here when you guys said the Bengals took Logan Wilson. I love that fit for Cincinnati.
Yeah, I tried to do my best Roy impression, kind of failed. and then Antonio Gibson saved me.
Yeah, Logan Wilson, the former, defensive back safety. His great coverage skills, sideline to sideline ability. I know he was a draft favorite of our boy Ashton Moore, so I think he's kind of bummed he wasn't the pick instead of Willie Gay to Kansas City there. But he was the governor of Wyoming, and he's going to make a day one impact there for Cincinnati.
Yeah, I was praising him. I think it's a great pick for them.
The Jets have just decided to draft Ashton Davis.
Oh, huge win. Jets are having a good draft too, man.
Yeah, he's a track star.
If he can translate into a safety, I mean, he's still an athlete more so than he is a football player. But if he can translate and build upon instinct, he could be a hell of a safety.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he has that upper echelon elite athletic profile that you don't have. It's just he needs some refinement. Definite need of refinement here.
Also, Jack, Jenna Lane's reporting that Antoine Winfield Jr. is going to wear 31.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I love Ashton Davis, man. He's so versatile. He can fly. He can fly all over the field. He was my safety 5, and the fact that they're getting him in the 3rd round, where they just need as much help as they can on that secondary, I think that's a big win for the Jets. I mean, go ahead.
I was gonna say, did we miss the Detroit Lions pick? Because I've yet to see it announced. Because the Jets are on the clock after them.
Oh, I didn't even I'm over here posting things, so I'm not really.
Let me check.
Yeah, the Jets are at 68. I'm gonna say that's what I was just trying to look. I'm like, who did?
I don't even see the Jets yet.
Yeah, the Jets have drafted Ashton Davis. I've seen it like on 4 verified accounts.
Yeah, that's for sure. Hold on, let's find.
But I didn't see the Lions. That's the Lions of
them.
They
miss it?
Maybe they ran out of time.
What is the time now?
Oh, it took Jack and Cody's boy, Julian Okwara, team him up with his brother Romeo.
Oh, nice.
Out there in Detroit.
Wow.
Man, I was hoping he'd fall to the Titans.
Bet you were. I was hoping he'd fall to the Bucks, and we don't need an edge rusher.
Julian Okwara. I'm gonna let one of you two talk about him because you have an affinity for him even more than I do.
Arkwara is a beast. I mean, to me, he would have been inside my top 5 DNs if he didn't have any injury history. Yeah, I just think that he is an outstanding, outstanding defensive end prospect from the run game, the power, speed to power, hand placement, being able to shed blockers. There's nothing I did not like from Akawara. I think he might, if without the injuries, we would have been talking about him possibly above Caleb Von Chason. He's just that dominant of a run defender, of a edge rusher from the bend to like I said, technique wise, he's sound. There is little. I mean, Cody, can you elaborate? There's nothing I don't like from his game.
Yeah, I mean, he can bring it. I just see him like he can put his hand. I feel like he can put his hand in the dirt. I feel like he can stand up. I feel like he's got great bend, great legs, great contact balance, and I just feel like he's a get home type of edge rusher. That if he can stay healthy and if he can get some refinement in his pass rush set, like he could be an all pro edge rusher at the next level. That's how highly I think of him. But like you touched upon, man, the biggest thing with him. It's being just he's got to be healthy. He just has to stay healthy.
So, do you think they move to a 3-4 or keep the 4-3 in Detroit?
I mean,
versatility
coaches are stuck in their way, man. They're gonna
be a hybrid regardless.
Yeah, and the biggest thing for me, you guys touched upon it. The biggest stat I've read about Okwara, a third of his tackles went for a loss while he was at Notre Dame. Finish. That guy, length, hands, athleticism through the roof. That's a steal for Detroit right there.
And I wish I could pull it up, but I'm doing so with us catching up on reports. But going back to Ashton Davis, it sounds like the Jets, and this is from our boy Connor Rogers, who we know is pretty connected with the Jets, that they might be interested in just having him play cornerback.
He has the athletic profile for it. If you make him a press zone corner, and he actually played there his first season, if I'm not mistaken, it's sophomore year.
Yeah, he
played.
No, he did.
I think it was like he played like a cover 3 man.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, and he's got. I mean,
he's perfect for it.
I love his ability to play, and he's got return ability. I think he can be a gunner. So I mean, at worst case, in the 3rd round, you're getting a special teams guy. So he's definitely worth.
With the athletic profile, maybe a high quality corner or starter at safety.
And I think if I'm preaching on you guys, well, I think we all agree versatility is key, and that's one of the strongest suits of his game. And I brought it up too when we did our top 5 video, is the fact that he doesn't have that much experience that gives him a high ceiling, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Only thing is, he's going to the Jets.
Hey, Adam Gase could turn around, as a coach, maybe.
Or the next coach might be better.
Yeah.
So
Hey, he's going to a defense with Greg Williams. So Greg Williams knows.
Tyreek Hill. I'm not the shortest guy on the team anymore. Let's go. I didn't see that. That's funny.
All right, we have Seattle back on the clock now, and the pick is in.
Cam, dude, Jack Bucks can still get Cam Dancer. I'm telling you, it's such a good fit.
I know. I mean, might as well. Like, I'd rather take him over. I mean, do we need a power back? Like, I hate to put a Zach Moss or a Sewu back there on 3rd down because
the only power back that's acceptable to me was Taylor.
Yeah.
Because he proved that he increased his receptions this year.
Jack, you're gonna love this pick by Seattle. Damian Lewis, guard LSU.
Ooh, that's a great ad for them.
That's a good one. I like it. Like I said, minus him playing against the 2 best defensive tackles in the game, he dominated everybody else. Like I like Damian Lewis. I'm a big fan. I had a great interview. I had multiple interviews. I talked to him throughout the whole week and Senior Bowl in Mobile. Great guy, hell of a background, stand-up character, stud run blocker, and that's why they're drafting him. Obviously, like his run blocking ability. He's not somebody who gets he's kind of sluggish. His footwork is very, very limited. in terms of not only just being his lateral agility is limited. As long as he's got a grip onto somebody, he can maintain a block, in pass protection. But he does not turn his feet, and that's one thing that can be corrected. Obviously, I think he's got some excess weight that he could shed and get a little bit lighter. Lighter upper body equals lighter feet. So if he does that, he could be a hell of a defense or hell of a player in that scheme. But he is limited to inside zone only.
That's what they need. They need somebody on the interior line there. They went out and signed my guy from the Steelers, BJ Finney, to be the center. They got a good signing in Fluker once he finally converted to guard. He's played really well in the run game for him there. I like Lewis's upside as a pass protector a little more than Fluker at this point.
I'm surprised.
Left guard.
I'm surprised that like a Lemieux or a Simpson didn't go above him though.
Yeah, I am too. Especially John Simpson. That's the one.
I agree with that. I believe Lewis is like my 6 or 7 guard, or interior lineman, but I have John Simpson because I think Simpson could be a plug and play guy, but I still like him at the end of the day. Lewis.
I think Simpson's going to be a perfect Gabe Jackson replacement.
I think. Well, that's what you're getting at. I think Simpson offers a higher floor, but Lewis is just what he is. But he can be a solid guard at the next level.
Yeah. He fit to me. That's a nice Seattle fit. Like I like that run mentality with Chris Carson running behind you. I like that fit a lot.
Our boy Rob says Joseph and Pat are looking tired. It's a marathon, baby. You guys might need to get some.
Yeah, you guys are a little quiet over there.
I'm all good.
Energy drinks.
Just making sure our big board stays
Sorry,
up.
Josh Uche bored you to death
I'll
over
pull that up right now for you. I apologize.
I'm still.
It looks like the Dolphins pick is in.
I'm still pumped about Fulton pick, so I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I need something exciting. I need us to trade up for Easton.
Yeah.
All right, there's Lewis. I give him a 6'8", Again, the athleticism is limited. The play strength is there. Change of directions, kind of The explosion is good. He utilizes hand placement, and he's got meat hooks for hands. The grip strength is there.
It's not to mean to interrupt you, Jack, but if we're going to try to do the media thing where you just feed into a little juiciness, Jordan Love told ABC tonight that he connected with Aaron Rodgers. I was able to talk to him earlier. Really good guy. Just congratulated me, and I was letting him know that I was excited to be able to work with him.
I think Jordan Love, like when talking to Jordan Love at the Senior Bowl, I don't think he's going to come off as a threatening, like arrogant type. Like when Aaron Rodgers got there, Brett Favre was a dick to him, and I'm sure Aaron Rodgers was arrogant as all hell right back. Like there's none of that's going to come from Jordan Love. I think Jordan Love, he had said it in multiple when he was on Stick to Football podcast, he accepted and like was happy to go in as a backup and learn from somebody like that. So I think it's a perfect fit for Jordan Love. I'm sure Aaron Rodgers is a little pissed still, even if he is being a good guy, a nice guy about it. But
to go off that, the Eagles did give Wentz a heads up that they were going to draft a quarterback, which is it's good communication from the franchise.
Again, like he's got to know it. He can't stay healthy. I just like Jalen Hurts though. Jalen Hurts, like
I also could see. Honestly, I could see Doug Peterson being creative with Jalen Hurts and having a package for him, like when they get to the red zone. And I would not be surprised. Here's my little hot take for the end of like Jack does on the Blitz Breakdown. Tune into that Blitzalytics podcast network. You can find us on any major podcast platform. But if I was going to end an episode, I would say don't be surprised if we see Wentz and Hurts on the field at the same time.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah,
I do have the pick for the Dolphins.
Go ahead.
Safety Brandon Jones.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Brandon Jones is one of my favorite safeties in this class. His versatility and his smarts, his instincts are there from Texas. Love this kid. I was hoping he'd fall to the Steelers because they need a third safety. He can play in the slot. He has man coverage ability. He's a great athlete, and his instincts really flash. He's a sure tackler. He's dealt with some injuries through the pre-draft process. I thought he would be in the 4th round range. I thought we could get him there, but that's a quality pick for Miami, especially with the versatility, playing nickel, free, and strong safety. that's a quality pick and a Brian Flores type value.
Yeah, I love his game. I love his character. He's a guy I wasn't too high on, but we were talking about earlier, like, ESPN's doing these pieces on these kids, and they did it on him and talked about how his father passed away, and then he connected to this kid that had to have his leg amputated, and he just seems like a good character guy you'd want in your locker room.
Yeah, as a Texas fan, again, I try to stay away from Texas players because I have a complete bias. But when watching games, and again, not scouting, just as a fan, and you alluded to right here in your strengths, the fact that he was able to play kind of all over the place, safety, corner, slot, he can do everything. He's not I would say he's as explosive as Jeremy Chin, but in terms of the run game, like he comes south, like he comes south in a hurry, and he will lower his shoulder and take somebody out. He is not afraid to hit and go straight up with a running back, and I love that as a safety. Even coming off, like they have a few blitz packages for him, and he was able to get a few sacks this season too.
Yeah, his fluidity for me was really impressive. He has no hitch in flipping his hips out of a back pedal, and be able to have that value for Miami to be able to play deep third and then drop him down the box. I think that really, this might be the Devin McCourty type-esque where he can do a little bit of both. Solid guy, maybe not a tremendous over-the-top athletic profile, but really smart and will not be out of position too much.
I like it. Who do we got next?
All right,
on
the Baltimore Ravens have selected Justin Madubuike from Texas A&M.
There we go.
Wow.
stacking that front seven.
Now you have a 3 technique opposite of Brandon Williams and Calais Campbell. Okay. That's a race car package. That's San Francisco-esque with the depth there along the D-line.
That defense gets continually scarier.
I can't believe Zach Bond.
Yeah, this is insane.
Maybe we see him go to Arizona here next.
Did everyone watch the Oregon tape, the Rose Bowl tape, and just say, screw that guy, or what's going on?
I mean, I think it's maybe because he is too small. He's 238.
He's a tweener.
And he had the diluted test. And this is me being a Zach Bond guy. He had a diluted test, which most people did. But if he had to drink a bunch of water as an already tweener type of guy, that does have to worry if he can hold up his frame at the next level, which I understand.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're drinking as much water as physically possible just so you can add on weight. Like, that's what they do as a tweener. That's what they do as an undersized corner. Diluted test means absolutely nothing to me. I don't think people are trying to fail or, like, trying to mask something. They're just trying to add weight to their frame to get a little bit higher. Maybe that hurt him. I just don't see it.
Yeah, I still think he's just gonna be a guy that fell for whatever reason, and he's gonna succeed at the next level. I mean, I feel like he's gonna be my last year's Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. He's gonna fall to the 4th round and just provide valuable snaps as a rookie and to be a part of a playoff team.
In terms of Justin Madubuike out of Texas A&M, graded him out as a 6'8", stout defender. I think Roy, you had him as number 4 on your list.
Yeah, he was 4. He was right outside of Blaylock, and who was 5? We had 5 as the edge rusher from Auburn because we didn't know if he'd be interior edge. Davidson. So he was 4. He was sandwiched in between them.
He's got a high ceiling.
He does. He just lacks length. He has an explosive first step. Well, maybe don't have lack length. I'm trying to think now. He had 30-some plus inch arms. But he has an explosive first step. But he could get ragdolled in the running game if he wasn't able to ank. Yeah, go ahead.
Cardinals selecting Josh Jones.
Ooh, good. They need that.
Fine.
Wow, that's great value.
Yeah, that he dropped.
Wow. That pick. They re-signed Marcus Gilbert to be right tackle after having an injury history last year. And with the Steelers, that pick right now, he could come in and contribute as a right tackle. And then if you're not sold Humphreys, who only signed a 3-year deal, can be your left. That's a solid pick in the 3rd round. I'm happy with that in the 3rd round.
I wasn't as high as the rest of the media was on Josh Jones, but he was a stout. I mean, he was a stout pass blocker, really good in the run game, big, lengthy, and he's got size like to the frame. He's not like a Matt Pert or an Austin Jackson that has to add to the build. He's a big boy. Like, he's got some upper body strength to him. He can ragdoll guys once he gets a grip on them. He's just, I mean, he's somewhat raw.
I'm not 100% sure, but the Browns and Saints traded.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out.
It did happen, Pat. You can try to find the details while I get this.
The Jaguars, I think, are on the clock right now, and then
It'll
Browns
be the
are next,
Saints.
or the Saints.
It'll be
okay.
the Saints. Saints will be up next.
Okay, yeah, I don't have the details yet.
All right, well, while you're doing that, let's go to the big board, the updated big board, and see what we got left. Bradley and I, still on the board. Zach Bond, still on the board. Adam Trotman, still on the board. Josh Jones just got taken off. Metabuke just got taken off. I mean, there is not a whole lot left in terms of, we're talking about our guys from 33 to 64. You got Malik Harris at 61. You got Cameron Dantzler at 62. I think Cameron Dantzler could be the best slot corner in this draft. I mean, outside of unless somebody wants to move Gladney inside, which they probably will because of his size. I love Cam Dantzler. I don't know where he goes. I'm okay if the Bucs want to take him and keep adding to that instead of going running back. If we're not going to grab one now, might as well just hold off and find somebody elsewhere. But
we got a YouTube question from Superfly Toe. Jack, you should answer this. Who should the Bucs take at 76?
I would say Cam Dantzler. Honestly,
I'm right there with
Bradley
you.
and I, maybe Bradley. I'm okay with Bradley and I or Cam Dantzler, or Ben. Honestly, I would be happy with any of these guys. I've mocked all three of these dudes. Bradley and I, Barch, Dantzler, any of those guys. Even Naval Gallimore. Like, I wouldn't be upset with that one either. Like, that adds to the interior rotation, especially after we lost somebody. What's up?
I'm reacting to what you're saying. Like, you're right. There's just so much depth in this class. You're naming names.
I mean, like a Zach Moss, like taking a Zach Moss or a Seiwu, to me, it's adding piece to a pass blocker, but it's not adding a pass catcher out of the backfield. We already have one of those. We have a third.
I just really don't want you to take Seiwu here.
I bet you don't.
Don't want
We
you
do
taking
have the
Seiwu.
trade details.
What
Let's
do we
hear
got?
him, Pat.
The Browns get 88 and a 2021 third for the 74th pick to the Saints.
Wow.
I think it's a little steep.
That's a great deal for the Browns.
Yeah, the Saints must know exactly who they want.
I'm not sure where they pick next, but Rob's asking, could Ben Barch fall to the Rams? I'm not sure where they're up next.
You better hope.
Man, Matt Hannessy's out there too as a good center.
Matt Hannessy's out there.
I could see
man.
it.
Cush is out there as well.
I could definitely see it. The Raiders got what? 3 picks in the next like 15, 20 picks. I could see them taking any of these top guys, like Bond opposite of
You called
Max
that
Crosby.
one, Jack.
I did call that shit. I made that shit
In the
happen
mock
that
draft, yeah.
baby.
You-
I like
you
that
made
one,
that happen.
especially because Clelin Ferrell has the size that on third down at the very least you can play him inside, and like you said, you just move Bond to outside linebacker, especially in zone.
The pick is in.
You can forget that.
Yep.
The New Orleans Saints select Zach Bond.
Dude,
Finally.
I've been saying that was such a great fit for the Saints in the first round, and they get them. This is what they did last year. Like, didn't I not say this earlier? I said Zach Bond's going to be my Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, a versatile athlete that can fit anywhere, and he's going to fall to a great team and take him to the playoffs. Zach Bond just did that what Chauncey Gardner did last year.
That hurts so bad.
They got to combat them tight ends. They got to combat them tight ends down in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, but he ain't matching up in coverage against them tight ends. I'm sorry.
That's a quality linebacker there, though.
He ain't running
Quality
man.
linebacker.
He ain't running down the seam with any of those guys.
I'm
And I
not
love
saying
me
down
some
the
Zach
seam, but at
Bond.
least maybe some short zone.
Where
Jaguars
do they
select
run
Davon
short
Hamilton.
routes? This is a down
Short
the field
zone.
offense. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Jaguars select Davon Hamilton.
Wow, that's early.
Davon Hamilton from the Ohio State. very underutilized at Ohio State. They ran him as a two gapping nose tackle, and he's got a pretty nice first step here. I think if you let him play some 3 technique, you're going to get a lot more exposure from him. He only had 1 year of production, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that's a little early.
Yeah, I expect him to go day 3, but he definitely has a nice little ceiling there. He can put it all together.
Yeah. Brandon Jones was the first Texas player drafted this year.
I don't hate it.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan. Oh, but
You
Zach
said,
Bond, the Saints, man. Ugh. God damn
He's
it.
disgusting.
That
Look at him over
hurts. That hurts. I need more whiskey.
Yeah.
This is not fun. It's not fun anymore. That's
So
nasty.
the Colts are on the clock. Who do they take? 75.
Let's see again. Bradley and I.
Yeah.
Bradley and
I.
Oh, he would too.
Trotman. I mean, they did lose the tight end.
The Saints
we
are
did
also
sign
getting back a
Denver.
7th rounder,
Yeah,
by
that's
the way.
true.
The Saints got back 244.
Not bad. I would say it's got to be an I.
Yeah, they need some pass rushing help opposite Justin Houston there. Although, who was it? Kamoko Turai? He started playing pretty well towards the end.
Oh, he's solid. He has to stay healthy. That's his biggest thing.
I mean, they don't need another big body. They don't need Gandy Goldman. You guys don't need offensive line help, really. Trying to look like I don't see anybody outside of that. I think that's a perfect shot right there, which is just gonna irritate me even more. Everybody I name off will not make it to the Bucks. Watch.
The Colts trade 75 and 197 for 85, 149, and 182 to the Lions.
Ooh.
Interesting. I'm all right with that.
I wonder
There's
who.
your Ballard.
Yeah.
There's your
I knew he wanted
Ballard
to.
for more picks.
And we'll probably still get a guy like it.
Yeah, the TV is still on the Jaguars right now.
Of course they are.
They're behind.
Yeah, Twitter's the only place we're gonna get it quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, they still don't know that Zach Bond's a Saint. That's why you come to Blitzalytics to listen to all this.
Of course. The best show on the internet. Yeah.
Vaughn Hamilton.
The Lions.
Rob
What did
said
they
he
get?
wants Ben Barch bad.
Yeah.
He wants Ben
Me
Barch
too,
in
me too.
Louise
Just
at
a-
L.A.
Just to make my boy happy. Me too. I would be okay with the Bucks taking him, but I just don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, Dove Kleiman's commenting on the TV being behind as well.
It's gonna be even worse tomorrow, I bet.
I assume the time goes to 2:50 tomorrow, or I don't know. I'm blanking on
It's
these.
5, I believe.
Stays at 5?
minutes. I think it stays at 5.
Makes sense. 50's a little short.
Yeah.
All those
This
every team having like 8,000 7-round picks.
the Saints have traded a future year's draft pick every year since 2015, including this year.
Huh.
Yeah, move up and down the board.
Well, if you just keep trading one future draft pick every year, then is it really a future draft pick? If you're just like consistently, you're just expecting it.
Yeah.
You've cracked the code.
Do you add protections or conditions to them?
Well, the thing you got to look about too is you look at the projections for compensatory picks. So, who did the Saints lose? Did they lose anybody maybe in that 3rd, 4th round? So they might not have missed a lot.
Oh man, what am I Bucks gonna do?
Ben
What's
Barch.
Detroit gonna do right now? Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, Goodell's full on Mr. Rogers here on TV. The chair.
Our boy Jacob Patterson says he has an eerie feeling that Jake Fromm's going to end up in New England here in the next couple picks.
Yeah. Okay. This is the guy who graded him in the 7s. I'm sorry. I love you, Jacob. You're my boy. You're one of our best scouts.
Hey, tell Jake to come on and give his takes.
Yeah, bring it. Get on here.
Watch
Do we need to
Eason go to the
send him the link.
Patriots.
Do we need to send him the link? Come defend yourself. If not, I'm just going to keep talking trash if you're listening.
I was gonna say you might have to call him or text him because he said he was working tonight.
Oh,
Do we have
yeah.
it?
Probably
Nope,
just
that's
listening
the
in.
details.
Sorry, now
Yeah.
I'm calling you out, but not even there.
I just seen he threw a tweet up here.
If the Bucks,
Sounds
this is
really-
from Rob. If it's the Bucks that take Bart from me, we've got beef, Jack.
I don't think it's gonna
man.
happen. We signed Joe Haig. We still have Alex Kappa, who's improved year to year, coming from a super small school at Humboldt State, of all places. There's a lot of room to grow on our offensive line. We don't need to keep adding pieces. Give me Bradley and I. Give me Bradley and I just in case something happens to JPP or Shaq Barrett this year. I'm okay with that. I do not want to reach on a running back now. It's already too late. All the good running backs, in my opinion, are off the board. I'd rather just kind of let it keep sliding and take one of these guys later down the list. Is there somebody? I mean, Mr. Roy Countryman and Scouting Encyclopedia. Is there somebody way down that list
Yes,
that you see for a pass catching back that could help out the Bucks?
I'm just saying, if you want a guy who can do a little bit of everything, go get your man DJ Dallas from Miami, Florida. He was a former wide receiver that worked his way into a running back. He's a dynamic 3-down prospect. He just needs more experience. He ran some Wildcat. He's a real intriguing player. If you haven't watched him, Jack, maybe pop on some tape here. We just had a pick from Detroit. DJ Dallas. I love him.
Wow, he went this early?
I see something else.
He's
Hold on.
that was about 2 rounds too early, I believe.
Who's that? Jonah Jackson?
Yeah,
No,
that's
it's
something.
Jackson. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jonah Jackson was
Really?
one of my top 5 interior offensive linemen.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now we've all been
About
God.
DJ
I think
Dallas.
everybody's been God at this point.
Yeah. Jonah, he was shutting people down at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
His mirroring ability. He's a better pass blocker than run blocker at this point, but he has that versatility at center and guard too. And they lost who was it? Glasgow? Who was it that went to Denver?
Yeah, they did. And then
Yeah.
they also traded Rick Wagner went to the Packers. So they need
Right.
offensive line help. I thought this was
Yeah.
a sneaky need for them.
I had Jackson as a 2nd round. So
I don't know if I'll go that far, but
middle 2nd round.
yeah.
All
I
right,
like
let's
What
see
are your
if-
thoughts on what are your guys' thoughts on Jermichael Hasty?
I mean, just stat back. Day 3 guy, basically. That's how I view him.
Third
Don't mean to
down
be
back
mean.
only. Third down back only. He doesn't have the bulk to stand up in a day-to-day grind. He'll be a nice pass catcher and the jitterbug on 3rd downs. He can make some people miss. Maybe a kick return specialist.
Yeah.
End of the roster type.
Yeah, the lines are
When we do get the pick for Tampa, I believe we have to first say whether or not Rob and Jack will have beef.
I don't think they
Yeah.
will. I mean, there's no need. There's honestly no need for it. I'd be okay with it on it. I would love it. I'm not gonna lie.
The Bucks get a running back.
Keyshawn
Keyshawn Vaughn.
Damn it.
Keyshawn
Oh.
Vaughn.
No.
that's that's not good. No.
No. Keyshawn Vaughn. He was the. If you're
What's the
talking
difference
about
between
Cam
Keyshawn Vaughn-
Akers,
What's the
Yeah.
difference between Keyshawn Vaughn and the back we already have, though?
Not much.
Not much. Not much
he
at
was
all.
the
That was
only guy
reaching.
on that offense, though. He's the only guy on that offense. If you watched,
I get it. It's kind of the same thing as Akers.
right? He was
But-
he didn't have many holes to run through. Like I'm not saying I would have rather you took Zach Moss there. Honestly.
Me too. I would have been stoked with
Right.
Zach Moss. I'm pissed now.
Yeah,
I did not
I
want.
wouldn't.
I did not want Keyshawn Vaughn. That was a forced pick right there.
Yeah, I feel like he's a
Albright might
4th
have the
round
Broncos
guy.
pick, but
Yeah,
I'm
4th
gonna
or 5th round pick. Give me Bradley and I all freaking day. Take the best player available. Take anybody. That's horse shit.
He is a pass catcher too, though, Jack. So don't dismiss him
He
three
does.
down
He's got good
capabilities.
hands. I do like it.
Yeah,
I think he
I
could be
wanna
a solid player.
I think so too. I think his all-around capability with more talent around him,
Well
he'll be
rounded,
better
but
than
I don't
what
think
he
he's
was.
not explosive by any means. Like he's just a
No.
good solid. He's a good solid back, but he's not a sexy. I'm looking for a sexy pick. Can I just get one sexy pick, please? Just one. Like that's all I want.
Did Albright say he wasn't announcing picks?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Broncos just guy.
yeah, I'm
But
not sure
you
if
could trust
that's.
him with Broncos. You could trust him with the Broncos.
It does say where to go. Cornerback.
Michael-
Whatever.
Ojemudio.
Ojemudia, yeah.
It was a man
The
cover
Iowa kid?
corner. Yep, he showed really well down at the Senior Bowl. Man coverage ability.
Yeah.
Yeah, mirror ability. He does have a little bit of stiffness though in his transition skills. Plays the ball at its apex. Is a pretty impressive player.
I
Tackling
think
ability there,
Jacob
too.
wants in.
Yeah.
I think Jacob wants in.
Today,
In on the chat.
got pretty fast though.
Yeah, because I said Jack, because Rob added him on Twitter, said you need to be on our show, and I go, yeah, Jack's calling you out on from. He says, how's Jack gonna call me out when I'm not there to defend myself?
I didn't call him out. I did say that. I told him to
I'm
come
gonna
on
say
here. I said the same thing.
head to the Blitz Slack for the link, for the Zoom link.
All right, did you send it to him?
Yeah, I'm with Nick A here. I don't agree with that over Dantzler.
You might have
Yeah.
to. I'll just tag him in the group, I guess.
Questionable.
I would. Yeah. I would have took Dantzler. I would have took Barch. Those are like three of my favorite players are still on the board, so I'm livid personally.
Yeah, I can't believe Ana's still up there.
I mean, do teams just hate Dantzler for that academic scandal thing?
I mean, he also ran a very poor 4D time, so that might
Yeah, but then he
be it.
magically fixed it in his virtual pro day.
Oh yeah. It's crazy how every prospect did that in their pro days.
Yeah, he went from second slowest to I think second fastest defensive back.
Again, though, that has a lot to do with like that whole running at like midnight type shit.
Yeah.
Yep. But prime time.
I mean, it's yes and no. But
They busted out the weather charts and wind charts and everything, just get perfect timing.
so mad about Keyshawn Vaughn. So mad. Like I knew this was coming. I've looked at that name so many times and been like, they better not. They fucking better not. He'll be a good solid running back, but he's not the running back I wanted. I wanted Antonio at worst. I wanted Antonio Gibson. I would have took Zach Moss right there.
I texted Jacob the link too, in case he doesn't have his Slack on him.
You are being called out, Jack.
On Slack or where?
And in YouTube, it's kind of called out on YouTube.
What are they saying? Who's saying what?
Rob's saying when you're gonna beat me at Madden.
Oh.
Tonight, you dirty little hooker. Let's go. As soon as it drops over.
Hey, he's saying when are you gonna beat me? He said.
Yeah, exactly. Whenever you're ready. Sorry. Let me not get too. I'm worked up over the Vaughn. I didn't mean it, Rob.
Now he's mad. He's got mixed bags of emotion.
Dude, he doesn't want to get like. I'm gonna say it right now. He doesn't want to come on. I'm gonna rip him a new one about for the Jake Fromm grading.
We have a trade.
Nobody wants to see me right now.
Jacksonville.
Yep.
Jacksonville Jaguars have traded up with the Atlanta Falcons.
Right there with you, Rob.
Who'd the Broncos take?
Michael.
Oh, Jim Moody.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, that's a good question. Jags could. I don't think they will, but if they do trade Fournette, Zach Moss is still on the board.
Will make a lot of sense. A lot of sense.
Jeremy Fowler just said, Bucks get the running back. Jags called him about Leonard Fournette. I'm told, but Tampa Bay opted to fill it with Keyshawn Vaughn. So let me ask you, Jack, Who would you rather had with this pick, Keyshawn Vaughn or Leonard Fournette?
For a year, Leonard Fournette for sure. But like, I'm
I think I
not
would
paying
too.
Leonard Fournette long term.
You don't have to pay him. Just like, hey, you could come here and revive your career and go get paid elsewhere.
How many years he got left?
I think he's got 1 year.
1
like
year, right?
It's like
One
very
more,
low
yep.
money too. It's like 4.5 million, maybe. I think.
Yeah, it's not a lot. It's not a lot whatsoever.
Because he got they paid CMC,
Fifth year.
so this is the year. Yeah, this is the year to pay him. I'd rather taken somebody else other than either of them. But yeah, I would definitely give me Leonard Fournette. At least he can come out of the backfield and like in short passing game. Not that Keyshawn Vaughn can't, but Vaughn's just not a dominant runner. Like, I liked the tape. I did not love it. He just looks like a good running back, but there's nothing that gets you excited. I'm ready to cry.
I don't see that much difference. He's a better
Hello,
pass
darkness,
catcher
my
than
old
Peyton Manning.
friend.
Huh?
I was just singing that song, "Hello, darkness, my old friend."
Oh. Yeah, that's it right there for sure. I mean, they're not messing this draft up. Like, they're not butchering this draft, but my boy Jason Light is not doing me any favors right now. I ain't going to be able to
Bro.
sleep tonight.
Now it's double entendre here with Matt Miller just confirming who's
Yep.
up on board. Drink your Hennessy, Atlanta.
Oh, Matt Miller, where is that?
Wow. So Mack's getting older. Alex Mack, so that makes sense.
He's 35. They definitely need some help.
I did his report. He's pretty. I'll admit I'm not the best O-line evaluator, but I thought he was pretty solid in all aspects of the game. He was kind of somewhat limited, but I just feel like he can be a long-time starter in the league as long as he can stay healthy.
He's very smart.
Yeah, exactly.
He knows.
And that's what you want in
exactly
your
what he's
center.
supposed to be doing. Yeah, his athleticism is limited. His power is limited, but he knows where to be. He understands scheme. He can get into the second level. Like, I liked what I seen from Matt Hennessy at the Senior Bowl. I'll say that at least.
Yeah. From the shoulders up, this is one of the best interior offensive linemen in this class. He's going to start for the next 8-10 years, and he's gonna play better than what his than his measurables are because of how quick he can process. Great pre-snap communicator. He's going to be that pivot man for Falcons for the next 8-10 years. This gives him an option. He could play guard for maybe a season and then let Mac go, and he'll be your center.
Just linemen are just the most boring position to talk about.
Yeah.
I got nothing to say. I'm sorry. I'm gonna need Joseph and Pat to step up for a minute while I sob over here.
He's so beside himself. Like, I couldn't talk earlier because I was like so happy about Taylor. Then we got a sad Jack right now. This is not good for Blitz.
I'm trying to find something that I like about this game, but
I'm ready for what's his name to hop, our boy scouting report to hop in and give a
where's TSR at? I want to hear it.
He's claiming he don't know how to work technology, I think.
Do we really need every single prospect sob story, ESPN? Do we?
In this time and age, yes.
Yeah. They got nothing.
I will
nothing
say,
else better to show.
This is very, very interesting to see these guys set up, like how each coach is handling it.
Half of last night's on screen was like, let's see, it was relief. I mean, I can't knock that, but I mean, a majority of it was relief for the COVID-19 situation. It was celebrities singing songs from home. It was, the highlight was that guy taking a shit at what's his name's
Mike
house?
Vrabel.
Mike Vrabel's house, and then Big Mama freaking dogging that girlfriend. Like that. Other than that, like that was it. Like there was nothing that came from that.
Wow.
Yeah.
The Jets, if this is confirmed, I'm just gonna throw it out there. Jabari Zuniga, the defensive end from Florida.
Oh, he goes for Bernard.
What's that?
I say he goes before Gernard. I thought Gernard was the
Yeah.
better one.
Did they not learn from Polite at all,
Nope.
or no?
Nope. That's a
Apparently
very
not.
similar profile, very similar issues off field. Zuniga, he's got some quickness, but
His
I
health is
don't
an issue too. So
know. No, thank
Yeah.
you. Give me Bradley and
I just want to
I.
give a shout out to our boy Jim Nagy. He just tweeted this out. Nice Senior Bowl run, 7 in a row, participated in the game, and 13 of 14 so far in the third round were accepted invites.
Nice.
Raiders with back-to-back picks now.
I mean, I can't knock it, the guy's hustle. He's always promoting.
Hey, yeah, no, he's bringing the Senior Bowl into the next
Yeah.
the next generation. Like, I love what he's doing from
Yeah.
that standpoint.
And I can't wait to see next year since they're going to be going to South Alabama's practice field.
The new stadium.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see the transition from Old Lad People's Stadium to there.
I'm a little bummed we're gonna have to commute all that way though.
Hey, I'm telling you, Jack, that's actually close to where my hotel was. That place is a quality place to have
But we got to be downtown during
hub.
the nightlife. Like, you still got to.
But I'm saying, is that where it's going to be though?
People are still.
Are they
Is that going to be where it's at?
People
Are they going to change hotels as a result, or just keep the same?
That's what I'm saying. I don't
think
know.
they're keeping the same hotels. I mean, they have to bus them anyways. Let's bus them in another 10 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, so I would say definitely the Raiders are looking at Gallimore because they need interior help
Oh yeah.
for sure. I think that might be one of these two picks. I could see,
Maybe even a Lecky Fotu too.
yeah,
Big nose tackle like that for him.
but they're more of a 4-3 though, right? I mean, they play a base 4-3. Like I
Yeah, but
tried
he-
to mock them to, I wanted to mock him to that, and I watched enough film, and I'm like, they don't ever need a nose tackle. Like he would be such a, rotational piece in that defense. I don't know if he'd go there.
If you're looking for a strict run defender though,
Yeah, I mean he definitely does that, but I would say
maybe
Cam Dantzler and
or a how about a chess piece for him at linebacker, Akeem Davis Gaither.
could be.
Run and hit guy that can cover as well.
Or a Troy Dye, possibly.
Troy Dye, yeah. Maybe we even see him take your John Simpson, like you said before. Let him
could
go
see
out
that.
and
I could
trade
see
Gabe
them-
Jackson.
I could see them going interior, like with the next two picks, interior D line, interior O line, because they have another one just not that far away.
Jacob
You got-
Easton.
Nah.
Jacob Eason. Anthony Gordon.
Oh, I thought you were
Anthony,
announcing
yeah,
that,
I'd
but he
take it.
scared me.
I'd expect them to take Gordon over Eason.
Yeah.
Yeah,
When
they're the
has
Raiders.
Who's
the
Gruden ever
fastest?
gone for a cannon for an arm? He's never there's not a single quarterback he's ever coached that I can remember that had a cannon for an arm. Brad Johnson.
The pick is
Rich
in.
Gannon. Who is it?
And I was about to call it. It's a wide receiver, Lynn Bowden.
Lynn Bowden. Dynamic.
Ooh, a weapon. I love this kid. Go ahead.
Yeah, playmaker. And he has an awesome off-the-field story, too. He had a little boy this past year, really motivated him. And he's a very selfless player. He wound up transitioning back to quarterback once they were on their third, fourth type quarterback this year for the last half of the year. Slot receiver, kick returner, punt returner, quarterback, running back, whatever you want. He can gain separation, jitterbug after the catch. That's some more speed and athleticism with Henry Ruggs and him now, continually adding to that front, giving some cars the run after the catch ability. High character guy, love him.
And yeah. Maybe they'll work some Wildcat in for him.
It's just an opposite play skill from Tyrell Williams. You have Henry Ruggs and this guy and Hunter Renfro, and then you still have Darren Waller. You got the size, you got this pure speed, and then you got the run after the catch ability.
Does either Carr or Mariota have the arm to throw it deep to any of them? consistently.
I mean, they said that. Remember, they said that about
Consistently,
Alex
no.
Smith, though.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
Alex Smith was the most accurate deep ball quarterback. What does deep ball mean? 30 to 40. Can Derek Carr throw 30 to 40? If he couldn't throw 30 to 40 yards, he wouldn't be in the league.
Yeah.
Like, even when you look at it, like the two most accurate deep ball throwers last year were Tom Brady and Jameis Winston. And Jameis Winston has a cannon for an arm. And his deep ball accuracy is pretty good when he's on point. Obviously, there's a lot of interceptions because he takes risks. But we don't ever talk about Tom Brady. We've never talked about Tom Brady having, this insane cannon for an arm. I think that's such an overrated stat. I mean, it's the wow eye-popping stats or the eye-popping highlights when you see, a Josh Allen throw a 70, 80-yard pass for a touchdown, or you see a Patrick Mahomes throw that bomb to Tyreek Hill. How many times do you actually throw that and complete that pass, though? A few, like a handful. So you're taking out 5 plays a year. Who gives a shit about 5 plays a year? I think Derek Carr can still utilize these over the top guys on a 30 to 40 yard route when they're coming in as trying to come down on a Josh Jacobs, and then he hits him with a play action and throws it 30 yards over the top and it goes for 70 or 80. Like, that can still happen. You don't have to throw the ball 50, 60, 70 yards to be a good deep ball thrower. It's so rare that they're actually throwing that throw. I mean, it's literally like 5 to 10 times a season that those 70-yard completions are ever even thought about. It's so overrated. But that being said, yeah, I think you still would want a Jordan Love throwing those guys.
They announced him as a running back when Bowden.
He plays everywhere.
Yeah.
Albert Breer is reporting that the Raiders took with their next pick Brian Edwards.
The receiver from South Carolina, big-bodied.
What?
He's a physical presence if that's the pick.
What are they doing?
They already have, like, are they gonna go get rid of Tyrell Williams? Like, are they already have a good.
He's in like the final year of his deal too.
It was just a 2-year deal.
Yeah, or there's like an out after this year.
Again, maybe they're just doing the same thing as Denver is, giving Derek Carr no excuses.
Is that still the Raiders' big board in their background?
Yeah.
That's got to be a bullshit
Someone-
board.
Someone should take
They're
a
way
picture
too
of
smart
it.
for that.
That's actually not a bad idea. Put a fake one
Fake
up there.
big board? Hell yeah! I'd be like,
Yeah, play
I'd be
some
like,
cat and mouse game.
Jalen Hurts 1,
Yeah.
Jake Fromm 2. Actually, no, Jake Fromm 1, Jalen Hurts 2.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, Brian-
Dallas is on the clock.
If Brian Edwards can stay healthy, if we want to talk about it, he can be a pretty good receiver.
He's
Yeah,
a
he's-
really good receiver. He's a physical presence after the catch. He can get open with size. He can shield the ball away from people. That foot injury really kind of crashed his stock, and this might be one of the steals too.
He had that one insane catch against Tennessee, like on the sideline, or just basically mossed the defender.
My thing is, if you consider Lynn Bowden a wide receiver, they've taken what, 3 wide receivers in Damon Arnett?
Yeah, but like I said, they announced Bowden as a running back, so he's going to be
Yeah.
an offensive weapon.
Yeah.
I mean, they have a good.
Interesting.
They have a good defense. I don't know if it's great. And then they talked about interior this whole time. You got Gallimore sitting there. I don't understand why they wouldn't.
Like you
Gentlemen,
said,
this is
maybe
why
this
we
is
need
that
to-
last-ditch effort.
Roy, can you just
That
hurry up
la-
and get that GM position for us so we can start making picks for an NFL
Hey.
team?
I'm trying, Jack. I'm trying.
Try harder.
Let's work
Okay.
this in
Try
there.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome. I don't want to push too hard. I might have to, excuse myself. But
The Raiders
It's,
just sent out too. I mean, yeah.
I don't know. I don't get it. Do not get it. Where do you guys think the Cowboys are going here? They going back to back corner, or they're grabbing another cornerback. I'll say back to back, but Dantzler.
I'm saying Ben Barch.
And I.
Do they need an edge? Blanking on them right now.
They could.
They
Yeah.
could. I mean,
Yeah.
everybody was mocking
could go,
Caleb on Chase on in the first round to them, so they definitely could.
They need a
Nice
safety.
Ben Barch could probably play like.
All right,
five
so
positions.
this is probably why they draft Edwards with his injury history, let him get healthy. But it's after this year. There's 2 years remaining on Tyrell Williams' contract. But if they cut him, both years have zero dead money, and they would save $11.6 million in both these seasons.
Probably
So-
gonna happen because he's injury prone as all hell.
Yeah.
Stud number
Maybe-
2. He's a stud number 2, but he's a number 2. They now have their clear cut number 1 in Henry Ruggs.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't pan out, they can keep him. Oh, Vel Gallimore.
Dallas Cowboys get a defensive tackle to add to that rotation.
That's
Boy,
a hell of a
they're
rotation.
stacking
Don
it.
Terry Poe. Freaking
Gallimore, nice. I
my
love
former
that
boy
addition.
Gerald McCoy, which is dead to me until he's done with the Cowboys. He's dead to me. But Gallimore, another Oklahoma star. I like that. I'm not gonna lie, I like that pick, but I could add more pieces to the secondary.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of guys on the board, but I do like Gallimore. Ugh. Sorry, still I can't even try and be a good analyst. Here. I'm just disgusted right
yeah.
now still.
The Broncos up. I think I got the pick.
Yeah.
Looking like
Broncos.
Cushionberry.
Okay. I can see that.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys got it very deep, though.
That front seven is gonna be nasty. Like, good luck
Yeah.
running against that. I don't know how great their pass rush is gonna be right now. I mean, they still have what they got Lawrence and who else?
Alden Smith that they
Alden
just signed.
Smith. Yeah, maybe they're
And-
super high on Alden Smith. Maybe he's gonna come back. Maybe he's clean and healthy and he's gonna be a beast. But Gallimore, graded out as a 7.02. Like, he's gonna be a solid depth piece, rotational defensive end. I think he'll have more of a, I likely see he's gonna have. I don't know. I mean, I guess I would say he's better in the pass rushing as a pass rusher, right? Do you agree
Yeah,
with
he's
that?
a bit. I just think he's got some boomer bust to him, in my opinion. He has a lot of plays where you see like you want more from him in a finishing ability. I can see his flashes that he has, but it's just so inconsistent. Like, there's some plays where he'll just simply get blown off the line of scrimmage, and there's other plays he'll ragdoll an offensive lineman. So I can see why he's still at the, in the third round ability here, because his upside, if you can get a consistency with that, yeah, he's going to be a monster.
Athleticism for days. I mean, for his size, he's got some length to those arms. He's not that stubby. You can play with him. Again, it's just a solid front seven right there. But let's talk about the best players that we still got on the board. I mean, you got Trotman, you got Moss, you've got Anai. Devin Duvernay is my boy. Lucas Niang could be a complete steal right now of a tackle. There's a lot of guys still on the board right now. You got all the other tight ends. The Bryants. Hunter Bryant, Harrison Bryant, Keem Davis Gaithers, Bryce Hall.
Right there's a guy that the Rams should go get is Bryce Hall. At this point, it's a steal at 84. If he's healthy opposite Jalen Ramsey, you sign that up right now. Press zone. That guy would fit his tackling ability. Those type of corners for LA.
They could use an Albert O though.
I
I
get
wouldn't be
Albert O's
upset- I wouldn't
injury
be
history is
upset with
probably
that.
pushing him out of there.
What's that?
I said Albert O's injury history is probably pushing him to tomorrow.
For sure.
And a couple things to touch on. First of all, I'm just looking at YouTube comments. The first thing I see is, did Roy just pull a dump truck, which we just talked about earlier today, Rob, you missed. And then Rob wanted to say we need to wish Amanda, his wife, a happy birthday because tomorrow is her birthday. So happy birthday, Amanda.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
Happy
birthday.
birthday, Mrs. Robinson.
Yeah.
Thank you for putting up with Rob.
Thank you for Rob putting up with us.
Yes. Even when he's sick, he's still here with us.
Yeah,
in
I
spirit.
know. Man, it sounded like the man was dying today.
He's a trooper.
Still
Most-
hopped on.
Most definitely. Still hopped
okay.
on with us.
Conflicting reports for 83.
What you got?
One is Kunlash. Oh no. No, that was just an incorrect pick. Yeah, it's Lloyd Cushenberry. Yeah. Did we already say that?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Already posted. If anybody wants to check out Mason LeBeau's scouting report.
Yeah, I don't know where I heard.
Let me get
I
a
think I
poster
came
right
from.
now.
That's weird. I guess that's rude. Going crazy.
Hey.
So who's the next center off the board?
Next center off the board.
I mean, there ain't many left. Probably Tyler Beatties.
Or
Nick
Harris?
Harris. Nick Harris.
I could see that.
I like Nick Harris. He was my third center right now.
I love Biadish. His injury history is just dropping him big time.
Yeah.
And I like
Yeah.
Throckmorton from Oregon transitioning to center. I like his versatility, and I think his intelligence, putting him at center, giving him a chance to have a home there. I think he'll
Yeah,
too.
Harris was god awful at the Senior Bowl for some reason. He's undersized, so
He's
that
more of a
was
zone
expected.
blocking system center.
yeah, that was about to say. Yeah, he would be perfect for his EBS.
Yeah. Yeah, if you put him in
Somebody-
space and stuff like that, he'll do well.
This is true too. I didn't even think about that. Somebody either said the Eagles had difficulty answering a question about what's the best case scenario with drafting Jalen Hurts.
The best case scenario, our guy
See,
goes
you're
down.
struggling. If they would have
asked.
asked you right now, they'd been like, Eagles GM Jack Bourgeois could not answer a question about selecting.
Yeah, because it's
quarterback.
like you're basically saying, well, if our guy gets hurt, then we have a backup. Our often injured stud quarterback.
The Rams
See
pick is
who-
him.
Is Rob pissed again?
Oh no, who is it?
I don't know. They haven't said yet, so I'm still trying to look it up.
What team has done enough to be one of those teams that were not a playoff team last year that are this year? Bengals, calling it.
Oh, I don't know about that.
No.
There's a whole nother.
Colts.
Yeah,
Colts were a
for sure.
playoff team.
Yep.
Colts will be in there. Bucks are going to be in there.
The Colts were a playoff team early last year.
Yeah, they
Everyone
were.
thought so.
They were until their quarterback got hurt, and then they were never the same.
Cardinals sneaky.
Cardinals are going
Browns.
to be dangerous. Browns are. My Steelers.
That AFC North is going to be very competitive.
Come on.
Terrell Lewis, Alabama.
Ooh.
They're taking
He's
the
a-
injury risk.
I
Yeah,
like-
and they needed light fire underneath his ass.
I like him, but the injury history is not good.
He does have a pass rushing repertoire. He can convert speed to power, but that 2 straight years, elbow ligaments and then tore his ACL. Not great long-term durability there, but they do need a stand-up outside linebacker. They only had Leonard Floyd, who they picked up after he was cut by the Bears. They need some pass rushing help, and this guy has high upside if he can stay healthy.
Yeah, he's got to stay healthy. He's got all the tools. And another thing in my game, I just could not. I don't know. I had a hard time shaking. He did a lot of jogging around on the field. He's
looks
not a high
really-
motor guy.
His frame looks really skinny.
Yeah, he is quite lean, and that's what you have to worry about with his injury, history. The lean ankles and the smaller lower half. He's not going to be able to shed blocks like he did when he was at Alabama. But
He's a stud though. Like when healthy, he is a stud.
Oh, he's got the. I mean, he's kind of lean in the frame, but I don't know. I still remember standing next to him at the Senior Bowl and looking at him and being like, "This is an NFL player."
Yeah.
So,
if healthy,
he's got lean strength. He's wiry.
Wiley.
He wiry. We're wire. I came my best offensive weapon.
Ooh, Colts Dixon. Who we getting? We had an eye at this point.
Yeah, I know. I said it myself.
Yeah.
No, he's gonna drop to like 105 for the Steelers, just so you know.
102.
He's gonna drop 93 if we don't trade out.
103. I'm calling Sewu.
Jake Fromm's Todd McShay's number 2 best available.
Everybody looks.
Yeah. Good for him. Jake Fromm should be not on that board. The Colts take a chance on a guy that had an injury, but has a cornerback background, Julian Blackman from Utah.
I do like Blackman.
I like him when he's healthy. He blew out like all his knee ligaments in the championship game though, so I don't know. Maybe the time off will help him.
He's when he transitioned back to safety, he did show the instincts to be able to, fly down, be a ball hawk, and he's not afraid to come down and tackle.
Maybe he could be a Devin 40 for him next to Hooker.
He has that combination safety type with.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think Hooker's going to be there. He only has one more year on his contract. Kari Willis.
Yeah, wasn't there talk about them trading Hooker?
The teams were calling about him. They weren't. He was not actively getting shopped. He still has one. They haven't yet to decide on his 5th-year option. But
I believe I have the Bills pick. It is all right. Zach Moss.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh man.
Oh.
I don't like the Bills.
Oh. They're gonna run it right down your Patriots' throat. I can't.
You mean right down the best defense last year?
Oh man, that's a 1-2 punch. I mean, that's kind of thunder and thunder, but I guess Singletary can be the lightning, but yeah, if this guy can stay healthy, he could definitely be like the upside for Zach Moss is outstanding.
That's nasty. That's a nasty combo right there. Nasty. Josh Allen. Ooh boy.
Yeah, and especially in his pass protection is solid. He's got really soft hands. His 40 time was obviously kind of subpar at the combine, and then again it got amazing. It got way better during his pro day. You never know. In terms of if they sped up the tape or not, but I would say Zach Moss, if healthy, could be a stellar back for a rookie contract.
So the next pick here, Jacob's trying to get on here. He just asked me to send him the link on Slack.
All right.
So we have the New England Patriots on the clock.
Oh, Jake Fromm territory.
Jake Fromm, right? As Jacob Patterson comes in.
Yeah,
I know, Bill. They're not going to make the pick. They're going to trade. It's just Bill. I highly doubt they actually make a selection here.
Oh, did he change his grade on Fromm?
Yeah.
Oh, all right, we're good.
Yeah, he adjusted it the other day.
We're good.
Hopefully you won't have to post it here.
Oh, I'm getting ready to. Don't you worry.
Let Pat do it with a big crying face beside it.
Let's see it. I don't know. You better they better go grab another linebacker to be able to stop Zach Moss.
They better go grab Gandy Golden or something.
The Gandy man can because he likes to block and catch touchdowns to make his quarterbacks look good. Thanks for teeing me up, Pat.
Come
Oh,
on.
that's good. That's
That was a
good.
hanging curveball.
Don't do that to me, Bill. Don't do this to me, Bill.
Do it. Do it, Bill.
Wow,
What
did
the-
you know that Zach Moss is the cousin of Santana Moss?
Interesting.
Had no idea.
And he was.
Ooh, we
top
could get
running.
Troutman here.
Oh, Troutman. That's a good one.
Ooh, oh no, I got my hopes up way too high for that.
Don't do it. Don't fall to it. It's gonna be Jake Fromm. Jake Fromm and
I'm so nervous.
oh, what's the quarterback from
I
Auburn?
do
They
have
selected
it.
last year.
Stidham.
I have the pick.
Stidham's competition there.
And Fernie Jennings, linebacker.
This early?
And that's way too high.
Way too early.
Way too high. He don't even. He's got length. That's it. Like he was an outside linebacker at Alabama, and they played him at inside down at the Senior Bowl. He's like a tweener. You're not sure where he's gonna be, what he's gonna do. He's got some pass rushing, but he can't cover. He can't cover, guys.
So next to Landon Roberts. Pass rusher that can't cover. Gotta replace him.
He's more of an outside linebacker though than anything.
Is Belichick trying to go for the next Jamie Collins here, or?
We got our Jamie Collins back, don't we?
Nope. He went to Detroit.
Oh yeah, darn it, man.
That was just a double sad move for you.
Oh man,
Yeah.
that's disappointing. Would
At least
preferred
it's not
Fromm.
Oh man, you'll have to wait till the fourth round to get Fromm now. It's the battle of the fourth round quarterbacks.
We got I think we have another one because we had like 4-3s at one point. Yeah, we have 100.
All right, well, see, 100. We're just gonna knock 99 off of it with Brady, and it's just gonna be 100. Jake Fromm, 100. 100% behind him.
That's just bizarre.
Jason
This
Light.
third round's been interesting.
The run on safety started in the second, and we still love Ronald Jones, and we felt very comfortable with Vaughn in the third.
Eek. Eek.
Oh man.
Cleveland Browns.
Rob wants to know if we had to pick two teams you would give an A to and two you would give a D or an F to, who would it be?
F to Miami.
A to the Bengals, maybe.
F to Green Bay.
I don't know. I have to kind of look through. Give me a second on that one. Let me start looking through some teams first. But
Jags are up there in my opinion.
Jags have had a hell of a draft so far.
I mean, the first round, I think they were one of the big winners.
That's their problem. They do this like every year.
Yeah, I thought they won the draft last year, getting
Arizona's
saying they're not one
only made 2 picks, but they have Isaiah Simmons and Josh Jones.
Those are 2 good picks.
Atlanta, AJ Terrell, Marlon Davidson, Matt Hennessy. Baltimore Ravens, Queen, Dobbins, Matabuke.
Ooh, that one's...
Bills, I mean, you have to add the Stephon Diggs, AJ Epinesa, and Zach Moss. Not bad. Carolina, though.
Okay,
Derek Brown, Gross Matos, Jeremy Chin. Those are 3 first-rounders on our board.
Jacob said you need to let him in there, Jack.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, finally!
There he
I
is.
hope Fromm comes off the board now.
It would be pretty awesome.
To the Browns. It don't make sense, but just for the argument.
That's
Mr.
a good way to
Patterson,
get
what's
Baker
going
mad.
on, brother?
Yeah.
Was he in here?
Yeah, his audio.
There's Jacob.
What's going on, Jacob? Nothing.
I think he's plugging something in as we speak.
Got no audio. I would say Carolina for sure gets an A.
Oh, Carolina.
That's an A plus.
A plus. A plus plus.
Jacob, I don't know if you can hear, but there is a weird thing when you join these Zoom chats. You got to like click on the audio thing to go into like the device audio. So that might be the thing too.
We can't hear you, brother.
So the Patriots draft is interesting, I'll say.
Can't hear you, Jacob.
Definitely can't hear you, Jacob.
Yeah, I agree, Joseph. It's
Interesting.
it always is though.
Yeah.
We can't hear you, Jacob.
Can't hear you, brother. He can't hear us. We can't hear him. We'll let him know. Oh shit.
God,
Almost lost
I
it.
love that.
Hello? Jacob?
Yeah.
What's going on, guys?
Boom! We got him.
Hey, yay!
Hey.
Mr. TSR, the Scouting Report. Check him out on Twitter and all podcast platforms. How you doing tonight, man?
I'm doing
I'm
awesome.
ready for
man.
this.
Another draft night. I'm excited.
Hell yeah! Glad to have you in. We need some fresh voice. We're all kind of drained.
Hey, I
Especially
see
after
the
especially
Pats
after my
taking
Bucks
Jake
took
Fromm.
Keyshawn Vaughn.
I think the Pats are going to take Jake Fromm, Jack.
No.
I'm
No,
a
they
lot
took Anthony
happier. I'm a
Jennings.
lot happier with your grade. A lot happier.
Good.
I just noticed that right now as we were getting ready to pull it up, and I was like, all right, I can't shit on that. I'm okay with that. I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
I can still
think-
shit on Jake Fromm. I'm not gonna shit on your grade for him.
What's the most surprising pick y'all seen in the third round? I guess second round, too. I didn't hear you guys earlier. What was the...
My most disappointing one was Keyshawn Vaughn of the Bucks. Was not happy about that at all. Surprising was the back-to-back wide receiver picks for the Raiders. I would say, even though I don't hate them. I mean, that's just weird. They take 3 wide receivers.
I'll just say the one for the second because I think we can all agree Jalen Hurts to Philly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was weird.
Yeah, I don't really understand that one.
Yeah,
Well, they
no,
have
I
an
don't think
injury-prone
any of
quarterback.
us do.
I mean,
And
I
so they
guess.
take a quarterback who can't throw the ball either.
AJ Dillon in the second round of Green Bay. That was terrible.
The
Terrible.
Browns
Just picked just now.
What is it?
Jordan
No, the
Elliott, Missouri.
Say it again.
Jordan-
That's a good ad.
Still couldn't hear it.
Yeah, I didn't hear it.
Jordan Elliott. Jordan
Jordan-
Elliott.
Elliott.
The-
Okay.
Interior defensive lineman from Missouri.
Yep.
He's got all the traits. It's just he does no consistency. Like he can really flash a one play, get past the guard, and get to the quarterback. Stout run defender. Just not. There's no consistency in it right at this point. You're banking on upside.
Yeah, pure upside player. I know there's a lot of places that were very, very high on him. I think they had him. A lot of places had him top 5 in their defensive tackle rankings.
He's top 10 for me in my 5 to 10 range. I don't know where exactly, but I feel like when you get to the third round, you can start betting on guys that you think can at least be solid with high ceilings, like Jordan Elliott.
I think he was 10 on my board, 10 or 11.
Yeah, I have him at 12 at interior defensive line.
6'6", I mean, to get that in the third round is not a bad pick. If we again go to our big board and what we have left, I mean, we still got a 9, still got Ben Barch, Malik Harrison, Cam Dantzler, still on the board, and then if we go into our 66 through. Man, let's look at. We've got Lucas Niang still on there, Antonio Gandy Goldman, John Simpson, Nite Muti, Bryce Hall still on there, right? Anthony Gordon, Hunter Bryant, Leaky Fotu, Tyler Bietis, Curtis Weaver, Matt Pert, Tyler Johnson, Keem Davis Gaithers. I always do that. Saywu, Shane Lemieux, Derek Tuska. Can't wait to talk about him, but I think we're going to have to wait till tomorrow on that one.
Yeah, I don't think he's coming
Nick
off today.
Harris, and then Joshua Kelly to round that out. Gentlemen, is there anybody on the board still that you are just freaking out over the fact that they're still there?
Ben Barch. I
Yeah.
can't believe he's still there. I can't believe Barch is there, and I can't believe Niang's still available. Both of them tackles should be off the board already.
I would have said Yang. That's who I would definitely. I can't believe he's still there.
And Anai, too.
Maybe teams don't like his hip for Niang.
Yeah, it must be the hip. It's got to be at this point.
Yeah, and I think the only reason is because they haven't got to be hands-on with it. If they had their medical staff clear that, then they take him second round all day.
How about the Vikings here if they wind up coming out with Bryce Hall?
That
I mean,
I
you
would
just
like
get-
that.
I love Bryce Hall.
That's what I mean. Bryce Hall with what they lost in free agency. That'd be an excellent fit right here for them. I think that would really fill a need, especially after they went and got Gladney earlier.
I cannot believe they got Justin Jefferson. That's unreal that they got him.
And then they wound up picking Ezra Cleveland in the second to address their tackle. So they're another team that's really hit it out of the park. Justin Jefferson's perfect opposite of Thielen. That's an excellent fit for them already.
See, I just knew that Jefferson would not make it past Philly. I cannot believe they took Rager over Jefferson.
Right?
I can just
Scheme
for the
fit.
fit of the scheme. Yeah.
They need the over the top guy. That's not Jefferson, but still. I mean, I think the Vikings are doing a hell of a job. Justin Jefferson, Gladney, Ezra Cleveland, those are three of my favorite players.
Let's just think about it too. Mike Zimmer could have been the head coach of the Bengals, and we let him walk.
Rob's got a question for you, Jacob. Which of your beloved Georgia Bulldogs fell to the best place in your opinion?
Oh, okay. I like that question. So I'll be honest with you. I was surprised to see Andrew Thomas at 4. Would I have drafted him that high? Even though I love my Georgia Bulldogs, no. I think I wouldn't have taken a tackle until like the 8th or 9th pick. I like Isaiah Wilson in Tennessee. I think he's going to help them pretty much do what they want to do, which is just kind of bruise other teams with Derrick Henry. I don't like the fit at all with Swift. I do not like him in Detroit, even though, again, Stafford, I love Stafford. But I think he does take Carry-On's job. What do you guys think about that? Do you think Swift walks in as RB1 and takes Carry-On's job?
Yeah, Carry-On's still a stout running back when healthy, but if you can't stay on the field, best ability is availability. So I think they're going to be a 1-2 punch because do you really want – I mean, even DeAndre Swift was still a rotational back. I mean, he wasn't a bell cow. He never has been, never will be. I mean, he had Nick Chubb at one point. They had a plethora of running backs at Georgia. They are RBU for a reason. So you might as well have a 1-2 punch, and maybe that keeps Kerryon Johnson healthy, and then that opens it up and makes life easier on Matt Stafford.
You would hope. That's why I like them getting Kerryon. But to answer your question, Pat, probably Isaiah Wilson. I think he fell in like a really good situation. I didn't expect him to go in the first round. I didn't have him mocked in the first round, and I think you could probably argue that he shouldn't have gone in the first round. But I think he landed in a good situation, and I think it's definitely a need for the Titans.
Yeah, if you have Derrick Henry run the ball, you got a big stud like that going down.
Oh, wow. Sorry to interrupt you, but the Vikings just made a great selection.
Yeah.
Cameron Dantzler.
Oh, that's an
my
awesome
God.
pick.
They're winning this draft.
What a
Vikings
big pick.
hands
They're
down.
Let's
shut
go.
down. He shut down his assignments at Mississippi State. Like that
One-
guy's mirroring ability
One
and his
person
ball
has shut
skills.
down Jamar Chase.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
the only
yeah.
person to
person.
shut down Jamar Chase.
Yeah, that's an outstanding value pick here in the third
Two-
round. After Gladney and him
Gladney
as your
and
corners
him,
with Mike
Jefferson
Hughes.
and Ezra Cleveland. Those are
So
four starters.
at this point, the Vikings are the biggest winners of the draft. Would you all
for
agree?
sure.
Yeah.
After
You got
that
four
pick,
starters.
hands down, 4 starters,
four
and they still have
starters.
another pick in the third round, and then
That's
2 in the
crazy.
fourth. And they haven't
Yeah,
had. They've barely had to move around to go get him.
Yeah, one of the things I really liked about Dantzler was his reaction time. He was able to recognize real quick and go after the ball. Very good attacking there. He's nice and light on his feet.
Super soft hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a former receiver. That's why he's used to playing. And I love the dog in him when he's going down for the tackle. Like he's not somebody who just dives for the ankles. He'll square you up and bring you down.
Yeah, he could switch between zone, man, everything very quickly. He's a quality pick for this late.
So let me ask you guys this. I think I tweeted this out earlier. Is it just me and I don't know what y'all's grades were on the first round were, but I feel like the Dolphins made a solid pick with Tua and then took 2 reaches with the other pick.
Thank you.
I mean, I don't understand. I feel like you could have done so much better with more of a sure thing with each one of those picks. I just don't understand. I don't know.
Listen to me. I love Igbenogany. I love him, but you have 2 stud corners as it is.
Yeah.
Like I don't
that's what I'm
understand that
saying.
whatsoever.
Which one of
And
those
Austin-
guys are going to play the slot?
No, they're not. You're going to have Igbenogany basically play special teams and maybe have Bobby McCain drop down and play slot corner, or Nick Needham, who had a nice season last year. That one's to me, that one screams they must not be so happy with Xavier Howard's off the field stuff. So
They are,
They
that
just
that
signed
must
him.
be.
I
They
know,
just
but
gave him a ton
he
of
had
money.
the domestic abuse case. It was thrown out, but there's other things brewing under the surface there that I think they're thinking of a way that they gotta insulate themselves long term if something would happen. Austin Jackson is a projection pick there, and unless you're going to go out and get a Trent Williams, I don't see you have no other tackles right now. They took Robert Hunt. He's mostly going to be the right tackle guard.
Yeah, the Houston pick is
Did
in.
anybody else see this?
What?
Was anybody else looking at the TV when Bill O'Brien was clearly yelling at somebody on camera, and then he stormed off, and his kid sat there awkwardly?
Yeah, I just seen it too.
The pick is in for Houston.
Jonathan Greenard.
Bernard.
Well, I like it all, but I'm sorry, I'm taken back by what I just saw on TV. I didn't look at my TV too much. I looked to my right, and I just see Bill O'Brien going off, and he walks off his desk, and his kid next to him is like sitting there all awkward.
Raiders trade picks, Patriots. Raiders trade picks to Patriots.
Let's go. They're taking Fromm, Jack. I can feel
Oh,
it.
I need it. I am here for this
I'll
content.
lose my mind.
We are hoping that Fromm gets taken with you on here. But we were hoping it went to the Patriots.
I will lose my mind right now in this meeting if Fromm goes to the.
Why would you take Fromm? He is like a poor man's. He is a poor man's. Derek
I can
Carr.
just see
Everyone's
Bill
aware of
Belichick
that.
loving the high IQ, man. I can just see it.
Where are they going?
man.
Where are they going? I cannot believe the Vikings.
Plus,
I think they're just going to take another linebacker.
Bill Belichick loves Georgia players too, by the way. So and Alabama players.
Yeah, they just took Anthony Jennings like 2 rounds too early.
Yeah. There's been so many reaches. Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, Damon Arnett. All right. So the way I saw him, and I think I said it on my podcast when I did my second round mock draft, because I did not see him going in the first. But I said that I see him as more. He's a high floor guy. He could come in, but I don't think that I think he's pretty much like, I'm not gonna say he's already peaked at his potential, but I don't see him as a guy that can get much better than what he already was.
I agree.
You absolutely said it.
I charted like this morning. I had every one of my Raiders friends call me because I'm from the Bay Area, right? And so I had to go back and like try to figure out. I had him 93 on our big board. I think we consensus had him 90 or 89. So yeah, he gave up 24 completions. He forced 16 forced incompletions in man coverage. Forced incompletion in my book isn't necessarily a tip ball. It's him like forcing the incompletion, whether that's just blanket coverage, knocking, hitting the cornerback.
The pick is in for the Pats.
Devin Ossie, the
Devin
tight end
Ossie.
from UCLA.
No
Troutman was
Not Troutman.
Why
No
not
Troutman.
Why? Why?
Ossie's a fluid moving pass catcher. He was able to be a functional blocker at UCLA as a move tight end. He was not really well in inline. He's going to be a passer. That's it. He's got some athleticism. He's a young kid, but Troutman here guys, I don't see. I'm at a loss for words.
I wanted Troutman to the Packers so bad.
If you want a pass catching tight end, go for Thaddeus Moss. Like,
yeah, this kid,
we don't have him on our board, and neither does ESPN right now. Like,
no, I did a report on him. He was one of my last guys I did a tier 2 report on was Ossie, and it was just like, from what I watched, he was a good pass catcher. He was a functional blocker, but overall, I'm at a loss for it. Not in the third round. Not in the third like this.
No.
You got Duggar and Uche who are quality picks, and then you have 2 guys that you're just throwing clay at the wall hoping it sticks with Jennings and Ossie.
Graded out as a 7.01 for you. I mean, I give him that, but again, to go back to Arnett though, he only allowed 7 completions all year in man coverage. And out of the rest of those, so then that was, you subtract 7 from 21, so he had, what is that, 14 completions, or 20, it was 24, so what is that, 17. Out of the 17 completions he allowed in off-man or zone coverage, 8 of those went for 0 yards after catch. So he can come down and tackle. That's the biggest thing I noticed. He had a pick in zone where he literally peeled off his deep zone and picked it off and read somebody else, and he literally went into somebody else's zone and picked it off. Had a forced fumble, and I only counted 5 bad coverage plays to where like literally he couldn't turn his hips. I think he does struggle with that and hip fluidity and footwork mechanics, but I mean, he's a stout man coverage guy. I get what they're taking. They're taking those attitude kind of guys. Like I think they're really trying to go that old school Raiders approach, and I get it, but I wasn't happy with the pick. I would have taken Jeff Gladney all day, every day, twice on Sunday.
Yeah, Bill Barnwell just tweeted out that the last time the Patriots traded up with the Raiders to take a tight end was Gronk.
Yeah, this guy's not Gronk.
No, not at all.
not even close. Like I said, he's got fluidity.
Right,
he's
Pat?
got pass catching.
Pat, you okay?
No, I love Troutman.
Pat,
Man.
it's okay, Pat.
I mean, no, I'm fine. I like the
You
need.
sure?
You know, I like that we needed a tight end, but
Is
man,
Bill tanking your team? Is Bill just closing shop?
we've
You set
drafted like
him up,
2
retire
Pro
next
Bowlers
year?
in the past 5 years or something.
Yeah.
But we've also been to like 4 Super Bowls in the past 5 years, so I'm not too concerned.
Whoa,
right.
whoa.
I'm
Easy
not
with
too
the
concerned.
fucking.
Sitting there hanging out.
Yeah, I get that we suck, but at the same time, we've also been to like 7 Super Bowls and the.
It must be nice being able to talk about playoff wins and stuff like that.
It is.
Seeing as
very
I
much
was
is.
5 years old the last time the Bengals won a playoff game.
Sorry about that. Jacob,
I,
you're in my
like I
division.
said, I've been missing most things, and I somehow caught the Bill O'Brien thing. But I guess Rogers just like laid back on his seat.
He's like,
Like,
he doesn't care anymore.
Looked like somebody slipped him an edible, and he ate the wrong thing tonight. And he is just done, dude.
He's
Right,
like,
I'm
why
looking
do
at
we?
Mourinho.
No, Roger Goodell. Like he's sitting on his chair,
Oh.
looking like he's whooped. He's done.
He's about to sleep like an old man.
Well, I'm sure, like somebody,
Old man in
an
chair
old
sleep.
dude, an old man at this hour,
Yeah.
by himself, just reading off picks.
You know, I thought they would get like
Where
the
did we draft
backup.
from?
I thought they would get like the assistant commissioner by now or somebody.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
who's
what's
gonna announce
crazy,
it
they didn't-
tomorrow?
Yeah.
Probably him, just sitting there all day long.
Oh, the Patriots traded 91 and 959,
The Ravens
For-
just took Devin Duvernay.
101, 139, and 172.
Wow.
That's such a good pick.
I hate the Ravens. I really do.
That is such a good pick for Baltimore.
That with Hollywood Brown on the opposite side, and Miles Boykin being the tall drink of water running down the field. And them tight ends.
That
Yeah.
tall
Think about the
drink of water.
playmakers that they just got. So they got Queen, Dobbins, Metabuke, and Duvernay.
Yeah, guess what? They
Yikes.
ain't worried about Antonio Brown. You got Duvernay.
Yeah.
And I'll go ahead and say this without the proper research. This is the first time ever in NFL draft history 2 guys with the name Devin spelled the same way went back to back.
Wow.
Woo! You're reaching there. Blitzalytics has got the best draft coverage, I'll tell you what.
We got everything covered.
Dude, I just rewatched the Bill O'Brien freak out video.
Is it on Twitter? I need to check this
Yeah,
out.
I
it
need to
is
see
here.
Does anyone
All right,
have,
so Rob asked me about it, so I found it and I tagged him in it. But I'm gonna check. So Jack hasn't seen it, and Jacob, you too.
No, none of us
this-
have. Just throw it in the random channel.
Wait, what'd you
Okay.
say?
The
was reading
Titans
something
are
on
on the
Twitter.
clock.
We'll throw it. I'll even pull it up. I'll pull it up so everybody can see what we're talking about.
Guys,
Does anyone
also,
have the trade details for the Patriots? When I'm reading, they might have gained picks.
I don't think y'all gained picks from it.
Yeah, I don't know. It said 91 and 159 for 101, 139, and 172. Which I'd be happy with, but
Throw this over right here, gentlemen.
I'm looking at it.
All right.
You
let's
got
see.
they traded up. They got 91 for 152, and they gave up 101, 139, and 172.
okay, yeah, someone
They
already
gave
did
up
it wrong
3
then.
picks. Yeah.
Man, who's gonna take Asai?
Oh, I wanna
So
know who's-
Rob said he dropped the O'Brien video in Slack.
No, I already got it.
Apparently,
just showed it.
Alexander had Asiasi as his tight end 4.
Really?
That's what Rob posted that in the comments.
Yeah, let me look. My final draft board here, positional rankings. He was my 8th.
I think he was my 10 or something. I just can't remember.
He was right in front of Cole Kmet. So,
is that a shot at me? Is that where you're going?
Just saying. Just throwing it out there. It's the NFL stick on the wall.
Well, at least Matt Miller liked Keyshawn Vaughn pick. I don't. Neither did MG.
Oh, I wish I would have said it earlier. But the guy I am actually connected to at the Bucks talked about that draft pick, and he was talking about how his route running fits what BA wanted in a running back.
I get it, but
year.
they already had Ogunbowale. Like, he can run routes.
That's what I thought. That's why I thought Jonathan Taylor would be a better fit for you guys, because I was like, I like Dari. I mean,
Yeah.
Although my little Wisconsin guy, but yeah.
I would have just kept him, grab one of those power backs, say Will, Zach
No,
Moss.
I thought this was a legit tweet, but it's somebody being sarcastic, and they said Titans up next, Packers are on the clock to pick a punter or a long snapper to really force
I just saw that tweet. Oh, that's hilarious.
Guys, I cannot believe that with Zach Bond on the board, we took, and I'm not that upset about it, but Logan Wilson. I wanted Zach Bond so bad.
I that makes no sense. I can't believe Zach Bond fell that far. And then again,
is it because of the diluted? Is it the diluted drug test? Is that why you think?
I don't know if Cincinnati really cares about drug
No, they
tests.
don't care. I know they don't care about that stuff, man.
But
They
like
really,
a diluted drug test for a tweener just means that he was trying to drink so much water. Like, that's all that means.
Yeah, the Titans pick is in. It's Darrington Evans.
I like the kid.
Yeah. I like it. It's perfect round value for him right now. So
Yeah, App State. He's a playmaker as a running back.
he could be the Deion Lewis replacement. So
Yeah.
I like it. It's I would prefer to trade down to pick up another 4th, but it's because we don't have another pick until like the 5th or 6th round, so it's gonna be a long wait.
Hey, Roy, what do you think about T. Higgins coming to Cincy?
I think it's a good fit. I mean, Burrow trusts his guys go up and make plays for the ball. He's a big guy with a big catching radius. I think
they're getting a future replacement for AJ.
I think so. You're gonna have that outside receiver presence like that in case the foot lingers. I think I would have took Pittman over Higgins, but I can see where they're going with it.
I'll be honest with you. I wanted Denzel Mims.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they didn't go with Mims either, just because they value that kind of freakish athleticism. I mean, you can harken back to Chris Henry when you guys took him out of West Virginia. That's a similar type guy. It was raw, but the athleticism was there, and he was a playmaker before his unfortunate and untimely death.
I loved it, Jacob. If you want my opinion, over
what the T. Higgins?
I loved.
Yeah.
I'm not against Higgins at all. I think he's the best.
He was my
Underrated
wide receiver 5, and I love it. I love what he can bring. I know people are down on him, but
is it me or did he fall a little bit with his stock once drafts season started really getting going?
It was the poor 40 time is what killed him.
I also I brought it up earlier. I don't know if we were even online on doing this yet, but some teams flagged him for his ankle. So apparently he played this past year hurt. So some medical grades were on him.
So we have a question here from Rob from the comments at YouTube. It says 6 beers in, who wins a fist fight out of all of our hosts this evening?
I don't know. I'll be honest with y'all. I'm 5'9", 135 pounds. So
Rob said his money is on me. So
I would say.
Well, yeah, because you're like wide and big.
You're a big boy.
Whoa, no.
But I mean, how strong? Here's my take on it. Rob's talking about 6 beers deep. How strong are these beers? Because if they're IPAs, Roy doesn't drink hard too much. So like maybe he's twisted.
Roy, Roy has over 300 pounds, though. You got to get pretty alcoholic.
Hey, now I'm trying to talk myself into a win here.
I'm going right for the ankle. I'm gonna ankle pick him, and then I'm gonna get on top.
You know what?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
boom. What's up? That's right.
I was gonna say if this was like a ground thing, I do jujitsu, but if it's standing up, I mean, I don't do a whole lot of standing up.
Fight's a fight. However, you gotta win. Again, I'll pull the jujitsu out real quick.
Hey, I do this really fancy thing. It's called sits on you. That's what it is.
I think you'd be like a turtle on your back. That's what I think.
Wait, Jack, do you do jujitsu?
Yeah, I've always messed around with stuff
so
like
much
that,
fun,
and I MMA and stuff like that growing up, and
I might be spry, but I might be fat, but I'm spry for a fat guy.
Yeah, Roy's 2 of me. I'm not gonna get cocky here.
You weigh my like my thigh. Just saying.
I'm a $140, $145.
Ooh, we have the pick. Wait, no. Wait, I have the Broncos pick?
Wow, where did that
funny?
Green Bay
Thanks
go?
for the comedic relief, Rob.
Oh, hey, the Packers took one of my favorite tight ends in the draft. Josiah DeGuara from Cincinnati.
Ooh.
Let's go. That's actually a really good pick.
I love Josiah DeGuara's versatility. Played fullback. His fluidity in the open field and his speed was very underrated. He was only about 6'2.5" though, so he's gonna have to be in pick and choose situations. But he has the deep speed to press it down the field. I loved his intensity and tenacity in blocking, and he can block in space, so he can be used as a fullback, move tight end, and he played some outside wide receiver even in shotgun form. He can make some noise after the catch. I really love Josiah DeGuara. I believe he was my – go back here quick. Josiah DeGuara. Oh, actually, I don't have him listed as a tight end. He was my number 1 fullback.
Hold up. This is a 94 you're talking about?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I got 95. That just
Yep.
The
Go ahead, though, if you have it.
Broncos select McKelvin Agam. I like it. I just can't believe he went this early.
Yeah, Agam did a lot of two-gapping at Arkansas where he has a nice first step. I'd like to see him get a chance to maybe play one technique nose tackle where he can press it upfield. But he did a nice job two-gapping for something that he's not, what he shouldn't be doing for the next level. He should be, penetrating, getting upfield.
I wanted Troutman to the Packers so bad. Y'all have no idea how bad I wanted that.
It could still happen.
I can't believe they even Troutman's still on the board.
Troutman and I being still on the board is just.
I do have a fun fact for everybody. Broncos became the first team since 1996 to use each of their first 2 picks to draft a wide receiver. In 96, the Jets took Keyshawn Johnson and Alex Van Dyke. Just a fun fact.
So glad that they did, so that we could spend 2 first-round picks to go win a Super Bowl.
Rob said to get back to our argument about in a fist fight. He said that he has seen Cody pretty wasted. He is wiry, so
wiry.
He's wiry, so we gotta watch out for him.
And I can handle my booze, so.
Why?
That's what I was getting at. I said that's what I'm saying. Am I feeding Roy the drinks? Because then I'm getting him high percentage alcohol. And I'm taking my chances that he's kind of like, if he swings, I kind of duck.
Beers? Yeah, he's gonna be swinging slow.
And then when he swings slow, I dodge out of the way, and he kind of tumbles, and that's when I take advantage. And I jump on him like a spider monkey on his back.
I hope that never comes to fruition.
I know, we're like,
it will never.
That's gonna go down at a Blitz event like two or 3 years from now.
Next Senior Bowl, next Indy Combine, we're just gonna be like,
we're gonna be having prop bets for our hosts taking on each other.
Cody's just gonna buy 6 beers for each of us, and he's gonna be like, "All right, gentlemen, let's do this."
Game on.
And I try to be slick and have big ultras, and I'm giving him hardcore IPAs.
I don't know. I'd be drinking those IPAs right with him, just in case if I took the punch, I wouldn't feel it.
Hey, I don't get angry, guys. It's okay. I'm a big teddy bear.
No one else though, because we'd never fight. It would be more like a I don't know, some type of drill, like bull in the ring or.
Oh God, I ain't doing no bull in the ring with that man. Cat in the alley.
Guys, I have to tell you, I just ordered a GoPro, and I'm super excited about it to go hiking with it.
Nice.
Whoa.
And I also, Roy, my co-host Bo, he goes, both of you guys are pretty big guys. And I told Bo that I want him to take a football like a handoff, and I'm gonna have the GoPro on and see if I can tackle him.
There you go.
Going back to our argument, Rob goes, "Don't trust Roy around an ear of corn after that pick 6 episode."
That's right, Rob. Yep. I got a little nasty in there. Don't worry. If you gave me a couple beers, it might happen. Might get out of hand. But
Posted that last one on your account, Cody. Just FYI.
Posted what?
You just posted that last one on your Twitter account.
Oh shit! I do that too much.
Just saying. Not that I'm tripping, but I'm just throwing it out there.
it's okay, Cody. We're at that point.
We got 12 picks to go. 2, 4,
Yep.
6, 8, 10, 12. Almost done.
Who do we appreciate? Blitzalytics. That's right.
Break it
Or you-
down, Roy.
Or you can check out all of our in-depth analysis and scouting reports with our patented weighted metric. Takes into consideration 20 to 25 different positional traits, weighs them out, and gives you the most accurate grade of any media scouts online.
Yeah.
Check us out.
Yes,
We'll go toe-to-toe with PFF any day with these grades.
Rob-
Rob is featuring take from now
Rob.
heavily.
Pat said.
Rob,
said, "Can someone tell Pat that the
remind me
Pats
what happened in
suck?
your last 2 Super Bowls.
Pats
What
suck."
happened I'm gonna
This
go
year.
there if we do it unprovoked. All right.
But this year coming up though, how
This year?
confident, Pat? How confident do you feel with your team right now?
Jared Studham.
Oh, I'm
Whoa.
on that train. I've been on that train. I started that train. I started that train.
That
On
needs
that
to be
train that they're gonna get at least second in the division.
that needs to be the graphic tomorrow.
What,
Pat.
second to last?
Second in
Second.
the best ratings at the
Wait,
first overall pick
do we
next
really
year.
think Miami or
Yeah, Miami. I'll take they had an improved roster, and we already saw with Fitzpatrick they can win 5 games. Let's say Tua takes over halfway through the season. They got an improved roster. I mean,
like
mean,
why is he
wait,
taking
wait,
over
wait.
halfway through the
Would
season?
it be that much of of something wrong to say that Miami probably has a better roster on paper than the Patriots?
yeah,
do?
no, it's
Oh,
not.
I mean, they do.
Plus, they're
It's not a hot
aging.
take.
The guys that the Patriots have are aging, like on their
Yeah.
defense.
Exactly. Just
They're
lost some
aging,
big
but
pieces.
they were still dominant
Who the
last year.
Dolphins?
I mean, I would say what's the name a position that you have it better as of right now as a proven commodity? 'Cause
Running back.
Yeah, you can make that argument.
You
can
could
make
probably
that
say
It's a-
running back. You could say running back Pats have better core of running backs.
Yeah, I can
Against
understand. But I
or again in
Against
the
Miami.
division. Okay, all right, we're saying in
I'd argue for maybe the division.
no.
Who's
This is
better?
the Bills now.
The
Yeah.
Bills have who
yeah,
they pick?
and I still think Le'Veon
Oh.
with a proper offensive line in front of him.
Well played, Chiefs. It looking like Lucas Niang is going to the Chiefs here.
Let's go.
Oh wow!
smart.
Wonder,
Too
hey,
smart.
where's their current left tackle that they
Mitch-
took number 1?
Well, they took Mitchell Schwartz, and Niang's or Mitchell Schwartz is their right tackle. Niang's a right tackle only. So maybe long-term investment there. At this point, the value is there to get him
Yep,
for a long.
Mitchell's
Solid picks.
brother.
They haven't whiffed on a pick yet.
No.
Solid picks by the Super Bowl champs.
At this point, at 96, that's great value. You can't pass that up. Schwartz, I believe, is like 31 too, so he's getting a little long in the tooth, and I'm sure his cap number's up there when you're going to be signing Patrick Mahomes to a $40 million deal. Yeah, Schwartz is 30.
Who did they have at left tackle?
That's what I
Fisher.
was saying.
Fisher,
Fisher, the
okay,
first
yeah.
pick.
Fisher,
Yeah,
yeah.
I was.
Former number 1 overall pick.
Yep.
Yeah.
Stout. I mean, they're gonna
They
be
have
good.
to be. They have to be creative right now. They have to think about the future because I was talking about with you two guys. Like, if hypothetically, if there is a season without fans, there's going to be major repercussions on the salary cap, and Mahomes is going to have to get paid soon. So they
I don't
do
know
have
how
to
that
think
would
about
work.
that.
You'd literally have to cut. I mean, you wouldn't be able to pay the entire league.
I don't see it doing that. Like
Yeah.
I don't see them cutting the salary cap that much whenever this CBA was just agreed to. Like I don't see how that would be possible.
It's just all the lost revenue. It would just be for one season. But
I just think
you don't think they would
they'd
borrow
pull
it
Yeah,
from-
they'd borrow
yeah.
it. They'd pull it somewhere. There's no way you would cut
maybe
the cap.
I'm just
'Cause then-
saying. This is
No.
straight from Adam Schefter's mouth on his podcast. I didn't make this up. I didn't see this from like a random third-party website. It's from somebody that's getting proper information that the salary cap would drop $70 to $80 million because of all the loss of revenue from whole.
But that's only 30% of the revenue. It's not $70-80 million is a lot more than that percentage.
No, they would lose like 110. So he threw out the numbers. You can go listen to the podcast if you want to hear him talk about. I'm just saying. I'm just passing information over here.
I don't know. He's been wrong
Is there
before.
do we know how much the NFL makes in a given year? Is there numbers on that? Like
Way more than we will ever see.
Billions.
Oh yeah,
True,
way more
true.
than we'll see in a
Billions.
lifetime.
Figured that much.
Think about ticket sales. Think about how much they charge for boxes. You're not talking about merchandise sold on game days, concessions. It's a lot of money.
$2 billion.
You're talking about merchandise sold year
8.1
round.
billion in 2018.
But how much would the TV revenue go up though?
I see 16 billion there.
Oh yeah, TV revenue goes up because there's less.
'Cause everybody's
But who
watching.
knows? Because I mean, yeah.
How many people are in the average? What's
Plus, if they are in a, say they have to go somewhere and play games on their own, who's to say they don't play 4 times a week? So to just grab more TV ratings. The Browns
that's
take
a lot of money.
Jacob Phillips.
Yeah, the Browns take
Wow.
the unheralded linebacker from LSU. He actually led the team in tackles last year compared to a Queen. He's more of upside pick here. He does have the athleticism, and he's a solid tackler. He just doesn't have the pass coverage type abilities of what Queen had.
So the NFL teams average 7 million per game. So times that by 16.
Well, 8.
Times that
would be
by
the home
16.
team, right?
No, we have 16 games a season or 16
Yeah,
games
but
a week.
Is it home game? Would it be home?
You times it by 16 and then times it by 16.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Goodell just gives 0 Fs right now. He's just sitting back with his feet propped up.
So that would be 1.79 billion, or yeah, 1.7, basically 1.8 billion. So 1.8.
Yeah, this says
22.25%. 22.5%. So that would the cap would only drop 22%, and what the cap is 200 million right now.
Like 210.
Let's go. We're doing this.
Yeah.
Ravens are getting a good linebacker to go with Queen. I don't like his third down ability, but he's still a good run stuffer on first and second down. Malik Harrison.
Oh man,
Dude.
Thumper.
Ravens.
Yeah.
Thumper.
Don't worry. When they face Derrick Henry next year, they ain't gonna have to worry about that.
No way. Not with Queen and Harrison. That's taking a weakness into a strength right now.
All right, we talked. I know that consensus was we'd see Brady versus Mahomes twice this year. Do we see Brady versus Jackson? Is this beefing up their Super Bowl case?
Oh, for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
I think those two teams, even before Brady, I would have said those were the two teams that were going to see each other in the NFC or the AFC Championship this next year.
Yeah.
I mean that, and you could say the Titans are going to be there. They're going to be in the mix. But I think it's
Bills,
a 3.
but Bills are
Eh.
step down.
Bills or Colts?
I'd say they're both a step down.
Oh yeah, I was going to say. One team's got Phillip Rivers at the helm. You know how that shit plays out in the playoffs.
Guys, have
Nope.
any of y'all
He
seen?
gets the job done when he's in blue.
Does he?
So it would be roughly $50 million less if they went with the revenue to cap ratio.
I have the Bill
Almost a
O'Brien
quarter.
story. Texans
What
had
is-
a deal with Detroit for the 90th pick, but Lions backed out at the last instant, and Bill O'Brien was furious.
Aw.
Oh, poor baby.
Throw your
Hey,
hissy
that
fit
might-
on national TV.
Sounds like a PR move to me.
That's
Oh,
a very
yeah.
Bill O'Brien thing to do, though. Is just get caught on live
Matt
TV.
Patricia
screaming.
is like, remember that one time?
Because it's kind of awkward when the pick's in and he's throwing a tirade on live TV. I can make a mistake if there's like the times on the clock still ticking.
Our boy Alexander's gonna like the Giants pick that just came in. Matthew Pert, that
I
they
love
have
Pert.
coming in. So now you got bookend tackles to keep Daniel Jones upright.
He's going to take a year to develop, but Matt Pert is legit. Like, in terms of pass set, pass protection, the only thing you could really talk about is the fact that he could not, especially in the Senior Bowl and the drills against Uche and Anai, it looked bad. But everything else you've seen on film, like, there wasn't, I don't know if it was level of competition while he was at UConn, but I did his scouting report. I mean, from from run blocking, down blocking, anchor ability, his second ability in the second level, he is super athletic for 6'7", 318. He can add another 20 pounds to that frame and still be lean, easy. He just needs to get stronger. He needs to get a little bit more physical, and then he needs to be able to learn to bend a little bit better. It's not that he doesn't have knee bend and flexibility. He's got great flexibility in his hips too. He just struggles against guys that can get extremely low. If you can be a foot off the ground against somebody who's 6'7", it's really hard for them to block. So he has to learn to cut them off. He has to get, be able to get farther out. And then again, that has everything to do with keeping your hips parallel to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, they took him, I think, over Barch here because of the length. I know a lot of people are dinging Barch because he doesn't have the longest arms. This guy is the complete measurable package that you're taking. Say you're putting Thomas maybe at left side here, switching Solder to right for just this season. You give a season for Pert to get some technique refinement.
He's got like almost 37-inch arms.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
it's
that's
insane.
Now, the question, would you try to leave Solder at left, let Thomas at right? And then let
you
Pert
could at least
develop?
try that the first year because
Yeah.
Thomas has experience on the right side.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Let Pert develop?
That's probably what I would do because Pert's a year behind.
Yeah.
I mean, if as a swing tackle, solid swing tackle. But again, I don't think either of these guys, you can't move any of those guys inside.
No. They're outside guys.
Yeah, for sure. Too lengthy, too lean to play interior. I mean, I'm sure Isaiah Thomas could do it, but
Guys, have any of y'all seen the workout Alvin Kamara is doing right now?
Mm-mm.
It's I don't know if you guys can see it. It's almost. Let me see if I can. So he's working on controlling random multi-directional external forces for balance and core stability. And let's see.
20 syllables too much.
It sounds like I just blew an ab muscle thinking of that.
It's the most ridiculous thing. So I can't. I saw it on. Let me see if I can just show you all this. It's on Instagram, so I can't. So this is what he's doing. He has two weighted balls on a bar holding above his, and he's like
10
going
minutes
back
into
and
the
forth.
Scotch. That's funny.
It's ridiculous.
Chris Long, you're the best.
Rob, if Barge falls to 104 and the Rams don't take him, I'll pull out what little hair I have left on my fat, balding head.
I'm hoping my Steelers take him here at 102.
Where are the Steelers going, Roy? Where are they headed?
Say
I'm hoping Sewu. I'm hoping Sewu, but if it's not, then Barch. Or I'm going to throw a mystery pick in there. The XFL great Kenny Robb. Let's make it happen. We need a third safety. He's one of the best ball hawking safeties left. And he's a I believe an Aliquippa guy. He's a local PA Pittsburgh kid, so they always kind of gravitate to hometown kids.
I like it. So guys, hear me out. I'm making a prediction. I don't know where you guys stand on this, but this is a prediction for next year, but just kind of like in the next couple of years. Really?
The
Did
Jets pick.
So the Patriots got the Jets pick at 101?
Yeah, so
Yep.
they dropped from 100 to 101, it looks like.
That's for Jake Fromm, baby.
There we go.
Anyway,
Let's go.
but we are. My prediction is, guys, Dwayne Haskins. They roll with Dwayne Haskins, and Dwayne Haskins is going to become a star in the NFL. I literally think he's going to be.
Well, Patriots, of course, just for getting that pick or trading up. Jets get 125, 129, and a 2021 6-round pick.
Oh.
Jets.
Ooh.
You don't trade with the Jets. It's a cardinal sin.
The Raiders just took Tanner Muse from Clemson.
What? In the third
Wait,
round?
right now?
They just
no
took
way.
it. They just took
No
him.
way. Oh my goodness.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Hey, Mayock likes his Clemson Tigers.
And reaching.
He loves Clemson guys, man.
Yeah, that's Clemson Tiger through and through. Clyland Farrell. I don't see this.
4-4-1. Yeah. Good luck.
He's so stiff though.
So I saw Matt Miller say it the other day. Let me ask your opinion. Who's DBU?
Ohio
Who's
State.
DB? Yeah.
Ohio State.
Ohio.
Yeah, he was right when he said it.
Who's second?
LSU.
LSU. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I may I feel Florida has a chance at 2, man.
Yeah, if they would translate.
That's true. That's
Ooh.
true. They have a
They
lot
get
of guys that
drafted
get
high,
put right
but-
there. Let's see who we're going here. Patriots pick is in.
I'm just here
Jake
for
Fromm.
it.
Not ready for this.
Yeah, that's one Steeler guy just said they traded up to get ahead of the Steelers. How much you want to bet this for Troutman?
Don't do this.
From.
Let's go from baby. What? I'm trying to remember. Did I give him? I think I gave him mid. I gave him mid to late 3rd round.
Candyman, not
I'll
from.
tell you right
Great
now for
Candyman, Troutman. I'll take these guys.
They didn't have to trade up for Gandy, man. We already took our big receiver and Chase Claypool.
I love Gandy Golden.
I love to.
Plus, he's like an hour and 15 minutes north of where I live at Liberty University.
I love Gandy Golden. He was such a cool kid to talk to.
This is gonna be very telling because he traded those 2 picks, so like he wanted whoever they're picking right now.
So the guy I work with at 24/7 Sports, shout out to Jim Wexel. He said he just got done writing about Claypool. He said, "Is Ben Barch still available? Have to be tempted here for Pittsburgh if he's available at 102."
You had pro comp AJ McCarron, draft prospect position, late second to
pick.
mid 3rd for Jake Fromm.
I do have the pick. Tight end Dalton Keene.
Oh, I love Dalton Keene.
I do. Like
That dude
Dalton
is a
Keene.
beast. I made the comment the other day. He's
We
the
talked about him.
he is the George Kittle of this draft. He played. I love that pick better than the Aussie pick.
Way
I
better.
can breathe. I can breathe.
2 tight ends. It's not bad.
Gronk and Hernandez.
We're just hoping one is not
Not a Hernandez.
one
Yeah.
similarity we can get rid of. Hopefully.
Wow. That's going to be a really quality pick for them if they can utilize him. He was
I like that.
way vastly underutilized as a pass catcher in Virginia Tech. He was one of the most physical blockers I've seen out of this
Look at
entire
that
class.
mustache.
Yes. And you know what? He has that kind of gregarious personality like a Gronkowski, a very outgoing and fun-loving.
6'4", 253.
Team captain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man.
Right.
I didn't think we were going to take a tight end. I thought he was going to be available. I had him going in the 6th round, just because of the upside. But they must really like what I seen on some of them there. You got a keeper there, Pat, for New England.
Yeah, I'm not upset at all. That is.
Now my Steelers are on the clock. We got Troutman, we got Barch, Saywu.
You want to save Troutman for when we pick our 3rd tight end?
Oh,
guys just
Rob,
skip
what
over
a
him?
killer mustache. Don't trust that face.
Oh no.
Wink,
Not
wink.
again.
Not again.
we went through this once. That whole situation, man.
All right, how are the Ravens at the end of this round going to make another home run pick?
They're
How
looking
are the
god
Minnesota
tier.
Vikings going to make another home run pick? How are the LA Rams going to fuck this up again? Sorry, Rob.
No, Philadelphia is going to take Jake Fromm so they can actually be the backup at 103. And then they're just going to let Hurts be like just this random guy that runs the ball every 8th play.
You have 3 picks for that. Ooh.
You don't think Jake Fromm makes it past the 4th round?
Steelers is in.
Alex Highsmith, Charlotte.
I like that pick.
All right.
quality pass rusher. He's got some bend. He's got some juice to him. He can be a run defender. He really blew up his build throughout his time at Charlotte. Ultra productive, finishes, plays when he's close to the quarterback. I get the pick. I get it a lot with having Bud Dupree only on the franchise tag. We have Tuzar Skipper and Ola Adeniyi. They're both undrafted free agents. There's not a lot of depth there on our roster. I can definitely see that. That's a value pick, and a guy that is gonna spell Bud Dupree and Watt both, because they played both, I believe, over 88% of the snaps last year as pass rushers. So they needed a quality third rusher here.
Man, still so much talent on the board, and it kills me. My Bucks don't have a 4th-round pick, but
yeah,
So
the same with the Titans.
do we know the numbers of trades so far compared to previous years?
it's definitely down.
Not sure on my end.
Because I'm interested on the effect
It's
everyone
like
being at
less-
home is.
It has to be less than like 15, right?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been moving in the mid rounds, like since the second they started moving, but in the first round there's only 3.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot in first round. We were getting talk about it being ridiculous. Although tonight, I gotta say that there's been more trades tonight than what I expected.
Still quite a bit of talent, though. I still cannot believe that Bradley and I, who murdered an offensive tackle who went in the first round, is still not off the board.
How about even Natane Muti? I know he has injury questions, but a 3rd-round pick?
I kind of figured he was going to fall into the 4th. But, I mean, according to PFF, he's a first round. He's the best interior lineman. Not to throw shade. Fucking white.
That's right. Dalton Keene does sound like a killer name.
I'm just looking at the list of tight ends that have already been drafted. I just cannot believe Troutman's not up there.
You and me both. Like, I would have took Troutman over Keene. I love Keene, but I'd like Troutman better.
Hunter Bryant, Harrison Bryant, like they're just so much better.
Hunter Bryant, I can see why he's not, because you get nothing as a blocker with him. Like, he tries hard, but it's not going to translate to NFL level. And he had a devastating knee injury.
He's a big receiver.
Yeah. If he was 20 pounds lighter, he'd be a hell of a receiver.
Kind of like a Jordan Matthews.
Shard Lawrence, Alton Robinson.
And it's so funny. Last time they did take those 2 tight ends, it was Gronk and Hernandez.
Hopefully none of them
Get
end
your
up like
hopes up, Pat. I
Hernandez.
dare you.
I dare ya.
My hopes up for what is it?
Eagles take Davion Taylor.
Oh, that's my boy there. I love Davion.
Oh,
Biggest-
track star. Another track star.
And one of the greatest stories in this draft, with him not playing even high school football. He played up to 6th grade, and then due to religious beliefs, he didn't play. He practiced all the time, and 4.38 speed, legit guy. He's running tackle ability. He has long arms to influence in pass coverage. Love that pick for the Eagles, especially
Yeah,
with
he's
their new linebacker.
I wish he had one more year with Mel Tucker at Colorado to develop more. But
Yeah, the whole JUCO route, being that he didn't play high school ball, really kind of held him back. But at this point, a 3rd-round pick, yeah, that's gonna be good money for him. I love that guy, and I had an actual after the game at the Senior Bowl, I went out to eat with my family. He came up and actually remembered me in my interview and said thank you, because we had an exchange and we talked a little bit. He asked how my family was. Real cool guy. So for that, out of all the media there, to remember somebody like that, really nice kid, real humble, loved him.
And plus, like with his athletic ability, something that I was trying to tie Queen into to Philadelphia is he's got arguably one of the best defensive fronts in the NFL, so he can fly around and make tackles.
maybe he could be a discount Jayon Brown.
Which way? Let's see. How are y'all getting these picks so early? Or am I just behind?
Just don't worry about it.
We got you.
It's our
Tell me
inside-
your
it's our-
sources,
secrets.
guys. Tell me
Sorry.
your sources. I want in.
It's our insider knowledge.
I think we'd have to write up a non-disclosure first.
We're literally two
It's trade
picks.
secrets.
He signed the contributors agreement. He's good. No, we're literally like 2 or 3 picks ahead.
I really like the Highsmith pick though.
Oh, so you already know the Rams pick.
No, not
Nah.
yet. That's somebody else does.
I'm not saying
Highsmith
it.
was probably my most favorite edge guy to cover.
I love Cam Akers to the Rams.
Just not there though. I mean,
Yeah.
it just makes
No,
sense.
not there. But Cam Akers, he's a talented guy.
Oh, I love Cam Akers. One of my
You got to
favorites.
think about how much he had to go through just to get back to the line of scrimmage when he
Oh,
was
yep. That Swiss cheese freaking turnstile offensive lineman.
God, that program right now, it's crazy how much a little bit of time could change a program.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I like
Jimbo
this.
can recruit linemen.
Hey, I like this tweet that was just put out there. It says, "Can't wait for the Patriots to go grab Rodrigo Blankenship tomorrow and really completely break the draft."
Best kicker in the game, baby.
Hey, Tyler Bass, no matter what.
Yeah, Tyler Bass, no matter what. Although he has the sweetest glasses in the game, just throwing that out there.
Yeah, respect the specs.
Yeah, respect the goggles for his kicking game.
Rob wants Barch bad. Can't believe he has fell because there's a lot of reports saying he was in go day too, and kind of getting there.
Oh,
To be fair, Rob, you wanted him last time, so this is getting to be quite the steal.
Matt Miller said it. Nobody
Akers
drafts
in it.
better than the Ravens. They really do.
Eric DeCosta's the next big thing.
He's making like Ozzie Newsome who?
No, don't say
No,
that.
not yet.
Don't say
Yeah.
that.
Not yet.
Yeah.
It's not even not yet. It's just you can't say that because who did he learn from?
Yeah.
Jack's like, no,
No,
that's not it.
That's a
That ain't it.
drafter of all time right there.
Oh, Rob,
Nick,
Rob,
hey, with
Rob,
the source.
Rob, you get Terrell Burgess, the safety from
Ooh,
Utah.
I love this
Ooh.
kid.
Yeah, that's a good pick. Real good pick.
There's
Yeah.
some talk that he could move to the corner at Mobile.
He's better as a zone defender.
Yeah.
Don't you want to take it away, Cody? You've seen a lot of this. I'm gonna let you talk on it because this was your guy.
Yeah, I
down in Mobile.
mean, yeah, he's I love his versatility. He can play as a nickel. He's better to sit back and react to things. I don't think and we saw this in Mobile. He's not really a good press guy. He's not going to come up in you and attach to your hips and run stride by stride. But he's an excellent athlete. So, like, if some linebacker comes out to the slot, he can cover those guys. But if you get an efficient route runner, that's where he struggles. But other than that, I mean, he can play all over. Play as a deep safety. I think he can play inside the box. I do think he kind of gets lost when he gets away from the box, from the line of scrimmage. But man, I like his versatility, and I don't know if he's got a high ceiling, but I think he comes in with a high floor, but has a ceiling to reach because he only has 1 year starting.
Yeah.
At Utah.
Yeah, he's an upside pick. Like, I love his playmaking ability that he showed. He's just a sure tackler, solid guy all around. He's a good back end piece. I wouldn't trust him in man coverage. That's where he really struggles. We've seen, especially when they tried to force him in at the nickel. I'm not so sure he's going to be able to live there in the NFL against elite quickness like, you know, Edelman and players like that in the slot. That's not going to match up well with him.
So do you think he plays like the star position? Or like what we call a big nickel?
Yeah.
Can't
Yeah, 'cause
Rob's
really
asking-
match up in zone.
Yeah.
Rob's asking how he's going to pair with Rap.
Because they're kind of a similar
Very
player.
similar.
They're very similar.
Uh-oh, Rob.
Unless they go too deep safety looks with Ramsey and the press
That's
corners,
true.
and then you let
That
John
is true.
Johnson be
I
the downhill flying pursuit linebacker.
I like what you just presented.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's very
But
true.
yeah, I mean, he's gonna be a good player, and at worst, you're getting a guy that I think can be a gunner and be a special teams player. Like,
I
That's
do
like-
have the Saints pick.
go ahead then.
Adam Troutman.
Oh my goodness.
Saints are
No,
just
they did.
pissing
Did they really?
Jack off.
The Saints just stole the draft right here. Adam Troutman.
Oh my God, they did get him.
Adam Troutman with the Saints. Yeah, Drew Brees is going to be peppering him with targets.
Pissed.
That's an offense.
It's not been my draft.
Adam Troutman to the New Orleans Saints.
My Bucks always win the offseason. I don't know if they ever win the draft.
Wow. You got Cesar Ruiz, which was the questionable. Then Zach Bond, and you back it up with an Adam Troutman.
The
Those
Vikings traded out from 105, and they have 13 picks tomorrow.
Holy crap.
And they've already selected 4 players. So they can move a lot.
Oh, God, those are
Troutman
three
was
Are
a
guys.
all those guys
quarterback?
going to make the roster?
What's that?
Or
I
all
said
the
Troutman was a quarter.
roster?
Oh, I don't know who.
Yeah.
I'm watching these high school highlights about Troutman. I didn't know he played quarterback and corner.
Yeah. Yeah, he
Oh,
played
yeah.
quarterback. Then he also he played some tackle too.
So they took Ruiz, and then they stole. They
How
got
did we not
steals
see
in
that coming? How did we not
On and
see
Troutman.
Sean Payton ended up with Troutman?
And they
Sean
got
Payton-
Jared Cook too. That offense is loaded. I'm
Oh,
telling
man.
you, hands down, best roster in the NFL.
That's going to be a scary thought with Jared Cook. That this is a perfect situation for Troutman, that he doesn't have to come in and have expectations year one. Year one, he can sit back and learn, maybe get deployed certain 12 personnel. Red zone target right there. If you go watch his tape, his ability to win over top of people is some of the best. He's the best pass catcher, way better than Cole Kmet consistently at the catch point.
That division's gonna be so fun.
Roy, let me ask you this: what do you put him in last year's tight end class?
Oh man,
You're talking real high up him, so I'm trying to see.
I gotta think of who. I can't remember everybody from last year's class. Let me look it up quick.
All right, let's move on over. We just had Pat update the big board minus the Troutman pick. Bradley and I, Ben Barp, still on the table.
Just send me the Troutman.
And then if you go to here, let's see, we've got Gandy Goldman, John Simpson, Nite Mutai, Bryce Hall, Anthony Gordon, Hunter Bryant, Jacob Eason, Leaky Fotu, Tyler Bietis,
Ravens picks are in.
Curtis Weaver, Tyler Johnson. I love Tyler Johnson. Albert O. Davis Gaithers, Say Woo, Shane Lemieux, Tuska, Nick Harris, and Joshua Kelly. You guys see any of these for the Ravens? Maybe
I just can't.
big ass
Is
John
Bryce Hall
Simpson.
really going to make it past the third round?
He might.
He might.
One pick, right? This is it.
This is the last pick.
I can see them going John Simpson here.
I could see it too. That would be the biggest offensive line ever.
If we said Bradley and and Ben Barch are going to be available in the 4th round,
I would have said you're lying. You're not. That's not even.
Get out of here.
Let's see.
Barch, they both had to be gone by, I'd say, middle of the 4th.
If not like the first 5 picks. All right, let me look here. So last year, I would have definitely had Hawkinson over Troutman. I was not a fan of Fant last year whatsoever. Foster Moreau was a quality guy. He would have still been ahead of Moreau, in my opinion.
Jake Fromm.
and I have the pick.
Ooh, that's a Ravens pick right there.
You want to do it? I can't pronounce the first name. I suck with names.
Tyree Phillips. He played
Oh,
tackle
wow.
at Mississippi State,
Ooh.
but he's not going to be playing tackle, guys. He also
Guard.
has experience playing
Yeah.
guard. Mauler, and we lost Marshall Yonda there. with
Perfect.
Baltimore.
Yep. Yep.
Jack, you just tripped me out. I heard you say Jake Fromm, and I looked up. I thought the Ravens had just picked Jake Fromm.
That's what I looked at. It flashed to Jake Fromm sitting on his couch right now.
I was like,
And then
what?
it went over, yeah.
Did the TV flash it or the whiskey?
It's a TV.
I'm just-
Yeah, this guy at
Look at
Phillips,
Jack's
he's a
face
road
right now.
grader.
I was like, what the fuck?
yeah, I like this addition for the Ravens. I like Phillips as a guard. And with Yonda being gone, he puts that run first mentality. So
they here for their 6 picks: Queen, Dobbins, Matabuke, Devernay, Harrison, and Phillips. The rich get richer, boys.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's gonna be
That's terrifying.
So
they
our boy
definitely
Zach,
close the gap with
our
JC.
Our boy Zach Moore tweeted about the Vikings with all those picks. He goes, "Wow, Vikings have 4 picks already and have 13 tomorrow. Modern record for most draft picks is 14 by the 97 Dolphins and 2016 Browns. Could see the record broken tomorrow."
They're gonna go get a Nye. They're gonna go get freaking.
They need
John
to go up
Simpson.
and get. They need to go up and get Bryce Hall. That was
So they can trade what 4 of those and still tie the record?
They don't need to get
Coleman.
quarterbacks. The Vikings already got Dantzler and Gladney. They need to go get like lineman help.
They lost their top 3 corners in the offseason.
Yeah, go grab one more. Look at it. Might
Yeah,
as
they
well
got
look at. I mean,
they still got Holton Hill. I mean,
they could use a John Simpson.
I mean, when you got 13 day 3 picks, I guess you can take as many dart throws as you can get.
Exactly.
So
They could
that
take
UDFA class is going to be really interesting.
All right, then I won't trade a single one. Just pick them all.
Nah, you move up as much as you can.
Yeah.
The guy that's
So
going to be
UDFA.
the 2 guys that are going to be the steal of the draft tomorrow: Ben Barch and my boy Amik Robertson.
I do like me some Amik Robertson, but Ben Barch and Bradley and Nye have to be.
Yep.
Why is he not going? Is it that attitude thing that they talked about, like that was rumored? Because when we interviewed him, I thought he was like the nicest, most humble guy there.
I thought so too. He didn't. I had no problems with him.
Super
He was
soft
a
spoken.
really nice-
Like they called him they said he had a bro mentality. I was like,
No, didn't see that.
made no sense.
I could see maybe the short arms.
I guess, yeah, high motor. I mean, high motor guy. Like he always won with effort, and so maybe that's just not going to add up at the next level.
All the Utah guys I talked to down there, they were really nice and friendly.
Yeah, they really are.
Yeah.
Most people in Utah are very, very nice.
Someone said Roger Goodell is hammered.
It looks it.
None of the big players got traded today.
No.
So.
Right. So what's the deal with y'all think with Ngakoue?
He's gone.
I mean, I honestly thought him or Trent Williams would get traded. I mean, I can't believe that hasn't happened.
I thought so too.
Too much talent in this draft class.
He's knocking down his own value with this stupid Twitter stuff.
He does, and I can't believe
his agent.
I don't think there's anything new, but still, I personally think that's a big reason. If I was a team, I wouldn't want to. That would significantly decrease what I was offering.
Yeah, watch him go to the Patriots for like a 5th round pick or something, just to piss everyone off.
They don't have the money. They can't trade
just
for
saying.
anybody.
We have no money.
I don't
Just
understand how
saying.
you guys made that happen.
Minnesota could use him. Trade away Harris with him.
Yeah.
Harrison
Vikings own 8.7% of tomorrow's picks.
That's ridiculous.
All right, gentlemen. Winners: Minnesota, Ravens.
Yep.
Anybody else?
Saints today.
Saints, definitely.
Not so much
Troutman.
yesterday.
Bond and Troutman.
Hey, I'm going Colts for Cody.
Oh yeah.
Colts killed it.
Colts, my Steelers, Claypool. I'm loving that pick.
That was a
and
great
Highsmith.
pick. Might have been one of my favorites. I mean, definitely.
Tennessee, maybe. In B grade, maybe.
You're pulling Homer shit there. Nah, those were some good picks.
Fulton was a good pick. Yeah.
Fulton was definitely a good pick. That was a steal. It was a steal. It was a position of need.
How did the Vikings have 6 picks?
I will not be able to host tomorrow's coverage if you guys are available for it. I will not be able to. I'm going to be in and out of the office and doing some stuff outside. Still paying attention, but just letting you guys know.
I won't be able to be on here for live coverage, but I'll be back and forth on Twitter. I'll be pretty active, so if anybody wants to at me or talk, I'll be on there, but I won't be able to record tomorrow, guys.
So yeah, I'll be posting our reports. Thanks for everybody that tuned in this year with our coverage, and I had a blast, boys.
Yeah. Nick A, man, you are the you are our diehard. We appreciate you coming in for the last 2 nights. Again, give us a shout out on Twitter, or hit us up in the direct message, and we'll make sure we send you a T-shirt, brother. Thank you guys very much for tuning in. I appreciate it. I'm just gonna hit the end stream. No need. Blitz out.